Hey, welcome on in, everyone. Thank you for being here. Hope everyone's doing well. I was trying to figure out on Windows 11 how to mute the script we used to speed through the cutscenes in Fallen Order, and I guess you can't. So that sucks. All right, let's go ahead and jump over. I can remember what button it is. There it is. Hi. Welcome on in, guys. So, I was just to make sure everyone is on the same page here. I was trying to, is it this button? There we go. I was trying to figure out how to get this muted because I'm pretty sure. There we go. All right, we're good. Yeah, if you don't have this muted, it makes this like ding sound every time you hit the keybind or whatever. And I didn't want that. So, I wanted to make sure this was muted because we're going to use this quite a bit. This will be in the comment section, or in the description section, I mean. I'll need to update that, but I'll put this in there probably after we're done streaming. Along with all the normal stuff like my keyboard and mouse input and stuff like that. But as you can see, there is infinite health, there's infinite force, things like that. All we're going to be using is this number 4 that speeds everything up. So if you look at the background here, look at the drop pod, right? The drop pod that's like over that way. If I hit this, you see how it's spinning faster now? So all this does is it speeds up the game based on how much we put this up. So that's what we're going to be doing. Hey, Cass and Thomas, welcome on in. Brock, if you're here, man, welcome on in. It's good to see everybody. So let me go ahead and swap back, and we're going to go ahead and get this thing going. Before we do that, I just want to, just kind of lay out the feel and the vibe for the stream today. I was getting a lot of questions about how I challenge run, how I approach things, just various challenge running questions. So I wanted to make this a forum for you guys to comment, to talk to me directly in real time. And while we're doing that, or in between that, I figured I would go back to where it all started, which was with the any % no damage run in Jedi Fallen Order, and go through it and see what I can remember, because I have not touched this game since when? The last time I touched this was when me and Thundy were going to do our head-to-head no damage challenge to see who could do better. And I remember posting it December 25th of last year. So around December of last year was the last time I touched this game. So I thought it would be cool in between conversation, just to see what I remember. See what I remember, see what I don't remember. And chat with you guys. On season 2, episode 7 of Breaking Bad. Yeah, dude, I've never seen Breaking Bad, like even one episode. Reno, what's up, dude? They changed their name to YouTube. So here's the thing about this that I like the most. I mean, YouTube has a lot of growing to do, okay? To like compete with Twitch. Hands down, they have a lot of growing to do. However, I am streaming at 2K resolution right now, and if you can't handle it, you can drop it down to 480p if you want, man. And yeah. You can't do that on Twitch. Even as a partner, you couldn't stream that high. So, okay, let's go ahead and just jump into it. If at any time you guys have any questions, feel free to leave them in the in the chat, and I will answer you in real time. There is a slight delay. I was testing that earlier when I was responding to Thomas. There is a slight delay. It's probably about 3 to 5 seconds. So if I don't answer you immediately, I'm not ignoring you. I just haven't seen it yet. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's just jump straight into, we'll do New Journey Plus, that way I can put on all my cool stuff. I want to say purple, if I remember correctly, purple lightsaber was the one that won out. If you watched the 3,000 subscriber thank you video, at the end I asked what was your favorite lightsaber color, and whatever won out was what we were going to use for the run, and if I remember correctly it was purple, so we'll be running purple. Let's do it on hardest difficulty, no space, no problem. Put it right there and we're good to go. P2 Pro, what's up, man? How you doing, buddy? How's the Assassin's Creed stuff coming, man? I know that game can be a pain in the ass, but it's better than Brotherhood. So at least you have that working for you. All right, so like I described earlier, we're going to use that script to speed through all this. Now, if you've never experienced any of my gameplay where I use this script to speed through cutscenes, it doesn't speed through audio. So audio will always be... let me turn the game audio down a bit because it looks like it's peaking a bit. We'll try 35, see how that works. It still might be a little loud. Let's try 25. There we go. That should be better. So yeah, it doesn't speed through audio. So one of the things you're going to notice right away is that I have all the dialogue in the game turned off. And the reason I do that is so that when we're speeding through these cutscenes, you're not hearing the overlapping audio, because sometimes it'll mash together and then it just sounds like just a wild mess of sound. So there will be no dialogue, so you won't see them speaking. I think I have subtitles turned on. If I do, you'll see that. Otherwise, it will be quiet. Need to get back into JFO, but too lazy to configure it on my deck. Dude. So you remember when you guys in the Discord were like, Hayate, you should totally do JFO no damage on the Steam Deck, man. World first, go for it. I had a Steam Deck, I would. I would try it. It's very hard and very long.
Listen, I don't want to let your rhythm count.
So let me segue into a story with that comment. So, you know, as I mentioned earlier, this was where it all started. So COVID hit, and I can't remember if I was doing no damage at the time or if I wasn't, but when COVID came around, you know, I was already, you know, into the challenge running scene. And people wanted to see what I was doing. They wanted to see my methods. They wanted to see all that stuff. Very similar to the reason, you know, I'm streaming right now for you guys, was to showcase that stuff, right? And this game was the first challenge run I ever attempted on any percent. And that first run, I think, took 7 hours or something. And the way that I decided to approach it, because it was such a long run, so P2, this kind of goes back to Assassin's Creed as well, was that I worked on it in parts. So for example, I said, I am going to work, and if you guys look at the splits over on the right side of the screen, I'm going to play from here to here. Okay? I'm just going to bounce back and forth between here and here. And so anytime I take a hit, I'm going to restart from the beginning, right? But if I can get to here, just land on Zepho without taking a hit, and I can do that 3 to 5 times in a row, I'm going to call that a success. And once I was able to do that, then I started from the beginning. And I said, okay, I'm going to go from here to here now. And I'm going to do that until I can do it 3 to 5 times in a row without taking damage. And then I'm going to go from here to the arena. The arena is about the halfway point in the game. Not exactly, but it's about the halfway point. And so that was basically my method. I just kind of segmented it and said, okay, I'm going to start with the first, 20%, 35%, 50%. And then I just built it up. And then once I was like, okay, I've got established strategies that I feel are, okay to do this run. Then I'm going to start from the top. We're going to go all the way down. And then if I take any hits in here, right, we'll mark them up. I'll set a PB, personal best. And I think my first one was like 30 something hits. And then you just iterate through. Every time you go through the game, you just try and drop that number, try and drop that number. Every time you take a hit, refine your strategy. Make sure that you're being critical of yourself and say, was that something I messed up? Was that the game bugging on me? Or was that something that I'll probably never see again, what I call a one-off, right? And that's the process. That was the process for going through this game. My very first challenge run, going through this game and trying to establish strategy and basically drill into my head all of the stuff I'm going to have to remember for 7 hours. So for the Assassin's Creed runs, that's very much what I did. Very much what I did. I admit it was a lot easier because I wasn't building it from the ground up from nothing. I built this one mostly from the ground up. Thundy had some strategies, but when I approached this to do no damage, I said, I'm not going to look at anything he's doing because I felt like he was actively trying to get no damage at the same time. So if I looked at what he was doing, I felt like I was kind of stealing his thunder, pun intended. And I didn't want to do that. So I approached it in that instance just by myself and built everything from the ground up. However, when I went to Assassin's Creed and did all that stuff, I decided not to do that because those games are so old. And because of the journey, right? I wanted to go through 13 games and do them all no damage where possible. So, building those things from the ground up would have taken me 100, 200% longer than it actually took me. So, I used basically the speedrunners as the template and saw what their pathing was, how they get through the game, because they're getting through the game as quick as possible, right? So then you just from that grab what you can use, and whatever you can't use, that's when you say, okay, now it's on me as the no damage runner to figure out what is a better way, what is the best approach to get through this segment. Replay JFO before Survivor. I don't think you have to if you remember the story. If you remember the story, I don't think you have to at all. Organized my notes, started watching the speed run, watched your entire run, no damage. Yeah, so you should see a lot of similarities, right? You should see a lot of similarities in primarily routing, how I get from point A to point B. It's not exact sometimes because it's a lot to remember. So sometimes you forget, like, oh, turn down this alley, and I turn down the next one instead. But for the most part, you should very much see a parallel in point A to point B routing on any of those Assassin's Creed runs based on what a speedrunner is doing. When it comes to strategy and approach to any given scenario where you can take damage, that's where you're going to see the differences. Because the way that they approach their mindset is completely different from ours, right?
Just passing through, guys.
So they don't care if they get hit. They just care about being fast. Whereas I don't care about being fast. I just care about not getting hit. So.
Hey, Cal, I'll meet you at the clamps.
Sounds good. Be there soon.
All right. I got to remember that jump doesn't exist in this game on the same button that I'm used to dodging in Batman. Oh, so cool announcement. Last night I got Arkham City done. Actually, I got it done at like about almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon my time. And was very surprised that I got that done. There was a real like, oh shit moment about in the last 20 minutes of the run. But I got all the voiceover recorded, like all the commentary recorded last night. And right now it's HD processing, so hopefully maybe later today or tomorrow or I don't know, sometime soon, that one will be released.
Cal, use the manual override lever below.
And that was a fun game, man. That was such a fun game. Like going from Asylum, which for those of you who remember my first playthrough of Asylum over on Twitch, you'll remember I hated that game. I was like, dude, I will never fucking touch this game ever again. This game sucks. And it's not because the game sucks. It's because I no damaged Batman Arkham Knight before I did that. So like right after I no damaged Arkham Knight, I was like, oh, let's play through the whole series because I've never played Asylum or Origins.
Come take a look at this.
And
What a score!
yeah, let me I told you guys I had dialogue off and I guess it's on still. Let's turn this up. That way we're not hearing all this while I'm speeding through it. But yeah, so if you remember from Twitch, I hated that game, and again, it wasn't because the game was bad, it was just because I was so used to all the mechanics and all of the functionality of Arkham Knight that Arkham Asylum felt like terrible. It just felt really bad. And when I started to challenge run it, you know, last month or 2 months ago or whenever it was, it didn't feel any better. It felt really bad. My wife will tell you, I think my wife's in the chat right now, she'll tell you, that game pissed me off so many times. Like, I was so annoyed with that damn game. Just because the combat, like, system is not very, like, it's rough around the edges, I'll just say that. And, you know, if you're doing a casual playthrough of a game, or hell, a lot of games, a lot of the flaws that like a no damage runner will find, you will probably never recognize because you're not trying to approach the game in that kind of way. And so yeah, that one was such a pain, man, such a pain. And so when I was doing Arkham City, after going through all that hell, I was like, oh my god, this is so easy. It was so much easier, which I think from me getting Arkham Asylum done, because I always work on runs in parallel, so I'm never working on just one run. I work on two. So, you know, while I was working on Asylum, I was working on City, and that's just so I don't get burnt out, right? You know, if Asylum's starting to piss me off, I'm like, whatever, I'm gonna go work on City, man, and then I do City, and then come back to it. So by the time I got like full time on City, I was like, man, there we go, that's different. That's a bug. It was a huge bug. The door shouldn't have disappeared. Because if you press that 66 times, you get a little Order 66 Easter egg. Oh, hell yeah, Thomas. Pick up the Ezio collection. It's worth way more than 12 bucks, bro. What is a Star Wars? It's a war among the stars, Regal. With laser swords. So, one of the things I forgot to mention, using the script to speed through things, sometimes the game wasn't meant to go that fast, right? So sometimes you'll run into this issue between the software of the game and the hardware of your system, where something doesn't line up and you'll glitch. So say glitch through the ground and fall forever and die. If something like that happens, I'm not going to count it as damage because it's a result of the script. Now, when I did my official runs, I would have counted that, but I also knew what the areas were to speed up or slow down, to minimize the risk of that. But if it happens today, you know, this is more or less a D-Rust fun run just to see what I can remember. So we're not gonna count those. But if I take legitimate hits, we're gonna count them and see what the number is at the end of the day. I was very annoyed. Cass knows. I was so fucking annoyed. Yeah, Rena, that's very fair. And again, like, I fully admit that I'm being unfair to Arkham Asylum. I'm being unfair to it. But that's because I've experienced the better games that came after, so going back to that one just feels so bad. It feels so bad. Alright, so I cut a little bit to the left there just to minimize line of sight on these guys from being able to see me. That way I minimize how many are shooting at me at any one time. Little micro movements like that are things that most people won't catch on to, but they do matter. They're intended. And we'll get the purple lightsaber equipped. And BD, yeah, because I can't do BD. We'll get the lightsaber equipped after, you know, like halfway through Bogano when they first allow us to do that. So what I'm going to do here is the game wants you to target one and then switch to the other, and then these guys will activate and go into combat. All I'm going to do is I'm going to do that to make them go active so that I can move forward. And then I'm going to full send on the guy on the left, and then after that, we're just going to beat the crap out of the guy on the right. So, or sorry, I'm going to force slow the guy on the left, hit him insta-kill, and then full send on the guy on the right. So, here we go. And because I did that fast enough, there was no force used there. So for this, they want us to block these attacks. So we can just full send on this guy right after. On the next one, I think they want us to perfect parry. I always turn around here, I don't know. I feel like I can read the timing better when I turn around on that one. A stupid Hayateism. So I'm going to target this guy, and that's just to make sure I don't go, the animation doesn't go too far. Because if you walk into the spinning rotator, you will take damage. So we're going to hold here, which will keep the melee trooper just in place, and we're going to go ahead and deflect these blaster bolts back. And then once both of those guys are dead, we can go ahead and move up. So we'll have one guy in front of us, we'll drop kill that one. Now for this next section, there's going to be 4 just regular stormtroopers. We could fight them. However, I choose to just run by them. I do it in a very, very specific way. It's not completely safe, but it's a high probability of success. So basically what we're going to do is I'm going to land here, move to the left. We'll get these 2 guys to come in. I'll force slow, and that should pull this guy on the right out of the way and open up this lane for me to just run by everybody. Doesn't always work, but the majority of the time it will work. There we go. Do a nice little dodge roll. And we're good. In Origins, I'd say probably... I don't remember because I only played through the whole game one time, and I'm doing that iterative thing where I go up to a point, right? So I'd say I'm probably somewhere in the 50-ish% range through right now. I still have a lot of work to do on that game, but now that I can focus on it full time since I'm done with City, that won't be so bad. Hey, thanks, dude. Yeah, the 3K's been, like, so nuts, man. And that was all just from the Assassin's Creed runs, which was, again, nuts. Very thankful that, anyone even gave a shit that I did that. Because that was so much work. I just wanted to do it because I love the Assassin's Creed series. Like, I really, really enjoy this series. But I know that they're not the easiest or most enjoyable thing to watch for most people. Just because of how much, like, running from point A to point B there is. And they're very narrative stories, or very narrative games, so there's a lot of story there. But, you know, if you guys remember back to when I was still streaming on Twitch, you know, when Valhalla came out, I was like, dude, we're gonna do this. And prior to Valhalla, I was, you know, working on Odyssey, and I remember Water being like, yeah, dude, this is boring as fuck. Alright, Reen, appreciate it, dude. Thanks, buddy. Black Flag is a lot of people's favorites, man. Which I found, which is funny, because, like, the metrics speak to that. Because I posted every single run I did a write-up and posted it on Reddit. If I remember correctly, the Black Flag one was, like, thousands and thousands and thousands of, like, upvotes and hundreds of shares and comments. And then everything else I did, I was lucky if I could get like 100 upvotes on it, or like anybody to give a shit. Yeah, Black Flag is definitely the community favorite. Hey, Bears, thanks, man. Appreciate that, dude. Yeah, I feel like this format for streaming, you know, obviously YouTube's not, like if you just want to like get big streaming, YouTube is not the platform for you. But I feel like for me anyways, you know, wanting to do content that people will go back to, so to speak, or a platform that makes it easier for people to go back, was why YouTube was so appealing. All right, so what we're gonna do here, guys, I'm just gonna kind of skirt up and like slowly step, kind of like I'm doing with the camera. And if I do that properly, the guy on the right's gonna come in and leave the guy on the left stationary. So, just like that. So we'll perfect parry this guy, and then I'm gonna move up to the left here. We'll knock this guy out, and then you'll see that the troopers are kind of moving up, right? So what I want to do is I want to let them kind of get close together. I want to pop out and then stand still. That's not what I wanted to do, but that's okay. So what we wanted to do there was I wanted to use the blaster bolts to kill them. Unfortunately, they were spread just perfectly with the guy in the middle so that the blaster bolt kind of threaded the needle in between them. But most of the time, as those two come up, if you're standing at the right angle, he'll shoot, you'll deflect, and one of the guys running towards you will catch the blaster bolts. Real easy way to kill them. You'll see the option to join the YouTube channel like you mentioned in your announcement. Is this set up yet? So it's not going to be there now because I've gone live. But anytime that I set, like schedule a stream, you can go to my page and it will be one of the first blocks, like right under where like the trailer video is of me getting the 100% run. It'll be right there, and if you click on it, there will be a notify me button, and if you click on that, it'll like add you to it, and then when I go live, it'll send you like a little ping saying, hey, today's live, similar to like on Twitch, when somebody goes live that you follow. Well, I mean, Thomas, are you gonna play the Skull and Bones, man? Because that's what they made that game off of. They should never be able to catch me until I get right there because of the angle. Davey, what's up, bro? Hey, man, it's good to see you, dude. Oh, the join button. The join button, I think, is the membership thing, right? That's similar to subscribing to somebody on, like, Twitch, where you pay money to support. They call it memberships on YouTube, and it should have, like, a join button, like Cass just said. Hey, C-Currency, thanks for the Reddit follow, dude. Appreciate that, man. I assume you were here lurking. $70. That's a very fair point. Yeah, maybe you go with the Black Flag game, which is considerably cheaper than that. And judging by the gameplay that I've seen of Skull and Bones, it's probably better than Skull and Bones. Yeah, whatever. Alright, so we're going to go ahead, target up Trilla, we're going to let her hit 1, 2, I'm going to dodge, and then we're going to hit her twice. Force slow her over and over until I'm out of force, and then we're going to back up. So we'll let her come again, 1, 2, we'll go over. This will put this prompt in, no big deal, we'll just click through it. 1, 2. So contrary to what most people try and do in this game, perfect parrying bosses is not the best way to do this. I get that a lot on the Reddit forums. People feel like this system is very clunky. And it's not that the system is clunky. What I find is that a lot of the people that feel it's clunky are coming from like Dark Souls or Sekiro. And in Sekiro, at least from my understanding, I've never played it, but from my understanding, perfect parrying is the name of the game there. Whereas in this game, for most boss fights, it's more beneficial for you to dodge roll at the right time, because that dodge roll, if done at the right time, will keep you in distance of them so that you can follow up with attacks that they can't do anything about because they're vulnerable. That's it. Thanks, Regal. Appreciate it, dude. Cass, thanks. I appreciate that. Thanks for putting that up there. All right, so actually, out of curiosity, can you interact with the saber table back here now? I've never tried this. Yeah, okay, you can't. Squid, what's up, bro? Dude, how you been, man? $40 now? Yeah, pick it up when it's cheaper, dude. Granted, I think $40 for the Ezio collection is still a steal, man. Those games are so good. They're so good. So much content there, man. Revelations by far is my favorite game out of that trilogy. Not only for like the combat mechanics and like, you know, they added like bomb building, like you could make bombs that did certain functions based on certain crafting materials, and you could edit the size and impact of them and things like that. Like, I thought that was really cool. The hook blade was super, super cool. Definitely something I wish they would bring back to the series. But yeah, that trilogy absolutely is worth $40, in my opinion. Squid, we're doing good, man. We're doing real good, bro. I have so much like what I think most people call PTO in the workplace, but we call leave. I've got almost 2 months. So I was like, I don't feel like going to the office today. I'm gonna stay home and stream, and I decided that like 2 weeks ago. So, because I really wanted to, you know, whether it turns out to go the way that I wanted or not, I really wanted to give people the opportunity to hang out live with me and ask questions if they had them. So I was like, instead of going to work, I'm just gonna do that. So, yeah, life is good, man. I've got no complaints, bro. I'm very, very, very lucky to have everything I have in my life, and you know, fingers crossed, knock on wood, no real hard life issues like some people, man. Because I know shit is rough out there right now, man. Ooh, the RE4 remake, dude. I know a lot of people that are excited about that. Most of them are all speedrunners, like Resident Evil speedrunners, but... Yeah, I know, right, Cass? Like, I take a day off from work. I was telling my wife that the other day. I was like, man, I really need to do a better job of taking time off. Like, I just don't take time off, like, ever. And that's just, I think it's the military thing, man. Like, when I was in the military, it was always like, you know, mission first, do the mission. That's not my life anymore, but my brain thinks otherwise. Dietrich, what's up, man? How you doing, bro? Good to see you, man. Ah, thanks, bro. I appreciate that, man. Dude, speaking of attitude, bro. I was, I wanted to dodge towards him and I hit spacebar. That is 100% Batman Arkham muscle memory. Muscle memory got me right there. That's not the dodge button. But yeah, speaking of attitude, dude, so you know, I'm not like super big into Apex Legends, but like I play the game and like I follow Respawn. Obviously, they made Fallen Order and that as well, right? So I get a lot of like pro players on my feed for Apex, and I forgot how toxic it feels like. The more skilled you are in a game, especially if it's a competitive game, the more skilled you are, the more of a asshole and whiner baby you become on Twitter. That seems to be the trend. And I saw somebody today, doing the exact same thing, and I was like, dude, just get over yourself, bro. You play a fucking video game full time at a competitive level. I get that you're gonna have complaints, but bro, could you just stop bitching every day about the game you make money off of? So let's do what? A little bit of Obi-Wan, little bit of Anakin. Sure. And then I'm gonna make it somewhat black because there's a color theme here, guys. The logo didn't give it away. Now, hopefully purple is defaulted. It is not. Shit. Okay, so I promised everyone purple. I have to make it purple. So this will be a good opportunity for me to teach you guys some cool stuff. Let me catch up with chat real quick. The YouTube stream, yeah, Warwolf, what's up, man? How you doing, buddy? Good to see you, man. 100 degrees Fahrenheit, bro. Are you in the States, man? E-Church, are you in the States or are you in the UK? I can't remember. You said Fahrenheit. I don't know if that's for my convenience or if you live in the States. But yeah, I have a friend, a combat veteran friend, and he was posting on Twitter. He was like, blah, 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 bugs and humidity and all this other shit and blah, blah, blah. And he lives in North Carolina. And I just responded back and I was like, I don't have any of those problems in Colorado. Maybe you should move here. Like, I think the hottest it's gotten in the last like couple of weeks is like 90 degrees. We have 20% humidity on the average. And I can't tell you the last time I saw like mosquitoes or gnats or like any bugs. 38 Celsius, yeah, that makes sense. Hungry, okay, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I mean, obviously we don't deal in the Celsius grade in the US, but like as an engineer, I know it. I don't know it like perfectly, right? But like I can do like the rough math in my head to work it out, so. I do know it. I'm not like super streamlined with it. All right, Thomas, take it easy, buddy. Dude, I know, right, Squid? Just whiny Apex. I'm like, why do you play a game that you whine like constantly about? But okay, so let's go ahead and change the saber color because that's what I promised you guys I was going to do, and I'm going to do that live for you. So let me swap to my monitor, which I believe is this button. Yep. And so what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to close the game out. Is this going to force me to? Yeah, I'm gonna have to like go through those enemies again, but that's okay. So let's quit the desktop, and then I need to move this. So I need to open Fallen Order mods. I need to open the packs folder. I'm going to teach you guys how to mod JFO live on stream. And that should be it. So let's see. Let's go through lightsaber color editor. So this is what we're going to open. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to import. We're going to import from the location. So this would be where you would find it, whatever your drive is, Steam, Steam Apps, Common, Jedi Fallen Order, game, content, packs, right? And you'll get this folder. So I'm just going to scroll down to the bottom because I think it's down here, right? So custom saber colors, right? So I need to go to that spot. And I think I have to do that manually. So where's Steam? Steam Apps, Common, Fallen Order, SW Game, Content, Packs. Okay. So if I do that and I hit OK, there we go. It just pulled in what I had. And you can see here black and green was over the purple. So I'm just going to take that out. I'm just going to exit out. That puts it back to the default. All right. And then we're just going to hit export. And then we're going to go back all the way down to that location on packs, hit OK. And as you can see right there, it just updated 7/21/2022, 9:45 local time for me. So it is updated now. It's in there. So we can close all this out. And then I can relaunch the game. If I can find my Steam. I have so many things open on my desktop. So let's relaunch the game. And now when we go into the game and I choose that purple saber, which I think I already choose the purple saber, but because it's going to send me back to the last save point, we're going to have to go back up to it. But when I get up there and choose the purple saber, it should be purple now, not black. Minnesota is 90 or up? Wow, dude. Like when you say up, like what do you mean up? Like a little bit higher than that or like 100? I was like, what is where I am right now? Regal, thanks for the follow, dude, on Reddit, man. Weather, it's 78 right now for me. Fahrenheit. And the high today is supposed to be 90, which, according to my phone, that's not true. 88 is going to be the highest, so you guys can see that. It is. It's proof. So, Colorado's great. For so many reasons. For so many reasons. All right. So let's make sure I have that up. Okay, so we're just gonna go back in and let me go back to where we can see our splits and our input. And now we should have purple saber. And I should have done this ahead of stream, and I apologize. But if you've ever watched a Hayate stream, you'll know I always forget something and then have to do it in the middle of stream. So hashtag streamer problems, right? But okay. Just to verify, we're still white. So white is the color that I have default for the blue saber. So we'll have to go through all this again, but that doesn't matter. Okay. $110 and dry. Dry is like, you know, when it's dry, you're like thankful, right? When I was in the Middle East for the military, one of the times I was over there, it was like 120 or 130 or something in that range. And it was like 70 or 80% humidity, and I wanted to die. Like, I literally just wanted to die. It was like hotter than like the hottest hot I could describe. It was so ridiculous. So here's a cool little trick. I've messed it up the first time, but I'm gonna try and explain it and actually do it this time. So you can animation cancel in Jedi Fallen Order when you pick up almost every echo in the game. There is one that you cannot do it on. It's on Zepho. But the way that you do that is you basically hold your block, and then as you hit that button, you're going to hit whatever the button is that it says to get the echo. So in my case, on mouse and keyboard, it's E at the bottom of the screen, right? So you're going to block, and then you're going to hit that. And if you do it properly, which I didn't, you'll grab it and you'll be able to immediately move, because right now I can't move, right? And so when you do it improperly, you'll get this bug that happens where you kind of holding nothing. You just have to dodge roll to get that to go away, but it saves quite a bit of time. Thundy, what's up? Is this game good? It is alright. I don't know, I've only played it once. Only played it once, right? So if you don't know who Thundy is, guys, he's the guy I mentioned earlier. He's the guy who started this whole no damage thing. He was the guy that got me into Challenger. So. Alright, so since we edited it, now it should be purple. I'm just going to verify. Yep, alright, we're good. And then we're going to change our saber back, and then we're going to go. Well, yeah, dude, you got those huge bodies of water near you in Minnesota. Thomas said, yeah, it's going to be super humid, right? All right, so let's give it a little bit of Obi-Wan, a little bit of Anakin. Where's that other one? There we go. And we'll make it black, because why not? No, it's not good. Yeah. You should 100% no damage it. I think you would have fun with that. Pretzel guys in the chat is also another challenge runner for the game, and he recently did the second hardest thing you could possibly do in this game, which is to no hit the game on any percent. If he ever decides to 100% no hit the game, he will do the hardest thing you could do in the game. The Godfather, yeah. So Thunder, you know where I got that from, dude? So like, I'm like really big into like Ninja Warrior, like just because of the parkour, obstacle course, like climber aspect of that sport. And there's a guy on there that everybody refers to as the Godfather because he started the movement in America for that sport because it originated in Japan with Sasuke. And so they call him the Godfather, and that's where I pulled that from. That's why I call you the Godfather, because you started all this shit. All right, so we're just gonna drop off this ledge. Why the hell were you over here? This guy should be over here. That's weird, but okay. One of these days, guys, I will animation cancel one of these and pull it off. But got bored? Yeah, dude. That was like when I had that like, oh, I'll just like perfect parry everything the whole game where applicable. And then I was like, no, that's like no hit plus, bro. Fuck that. I'm not doing that. All right, so what we're going to do here, guys, is I'm just going to edge forward. And if I do this properly and the game cooperates, this Ogdo is going to come out, attack this guy, and then we're just going to skirt right by him. So, also, let's give BD his black and green, man. You got to keep those Hayate colors. All right, so let's edge forward, see what happens. Very good. Look at that. Perfect. Perfect. So another thing you can do that I'm doing there is you can animation cancel on the climbing. So as you go up, you hit the interact button and you hit the jump button at the same time. And it cuts off a certain amount, let's say 30%, but it cuts off a certain amount of the jump animation so that you can reattach and basically it just makes you go faster. Very, very helpful on Kashyyyk when you're trying to get away from the jaw trap plants or whatever. Damn, I messed that up. So what you want to do there is you want to fall off, like just walk off the high ground, and you should get the execute prompt, and you can just insta-kill it. I messed it up. Dietrich, I want to say he said that they lost like 10 to 20 or something like that. If I remember correctly. He put a tweet on Twitter. Alright, so nothing to speak to here. In the challenge community, if you fall on this, you get basically flamed. So I'm glad I didn't fall. That would have been embarrassing. Alright, so we're going to route to the right here. This is just to get an echo. As long as you do the wall runs properly, this is completely safe and gives no risk. Other than you potentially messing it up. There we go! I animation canceled! Jedi blood. Alright, so after that, we're going to drop down, pop back up, and then we're going to continue the way that you need to go to get out of here. We'll do the animation cancel jump on the wall, just for a little bit of speed. You need to organize a... Funny how you keep having to do everything. Interesting. You should change that. You need to get a Jedi hat. Dude, I bought this hat. So funny story. And this involves you, Thundy. I bought this hat for our chatting up a storm. And it didn't get here in time. So I couldn't wear it. But I bought this specifically to talk to you. Because I wanted to wear a Star Wars hat. And then it got here like a week after we talked. So. I can't remember. I'm pretty sure these are like insignificant scans. Right? And there should be one like over here. I'm pretty sure these are all really tiny if I remember correctly. Yeah, that'll do that to a team when you're sick of losing. Also, for those of you who are chatting, just as a reminder, I said it at the beginning, but YouTube is like behind on their chatting. I couldn't find a setting to fix that, but it's about 3 to 5 seconds, so. I know I'm responding to all of you guys like after you've, you know, seconds and seconds after you've typed, so I apologize for that. But there is a delay I can't fix at the moment. Yeah, Thundy, yeah. I wanted to have our chat and it just didn't get here. I don't watch golf, Thomas. I think golf is absolutely boring as hell. To watch and to play. So I don't follow it. Not that I'm shitting on anybody that does. It's just not my thing, not my cup of tea. I mean, I know who Tiger Woods is. I don't follow it. So what we're going to do is we're going to run on the far right side of the edge here. Now the Ogdo should either jump to us or walk to us. Either way, it doesn't matter. If he jumps to us, we just force slow him and move on. And if he walks to us, then we don't have to worry about it because he just sits there. So not a big deal. Should we go do Ogdo Bogdo? Like literally everyone who plays this game's bane? Oh, that's a good idea. If you get a challenge run done, you get a special hat. That's great. I wish I could I wish you could. I hope in Jedi Survivor they make it so if you're out of combat, you can like hit a button and check your force. Pretzel, yes. I'm assuming you're talking about Ogdo. Bogdo. Alright, well. Where is he? Oh shit, I'm on New Game Oh, he's over here. Ah, streamer moment. I was at the wrong hole. Fuck my life. Alright. He's easy, what do you mean? I know, yeah. I mean, I haven't touched the game since December, so let's see if I can do it. Alright, I'm getting it back. I'm getting it back. I know you do this completely different than I do. If I remember correctly, Pretzel, you just roll the whole time, right? Like you just dodge roll constantly. Okay. We did it! It was so rough. I couldn't remember if I target Ogdos or not, but as soon as I went to do the perfect parry on his mouth, I was like, I feel like Muscle memory is telling me I need to target him. And you do want to target, because if you need a dodge roll, you want to stay close enough to him. Yeah, that's what I was telling everybody at the beginning of the stream, Thundy, was the last time I touched Fallen Order was when I did the last no damage run, when we were de-rusting to do that that head-to-head challenge. Just for no hit? Okay. Well, I mean, technically you could perfect parry it for no hit. You would just take more risk of fucking it up, right? So yeah, I think dodge rolling would be the way to go there. Easy, I know, right? So I have this meme video. I need to make it public. It's not public on my YouTube channel. It's unlisted. Because I was using it as a meme video, and I didn't want people just like shitting on it. But on the Jedi Fallen Order Reddit, there's a trend where people will make memes of Ogdo Bogdo being like the hardest thing in the game, and I was stuck here for hours, and blah blah blah. And so I recorded me doing it, just like I did there. You know, I obviously have no skills, I don't have any upgrades or anything. And I no damaged it, but I was using a white lightsaber, right? And so the meme was, I'd be like, oh, dude, you got to get the white lightsaber. Makes this so much easier. And so then everyone's like, dude, how do you get that white lightsaber? Where do you get the white lightsaber? Not realizing it's a mod and I'm just memeing the fight. I don't know. It's funny to me. I don't know if it's funny to anyone else, but it's funny to me. And yeah, it always gets some good upvotes. At least on that Reddit community, it gets some good upvotes. All right, let's go to Zepho. Honestly, chat, Zepho, for those of you who who haven't seen this before, Zepho is where this run actually begins. You get more varied enemies, you get more dense enemy populations. Quid, what's up, man? Hey, welcome on in, dude. Dude, we were talking Assassin's Creed earlier, man. You missed the whole conversation. So maybe I should have done a seed. Just speed it up. So for anybody who knows, who's followed my no damage runs through this game, will know that I am only concerned about one ice slide. Not enemies. No enemies. I'm not worried about any of the enemies hitting me. I'm worried about falling on an ice slide. Because that is the life you live when you choose to do it on mouse and keyboard. Though I don't know that I've ever seen Pretzel fall on that slide, so maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just bad. So we're just gonna skirt these guys on the left. Not gonna aggro them, not gonna fight them. For these first enemies, the one that's pacing, I'm gonna let him go past the Skaz hole here, and then I'm just gonna edge it until this one starts the animation to pop out. As long as you do that, he'll always miss you. And then for this guy, we'll just wait. If he does a red attack like that, just dodge roll backwards. It'll always put you in a perfect position to attack him, as long as you're targeted. And that's 3 of 3. We're going to divert this way just to get the echo. And then we'll move on. So this was the echo that you cannot, as far as I know, it is not possible to animation cancel. It's just you. Well then what's the secret, Pretzel? Tell me the secret. Because it's a binary input. There's no option there. Like, I mean, unless you can cancel out the distance by going like left, right, or something. Like, going left always goes a set amount. It's a 1 or a 0. It doesn't have variability there. Not like a joystick where you can control like every degree of motion. Shoot. Did you really just duck that, dude? Like, he like walked down and ducked it. That's crazy. Kind of do like a racing line where you go to the outside, hit the apex. Okay, so you're saying like go up on like the edge and then you come into it? But see, that's why I jump. The jump that I do accomplishes the exact same thing and always lands you in the middle of the slide. That's the reason I do the jump. Go ahead, BD, go get it. Go get it. Go get it. There we go. That ice slide. Yeah. And it's so funny because like when I did my controller playthrough of the game and I got to that slide, I was like, holy shit, this is so easy. This is so ridiculously easy. Like on controller, those slides are literally a non-issue. Like you don't even have to think about them. They don't matter. Which is crazy. Absolutely crazy. I'll try it though, Pretzel. I'm gonna still do my jump, but I'll try it and see how it goes. Let's go over here and get these guys first. So I aggroed the ranged troopers. The ranged troopers can't move. But what that'll allow me to do is as I step out, there's the first one. Step out, there's the second one. And so it allows me to control each individual element on the field, so to speak. Again, target these guys. If they red attack you, roll directly behind you. Because it's not consistent, Pretzel. Like me doing that jump, like even then sometimes I'll still mess it up. I would like to just go down the fucking slide the way normal people go down the slide by just making adjustments. But that doesn't feel consistent to me. Which is the whole reason why I came up with that other method. Alright, so we're gonna jump up here and then we're gonna edge forward. That should pull only the commander here. We're going to let them get close enough that I can force slow them from a distance. If you force slow them from a distance, they won't actually engage an attack. So they'll always be in like a low ready position where they won't be doing an attack. Because let's say that you force slow too late and they're going for an attack and you do it too late and you don't move out of the way, they can still hit you, right? So if you force slow them from a distance, their AI hasn't gotten close enough to engage on you to do that. So you'll it's one of those little micro adjustments that just minimizes risk a lot for low effort. I remember I lost you 100% run. I kept asking you questions during the slide and you missed. I don't remember that, but I'm not gonna say that didn't happen. I lost so many runs on that goddamn slide, bro. That it's unreal. So I went down into that just to save, which honestly I don't need to do. Because I'm gonna go use the meditation point right after this anyway. Actually, I went down twice because I felt it was more consistent than going back through the village. Really? But this is... I don't know, man. This feels so easy. Well, if you're doing no hit, then yeah. You would rather take on the environment than take on enemies, because it's not possible to, like, no hitting the slide is just don't fall. Right? That makes way more sense. For no hit, yeah, that makes way more sense. So we don't have to kill this guy, but a little bit extra XP. And it's completely safe because I force slow kill him. So then we're gonna come up here, we'll go ahead and rest. Now I'm gonna pick up 2 skills here. So we're gonna pick up survival skills only because it's required to get into this side. And then we're gonna pick up basically block increase, so that superior blocking. So I have more guard bar to block, which is gonna be absolutely required as a fallback in case I mess up this Philak up here and need to block his attack. Yeah, for no hit, what you're saying absolutely 100% makes sense. So for anybody that's in chat right now that doesn't know, or for anyone that watches the VOD later, what no hit is in Fallen Order, basically nothing can impact your character in any way that causes like a physical reaction, in that you can't get hit by any kind of an object. Any blaster bolts that come at you have to be perfectly deflected back. You can't just block them. So you can't just hold your saber up and block the attacks. That would count against you and would kill your run. So no hit is a very, 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 very difficult run to do. And Pretzel's, as far as I know, is the only one in the world that's done it. So, alright, so for this guy, we're just going to run up. Just run right into him. We're also going to run into the Skaz hole. So as you run to the Skaz hole, there's an animation of them, like grounds kind of trembling, and then they pop out, right? They're attackable within that animation, but they can't do damage to you. So it's a 100% safe benefit on your end to do that, to just run up to the Skaz hole and start swinging your saber. It also saves a bit of time because you don't have to wait for them to come out of the Skaz hole. Your saber strike will pull them out immediately. So I remember this guy can be a little buggy. A little buggy. Let's see if it happens. We should probably scan him. Being that is the only one we're going to kill in the entire run. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to force slow that guy and hide on the wall here. What that's going to do is it's going to make it so that the rocket trooper here cannot attack me. He doesn't have a line of sight on me. At least he thinks he doesn't, right? So you can see from like his vantage point, all you see is my saber. He can't see my body. Thank you for telling me I was muted. We're gonna force slow that guy. Once he shoots the rocket, we'll just dodge roll it, come up and kill him. Yeah, I'm sorry guys, I must have I was alt-tabbing over to minimize something and I must have hit the tilde key, which is right above tab. That's my hotkey for muting the mic, so I probably fat-fingered it. I apologize. But yeah, what I was saying about those two troopers when I was muted was, basically, alright, just wanted to verify I'm not muted anymore. Basically, it's just like what I did on the train, where you run in, you slow the one closest to you, insta-kill him, and then full send on the second guy. And then I was freaking out because the animation put me over the cliff, and I thought I was going to fall down. So, that's what you missed. That's what you missed. Alright, so we're going to get that. I'm going to go ahead and rest here. Just in case I need force for the section coming up, which usually I don't. So what we want to do here is we're going to get a bunch of enemies, right? So we've got quite a few enemies here. Our target to kill is this guy. This is the one we want dead first because he sinks all these other guys and he can throw grenades if he gets close enough to us. So we want him dead. We don't really have any control over that. It's just RNG. But game, give me my camera back. Thank you. Most of the time you'll get it, but if we don't, then whatever. But basically what we're going to do is we're going to pop out. I'm just going to force slow that guy. It's going to take 3 kills to hit that dude. So what I like to do is just pop back into cover. And then we're going to step back out as they re-engage. We'll kill them until they're all defeated. So all you're doing is you're using the game's AI against them. The AI in this game has to be able to see you to do damage. If they can't see you, they're going to seek you out. But the point is, if they can't see you, they will not attack you. So we're using the mountainside there to obstruct their vision so that as they shoot, I pop one back at them, and then I use the mount. I pop into the mountainside, and they're like, oh, we can't see him. They stop shooting, and then I pop back out, and I can prepare for the next one. So, very good strat. We're going to go ahead and open this door just to make sure that we can return down this way. Later, anyways. And we're going to edge forward here until these guys engage. Okay, we'll go down. We'll have one enemy. Still get the slow slide. Imagine that. We'll have that one enemy there. Not a big deal. You don't even have to necessarily perfect deflect his blaster shot. You could just hold guard if you wanted to and just go down. Yep. That can happen. I was actually waiting for that to happen too. That can happen on that scaz and the one in the village that we killed before I killed all those stormtroopers. So we're just edging forward until that first trooper sees us. Okay. You see the blaster bolt go right through his body? Alright, let's see what this guy does. Right. All I need is one hit on him. After that, we just full send on him. Get the perfect parry, and that finishes him off. We'll have one more guy up here to our left. Same thing, we'll just perfect parry him, finish him off. Oh my god. If you run into fans, you will take damage. I tried to force slow it, and it didn't work. When he went like this and then like pulled his hand back, like what the fuck, man? That's because the game isn't recognizing your force slow on the object that you're looking at, or that you're intending to force slow. So if I wouldn't have stopped, I would have ran right into that fan and I would have taken damage. That was way too close, man. So there's a scaz hole there. It's really hard to see. I'm like standing over it. So as you run in, just make sure you're swinging on that scaz hole at the right time. Get the scan on this door, which I guess technically I don't need to get now. We can get it later. All right, so for this guy, we need to run and get as close to him as possible without doing that. So he's gonna attack. I'm gonna wait for that attack before I do that. So when you get super close to those heavy gunners, they're always gonna melee you after they finish the volley. So what happened there was when I brought my saber up, I did it just slightly too late and deflected the first shot back to him, which interrupted his attack. So because of that, he then started moving backwards. If you don't do that and you run up and you just hold the saber and block all of his shots, he will never move backwards, which is what you want, because then you just walk up to his face. So, unlucky, but as long as you know what to expect if that happens, then it's fine. All right, so for this guy, we're just going to hold saber. By the time he gets done, we should be up here. We're going to force slow him, walk in, and just hit him 3 times. And that'll be that. Let's go ahead and get the scan on that guy. it was close. Yeah, Jedi Fallen Order is all about timing. This whole game could be summed up, like the combat in this game could all be summed up in that one word, timing. If you understand the timing in this game, you'll be good at this game. If you don't understand the timing, you're not going to be good at this game, and you're going to have a hard time. Alright, so we're going to go ahead, let this guy shoot at us. Okay, and then we're going to run up, and we'll have enough time to do this, but we're going to 1, 2, 3 this guy and go into the wall. Again, that will block. We're going to go over to this guy. 1, 2, 3. We're going to go back into the wall. Okay? When you're into the wall, if he hasn't already started to fire, he will not fire. So the way we're going to get him to fire so we can safely walk up to him is we're just going to dip out and come back in. He'll fire, and then we'll move forward. And that's it. Force slow is so good. Force slow is a very, very good ability.
Here.
Fall Gamer, thank you for the subscription, dude. Appreciate that, man. Welcome on in, dude. I forgot I had Overwatch stuff on there. Alright, so for this guy, we're just going to walk in, let him aggro. There's another guy around the corner, but he's not going to matter. So we're not even going to fight this guy. We're just going to full send on him with force slow because we don't need force here. Now, this is a technique that I haven't covered yet because this is the first time where I actually implement it. But in this game, the game is coded in such a way that when you're in combat, if you use any force ability, your force meter drains down, right? However, if you're not in combat, you don't lose any force. Your force meter doesn't exist. You have infinite force, okay? And they do this so, you know, if you need to slow, like the fan earlier, right? If I didn't have any force, that would suck. If you got there and you're like, oh, I want to go there, but now I don't have force, so I got to go find some, right? That would suck. That wouldn't feel good as the player. So they give you infinite force outside of combat. So we can use that to our advantage, whereas if we're not in combat, but I'm close enough to an enemy, I can use any force ability I want for free. And right now I have no force. I just used all of it on that last trooper. So what I'm going to do is there is an enemy right around this corner, but he can't see me yet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to angle my camera so that I can barely see him, and I'm going to force slow. The game will interact with that, but as you can see, I have no force, so I shouldn't have been able to do that. But because I was out of combat, it allows me to do it. So it's a really, really good technique that I'm going to use over and over and over and over again in this game. Especially once we get grasping pull. Okay. Slow that. We should be able just to run here. Good. Very good. Alright, so the dreaded slide that I was chatting with Pretzel about earlier, chat, that's coming up. It's right after these enemies. I fully expect to fall here and take damage, so if it happens, don't be surprised. Because I won't be. Alright. So I'm not going to necessarily be able to talk super detailed through this section, but I'll try and explain what I'm doing. So we're going to hit this guy, and then I'm going to deflect these two ranged troopers, however they end up shooting. Then we're gonna slow whichever guy's on the left, which should open up a lane on the right, similar to the train on Raqqa. Now I got here super fast, so I'm just gonna wait. I want to make sure that guy can't shoot me, and then I'm gonna go across. Now this is the slide that fucking sucks. At least for me. And I got it, thank God. Thank God. Yeah, grasping pull is like such a huge part of this run, Link. Such a huge part of this run. I get it. I get it right after you learn force pull in the Tomb of Mictral. So right, like literally as soon as I can get it, I get it. Because it is so useful for so many things. So grasping pull will not cost force as long as you are not in combat. And wait, if you're still around when I get to Dathomir, you will see how useful that is. Or, you know, if you watch this back, right? Like, watch the VOD back. You'll see just how useful that is with the strategies that I use to employ it to its greatest effect. Alright. Let's grab that. So we're gonna run up the left side here. And when we get super close to this Phylak, we're just gonna force slow him, which because we were not in combat yet, costs no force. And then we're just gonna run right by him. It's not even a big deal. He is not even a big deal. Dude, the sun is like full-blown showing through my window right now. And it's drowning out my green behind me. I just realized that. So just a note, guys. I actually have this in my guides, but this patch of dirt here is the boundary between where you will take damage from the spinning debris and where you will not. So before you leave this patch of dirt, you have to force slow this or you'll take a hit. Alright, while Cal's going down this, I'm gonna change the lighting in here because it's drowning me out. Alright, I'll see if that did anything better. That's a little better. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it was better with the light one. Or like the sunlight, I don't know. Let me know, what do you think? Is it better before or is it better now? If it was better before, I'll open it back up. Also, I need to split forward here. Okay, there we go. I turned around for a second. So the Tomb of Mictral, or sorry, Tomb of Ilram is like just leagues different than the Tomb of Mictral, like in difficulty. It's kind of crazy. Like puzzle-wise, it's not, but like combat-wise, it's so much easier than the second one. Okay, so we're gonna have 3 scaz here. We're gonna insta-kill this first one, and then we're gonna back up. And we're gonna let this wind here basically blow these guys into the wall. And so every time they get blown into the wall, so right there you could see it. There. They're taking damage. That's what I'm trying to point out here. So we're literally letting the environment kill them, and then we can move on. So really nice strat. I'm gonna go ahead and open this up. There's a Force Essence down here that I want to get. And the Force Essences that I get to increase my Force resource is just... It's not necessarily a requirement for anything in my run other than Gorgara on Dathomir. Okay, so we're going to make sure that this thing is settled to the left. So as it comes back to the left, we'll open this up. For some reason, if you do it as it starts settling to the right, sometimes it'll kind of skirt the socket and it won't make it in. Alright, so we have 3 scas in here. We're just going to come in, hit this one. I got pulled by the camera there. That was actually really dangerous. If it would have done like a red charge attack, I'd have gotten hit. Which would have been bad. And slightly embarrassing. Because the only reason my camera pulled like that was because I animation canceled the Force Essence. There are 2 Force Essences in the game, or 2 essences in the game that you can animation cancel. That's one of them. And normally I don't do that. I was trying to show off. Okay, so for this, we're just going to open this, and as soon as we can open it, we're going to close it. Or as soon as we can close it, we're going to close it. That's what I was trying to say. And that'll get us through. So we're going to skip this first platform, just jump on the second one. When I realized you could do that, it felt like it was like rocket science. I was like, like, oh my god, I can't believe this. What is this? Like, this is crazy. And now I look at it and I'm like, genius? Like, why didn't you think of that before? Why didn't you do that before? So we have this slow slide here. Hopefully I'll have enough momentum to get over. So I put this on my guide for Zepho, but there's an issue with the slide speed being different if you reload checkpoint. Basically, if you reload the game versus you don't reload the game. So if you don't reload the game, the entire time you're on Zepho, the first time, you're going to have this slow slide where your speed is drastically reduced going down it. However, if you like go to the main title screen and load back in, that will be completely different. And then once you leave Zepho for the first time, you fly to any other planet or whatever, and you come back, you'll never get the slow slide again. It will always be that faster. I don't know why that happens, but it can change up the distance you jump out on quite a few things. So the way the game wants you to do this is they want you to jump out and time it right so that you get pushed into that. I suck at doing that, so I came up with this strat where you would just jump up from here. Which seems way easier to me, and I don't necessarily think the devs intended that, but that's where it is. We're probably only going to get... Oh, yeah, we only got one. That's a bummer. The strategy there is to pull them in, and then I jump and hit that flower, and it explodes the enemy. Both of them. That time it only exploded the first one, so... Because he hit the flower right when I went to explode it, so it displaced his movement out. And then he walked into the flower and died anyways, so alright. Oh, works for me. You get this jump right. Okay. So we got one more scaz to deal with. We're just going to run in, hit him out of the scaz hole. And then for this jump, you're basically just going to align your left shoulder on the right side of this, and then just run straight. You do that, the wind will push you onto it. But the second one will just drop straight down. The third one will do the same thing. Left shoulder aligned, and run straight up. And so the only reason I point these little tiny details out to you guys like that is because for a casual run, that doesn't matter. For a challenge run where you're not trying to take damage consistently, those things matter. Alright. So we're going to get our first Guardian up here. He's either going to do a volley attack or a sweep attack, and we want the sweep attack, which he's not doing because he's a dick. So we're just going to run in a horseshoe around like this, and then straight to him. We'll dodge roll his attack. Hope he doesn't volley again, and go straight up. Oh, that's not good. Okay, game? That was so scary. That was so scary. What was that? What the hell was that? Oh my god. I felt all the blood rush into my face. What was that, dude? Man. Okay. Moving on. That didn't happen. Moving on. The section we're coming up to is basically a story section going through, getting hit with a bunch of rocks, and then phasing into a flashback. I'm going to speed through all that, and it's going to look really weird, so I apologize. Sometimes that can be a little disorienting for people. So here's another fun fact. Coming out of this, there is a variability to your force. So right there, you can see I lost like just a little bit of force. Just a little bit. That's actually a rare scenario. The common scenario is you lose actually like double that. Generally. I don't know what makes it different. I don't know if it's like the push timing on the ball hitting the target and oh, you get a better score than you did last time or something like that. I don't know. But that force loss coming out of that flashback is variable. It's never consistently the exact same. Yeah, so another echo. Okay. So what we're going to do here is we're going to speed through this cutscene, and then we're immediately have to fight this guardian as we look and walk forward. Oh my god. That was scary. And again, I don't know if you guys noticed. I jumped trying to dodge because Batman Arkham muscle memory. So I did the force push just a little bit too late there and almost got hit. Almost got hit. BD, I need you to come down to scan this, buddy. Okay, so we're gonna do that. And then we're gonna go fight this other one properly this time. We're gonna do this the right way, which is to hit a little bit far away, so I might not get all 3 hits here. Oh, I got him. Hit again. 1, 2, dead. Okay, that was the last enemy in the tomb. So it's just me against the environment now. As long as I don't fall and take fall damage, we should be good. I'm so stupid. Oh my god. I did the second one instead of the first one. This is what happens. This is what happens, guys, when you don't play. Oh god, that was a little too far. When you don't touch the game in like 6 months. Remembers the tiny combat details, forgets the puzzle details. And I force slowed it too slow. There we go. I'm gonna let this land and then force slow it because it's gonna roll. There we go, that's what we want. He never knew it hit him. Right? Oh my lord, man. I can't believe I messed that puzzle up. I don't know that I've ever messed that puzzle up since I learned it. That's crazy to me. Okay, so we're gonna go on this side now. We've got one echo to get. Now the trick to this is you jump at the end of the wall. If you do that, you'll go all the way up to the top. If you jump off the wall too early, you can actually miss the wall. Which would cause you to take fall damage, which would suck. Okay, so there we go. All right, we are done with the tomb now. We just have to get to the top and go up the elevator. Now I have like a checkpoint rule that when I exit the tomb, I need to have, up here at the top, I need to have 4 skill points available, and I do. So we're spot on with that. All right, so this is the one that I was thinking of when I did the last or that first time. This is what I was thinking of when I ran and jumped up here. All right, so we're gonna stand right here, and as soon as this opens, we should be able to push open the rock wall. We'll get this scan. It's a little bit, but we'll get it, because why not? Every little bit helps. And then for this, we're just going to shove it into the wall. One more time, and that's that. And then all we got to do is socket it in, and then we're out of here, man. And move on to a kind of a cool strat that I'm very proud of. Assuming I can get it to work right. So for this, we're just going to track it like you're playing like Apex or something. Just track it as it comes across and then slow it, push it. All right. So I am going to speed this up. Gotta socket this in first. I am going to speed this up using the trainer. We could potentially glitch through the elevator floor if we do, and so be it. Okay. Alright, first I want to rest, because if I don't do that, I will forget. Okay, so we want to get Agile Deflection. So we have 4 abilities. We're going to use all of them. We want Agile Deflection. That is priority 1. The reason we want that is for safety overall as we're sprinting around. And then more immediately for the ATST boss that we're going to have to fight in a second. So we're going to grab that. We're going to grab Force Attunement, because more Force is never a bad thing in this game. And then from there, we're basically going to pick up these 2 right here. Mass Push, which I'm going to need when I go down to the ice caves, for the Philac, and for the boss fight, and Enhanced Force Recovery. This just, every time I do an action towards an enemy, it will give me some more force back, which again, more force is not a bad thing, so we're going to pick that up. Okay, so I know I rested, but we're going to do it one more time. Okay, so as soon as we come off of this, I have to jump execute this first guy. If I do not, this strategy will not work. So we're going to jump execute that first guy, and then I'm going to force push the rocket. Now, the reason I paused was because I want you guys to be able to look at the force bar after I tell you this. So what you can do when you force push objects, so rockets, right? Or grenades or whatever, back towards enemies, is if the force wave connects outside of the range of the enemy, but within the range of the object, you will get it for free. So because I force pushed the rocket literally right before it was coming out. So imagine that my hand is the force wave. I'm starting over here. The rocket's about to come out. I throw the wave out, and the wave hits right here as the rocket leaves. The game does not see that as me using a force ability in combat, so it doesn't take any force. So when I go out of this menu, look at the force. You saw me do the force push. Look at the force bar. It's still full. Right, same thing with that one. Force bar is still full. So once we kill those two, we're going to run over here. And now we want to kill this commander that keeps firing at us. You don't need to worry about the rocket. Okay, what I do want to do is back up as that rocket trooper is walking over. And then I want to push his rocket right when it comes out. And if I do that, I should be able to blow up both of them. Because he walked in and then walked back a little bit, he got out of range of one of them, so it didn't explode that guy. But as he's coming in, if you kind of pop out right when you want him to stop, he'll shoot at you, and if you push that rocket right when it comes out of the tube, you'll kill all three people. Or at least I think you kill all three people. I know you'll kill him, and I know you'll kill the regular trooper. Maybe the commander takes half damage. I can't remember, but very good strategy for eliminating risk. Just take a bunch of guys out of play. And while you're doing that, as long as you're not standing on the tippy edge of it, the guy off to the right that we just blew up, that's shooting at you, will not be able to hit you. His rocket will always impact the surface you're standing on. So, very good strat. For this guy, normally I would run forward and just kill him with a force slow, but I want to show you guys this cool little trick, which is that the wind actually does damage to his guard. So the white bar under his green health bar, you can see every time he walks in, it goes down. So right there, he'll get stunned, and then we can go in and attack him. Again, normally I would just use force slow on him to kill him, but that's okay. So we're going to go through here just to get this echo, and then we're going to leave. All right, we're going to get this echo, and then as is tradition, we're going to do our homage to Harry Potter and Platform 9 3/4. It's like touching the Buddha for luck before you go down to the ice caves. So let's go down to the ice caves. So I have a very, very specific way I go down these slides, so I'm not touching any controls there, not touching any controls here either until the very end. We're doing a slight turn. And then for this one, not touching any controls until the very end. We'll do a slight turn to the left, and then we'll jump. Now this right here, there is an element of RNG on this rope that can cause you to miss it. It's very rare, but it can happen, so. Oh, P2, you're good, bro. No big deal, man. Life always comes first, dude. Life always comes first, man. All right, so we're going to rest here. And then normally what would happen, well, it will happen, is that as we run forward into this circular arena here, we're going to get a Jotaz that breaks through this wall. If you follow my path around the edge, you'll see that he will not engage you. His AI will not aggro you. So as long as you follow the outer edge of this area, you're perfectly safe. Yeah, Link, as far as I know, it is, man. That's the only one that I know of you can run into like that. So earlier I told you guys we were going to get mass push for a Philac. That's going to be this Philac right here. So what I'm going to do, the strategy is I'm going to jump over, and when I land, he eventually is going to charge at me. I'm going to roll that 45 degrees to the right, and I'm going to spank him on the ass with the force, and he's going to go right off the side of the cliff. Now, when you do that force push, you have to do a mass push. If you don't have the mass push ability and you just try and do a regular force push, he's not going to go anywhere, and he's going to turn around and laugh at you. So make sure that as you jump over this, target him up. You wait for him to charge. You go over and you slap him right off. So now what I need to do is I need to make sure that I know whether this trooper is alive or dead. So the reason this trooper is dead is not because the Skaz killed him, but because his buddy shot a rocket and killed both of them. So way to be a team player, right? So because he's dead, I'm going to approach this slightly different. And also I want to see what the orientation of these boxes are. If these boxes are in the path of my force push, I cannot force push there. Meaning you do not want to force push a rocket if you have other objects that your force push can interact with in front of you. Because what the game will do is 50% of the time it will prioritize that object. So as the rocket's coming, you're thinking you're going to force push the rocket and it's going to force push that box. You're going to take a rocket to the face. So what I'm going to do is, just to be super safe, I'm going to bait his shot in. Well, never mind. He's reloading, so we can just go ahead and move up. And then as he goes to shoot, boom, we connect that force wave before the rocket leaves the tube, so that as the rocket leaves the tube, they interact, and I use no force there. And then we're going to head up, and we're going to do this boss fight. Friendly fire was turned on. Exactly. Exactly. All right, let's speed through this so we can get out of this elevator quicker. Okay. So we have all of the abilities I want to have for this boss. Now we're just going to go do the boss. So I'm going to show you two different ways to do this, actually. Let's get this scan. First, we need to kill these guys. All right. So this is the way I usually do it, because I'm comfortable with the mechanics. So I'm going to explain this, and then I'll show you the second one. So what you're going to do is you're going to run forward just until this guy aggroes you. Okay? Once he aggroes, we're going to stand still. We're going to do deflect 1, deflect 2, and now he's going to do a rocket. As long as that rocket doesn't go vertical or do that, you get no force used. Okay? So as he's shooting, I'm going to back up. After this next shot, he's going to throw bombs. I'm going to wait for those to hit. We're going to force push as many of them as we can. I'm going to run by his leg. And as I run by his leg, he's going to drop grenades on either side, which holds him in place and allows me enough time to transition to the other side. So basically we switch sides here. Okay? And that's literally the strat. I'm just going to rinse and repeat this strat over and over again. And I want to make sure that I don't stand near any boxes that the interaction that I told you earlier could happen. So I'm going to run by his leg again. He'll drop grenades, giving me time to get super far on the other side. Okay. And again, we don't want to be standing by boxes so that when I go to do this force push, it interacts with the box and not the rocket or the bombs. Okay, he's going to do bombs again right there. And that's, well, almost the fight. Shoot me one time, dude. There we go. That's the fight. Okay. Make sure that we kill this guy. And that's it. So that would be the fight. So let me show you a different way to do that. So let's say that you're like, yo, I'm not comfortable running back and forth like that. That shit's scary to me. I'm not comfortable with all those grenades getting thrown at me. Okay, I got a strat for you. This is also a very good strat for if you're doing no skills, right? Because if you're doing no skills, you're not going to have superior blocking upgrade available to you to be able to block more damage against your saber. So if something happens, you mess up the timing on parrying these blaster shots back, and you do it too much, that can absolutely eat into your guard, and you could get your guard broke, and then you'll be vulnerable, right? So for the second strat, we have to go up this way, which means we're going to have to kill these 3 Skaz again, but who cares? We did it once before, we can do it again, right? So same strat, walk up just until he pops out. Then we're going to wait. for this guy to notice us eventually. And then when this guy comes out, we'll just run up, kill him. Okay, we're good. So, now we're going to head up to the top here. We're going to head to the high ground. And what we're going to do is I'm basically going to fight him from up here the entire time. What is the benefit in that? What I just told you. You don't have to move around really at all. And you don't have to worry about grenades. Now, grenades can sometimes get thrown up here, but that's very rare. To aggro him, we're going to run down the stairs, and then we're going to run back. Okay? And then we're going to sit right here and fight him from up here. Now, the benefit to this is that at any point you feel scared, you're like, holy shit, my guard's about to break, or you know, something bad is about to happen, I'm nervous. You can just back up. You literally just walk backwards and line of sight everything he's doing. Now, if he was closer, I would have pushed those grenades, and it's actually better pushing grenades from up here because as they're in the air, you can actually get more of them. But as you can see, there's a lot less moving parts here. Now, he might drop out of combat. He did. BD moved on my back, so I know he's out of combat. I can also put my saber away. If this happens, all you have to do is run down here and run back. Let's try and get the push on him. There we go. Look at him. Shredded him. Shredded him. Now, remember, you're still going to have this guy come out, so make sure that you come down, kill him, and there you go. But there's two different ways to do that AT. Both with no damage. So that's good. And we're on to the next flip. Let's get that. This is why I unlocked this door earlier when we came through the village. So I'm going to go ahead and rest here just to make sure I have full force. Okay. So we're going to have to kill some of the enemies in the village again because we rested, but that's fine. And it's not only because we rested there, it's because we rested so many places before this. Okay. I am going to walk over here to make this guy shoot at me, just in case I fall. I don't want him shooting at me. We're going to step out here, we're going to get shot at there. And there, there you go. It did, right? Link, that's what I'm talking about. That's one of the benefits of that second strategy is if you push those rockets or the grenades at the right time, you melt that ATST. Okay. So what we're going to do now, guys, is I am going to kill this one guy. Not going to kill the second. And we're going to run and we're going to rest here. Now, the reason I'm resting here is because the enemies ahead of me will change based on this decision. If I rest here, it gives me a different enemy composition. If I don't rest here, it gives me a different enemy composition, right? I don't want the first one, so we're going to rest to force the second one. Now, the downside to this, or the trade-off, is that everything I just killed is going to be spawned again. So when I come back to go to the ship, I'm going to have to deal with those enemies, but those enemies are much easier to deal with than the enemies up here. And basically the difference is if I don't rest, I get like 6 or 7 stormtroopers shooting me all at once. If I do rest, I get significantly less than that, and I'm able to do a different strategy. So we're going to edge forward here just until this door opens. Just need this door to open. Right there. So this is what I'm dealing with. 3 guys. If I wouldn't have rested, I would have had to deal with these, plus a ranged commander, plus, if I remember correctly, 3 or 4 more regular stormtroopers. So I think the trade-off is warranted. So what we're going to do is I want to edge forward just enough so I can force push that guy off the ledge. Now what that should do is it should make this guy run to me, right? Not a big deal. Boom. Or you could not work. That works too. There we go. It impacted the side of the mountain. All right, so not a big deal, right? We've been in a 1v1 the entire time. I pushed one guy off for free, no force used, deflected a blaster bolt, easy. Not a big deal. So what are we going to do for this guy? We're going to do absolutely nothing. We're just going to run right by him because he will never move out of that spot. Unless you literally walk right up to his face, he will never move from that spot. So we're not even going to deal with him. We're just going to go. Now we're going to have a bunch of enemies in front of us. These are the same enemies from earlier. And we're going to deal with them in the exact same way. Okay, so we're going to edge this forward just until the guy in front of me aggroes. There. Hopefully the blaster bolt doesn't glitch through his face again. Good. And then we just have to deal with this guy, which, you know, not a big deal. So he's going to red attack me. I know that because he started slowing down. He started walking. Okay. Then we'll just perfect parry this guy. Same thing we did before. Not a big deal. And that's it. Let's go get the scomp link so we can go get our double saber. Now, you can get the double saber. There's 3 places you can get the double saber in this game. You can get it on Dathomir. Basically, as soon as you leave Bogano. So the first time you go to Bogano, as you're leaving, you get on the ship. You don't have to come here. You can go straight back there. To Dathomir, you can get a double saber. However, that is way, way, way more risky than what I'm going to do here. The second way you can get a double saber is what we're going to do. Go back to Bogano. And if you do it properly, you don't even have to fight a single enemy to get it. Which obviously for a no damage run is the better method. The third way you can get it is to just not know it exists. And then when you get halfway through the game will force you to get it. Right before you fight the Ninth Sister, you'll be forced to. Hopefully I can spend enough time working on Assassin's Creed No Damage today and get it finished this week. Dude, if you can get that game finished this week, that's gonna be like so goddamn impressive. How did I not jump there? Anyways, let's force slow this guy twice. There we go. Easy kill on him. Yeah, if you get that run done this week, man, that's gonna be insane. Because there's just like, it's just so long. There's just so many things that can go wrong in those games. Like so many. I need you to open up again, door. Just gonna drop straight down. There is no fall damage in this game, guys, if you're falling onto a surface that you're allowed to be on. If you fall like off the map, then there's fall damage. If you fall onto a proper surface, you will take no damage, no matter the height. But yeah, P2, man, those games are just rough, bro. Like, I mean, you literally have to remember every single thing with that game. Obviously, all of the combat strategies, but also the approach. Go here to this rooftop, jump down, grab that specific ledge right there. You know, like, it's so much, man. Those runs were very difficult. Very difficult. Some much more so than others. So we got the guy in front of us that we didn't kill. As long as you jump, land, and don't go forward, he will not aggro, right? So we're just gonna horseshoe around this guy and go away. Leave him standing there on his all by himself. All right, so we're definitely going to rest here because I want force. And so the way we're going to handle these enemies is a little unique. So I'm going to aggro them and then I'm going to back up. And what they should do is jump over one at a time. And then we're just going to kill them. They basically jumped into my saber. This is the most dangerous part, but it's also cool. When you're able to pull off deflects this close to enemies, you feel like a badass. Like, you feel like a fucking Jedi. So we're only gonna kill that guy. I'm gonna drop down here, run forward, get that guy. That'll be the last enemy we fight on the planet, and now we're done. We're just gonna go back to the ship. And then go get our double saber, which will be very, very quick, very, very low risk. Like I said, if done properly, we don't fight a single thing. But yeah, P2, the like these challenge runs, man, like this is the level of like, at least in my opinion, this is one of the reasons why I feel I'm as successful as I am, is because I'm able to commit these details to memory. I haven't touched this game in 6 months and I still remember, you know, the vast majority, 95+% of all of the detailed strategies, whatever. Granted, I have a lot of time in this game, you know, spent when I was working towards getting that 100% no damage run. This is still the process, though. Like with all of the games, you know, when you're done running them, you know, you can brain dump it. And for the most part, for Assassin's Creed, that's what I've done. I've brain dumped most of it. I think Valhalla is the one I remember the most because it's the most recent and the one I spent the most time trying to work out because, as I was saying earlier in the stream, you know, I don't necessarily create runs from the ground up if I don't need to. I need to go back. There we go. For Valhalla, though, I couldn't look at anything that the speedrunners were doing because they were using a glitch that made them invisible, so then they didn't have to fight anybody. No one knew they were there. They were invisible the entire game. They just run through the game. So for Assassin's Creed Valhalla, I had to create... That 17.5-hour run was all on my back, 100%. So because of that, I remember so much of those details so well, even now. But like Assassin's Creed 1, for example, I did that like a year ago at this point. I guarantee you I could not go back and no damage it just off the top of my head like I'm doing right now with this game. Because there's so many details there that I just brain dumped. He's scared a Jedi from engaging him. He's like, man, that dude was so scared of me, he just ran away. That's funny. That's really funny. No, I didn't think of that, but that's hilarious. Okay, so to get the saber, we're just basically going to follow the exact same path I did before. Almost identical. And then we'll detour towards the end of it to grab the saber. And like I said earlier, this is the safest way to get double saber in the game. It's obviously not the best way if you want to have it as early as possible. But I literally just showed you how to get through every single thing up to this point on the hardest difficulty without taking damage. So, you should be okay. Alright, so we're going to go back the way we exited earlier. Except after we get this scan, we're going to drop straight down. Right here. And now what this does is it puts me right back like the first time I was on Bogano. And we're going to do the same strategy. We're going to go down this zip. We're going to execute this bog rat. I'm again going to have the Ogdo and the bog rat. We're going to like just edge this forward. and he got stuck. So that's bad. There we go. Anyways, the Ogdo glitched. He jumped to go to the bog rat like he's supposed to, and glitched and just went straight down. If you guys didn't notice that. Which can happen. It, 1 out of every 10 or 15 times you do this, that'll happen. Basically, you just run around. If I felt super threatened there, all I would do is I would force slow the Ogdo and then just keep running. Anyways, so once we get up here, we're not going to go forward like we did last time. We're going to go across the pipe like when we left the first time. We're going to push this bridge, and we're going to go across. Now, the reason I do that is, 1, consistency of strategy. I don't have to remember a new strategy. I just do the same thing I did the first time. And then 2, I don't have to fight any of those enemies that are back there. Okay. So, we're going to move forward. And this is all the new stuff, right? We haven't been over in this area yet because we didn't have force push to get over here. So all we're going to do is we're going to go to the top of here. We're going to go into the room. We're going to pick up an essence, which will be number 2 of 3 for our force upgrade. And then we're going to grab the saber. I'm going to speed through this because I can't animation cancel that one. There are 2 scans to get here. We'll go ahead and get them. I don't remember how much XP they give us. I imagine it's little. Yeah, that first one was very little. And so was that one. So those aren't really worth it. Okay, so I'm going to speed through this. This will give us the double saber. We'll get the prompt. As soon as I click through this prompt, we're running, hauling ass for the door, and we're not going to stop. Because there's going to be a bunch of splocks that spawn in this room, and we want to get the hell out. We don't want to have to fight those. So once we make it up to the top, you can see they're not aggroed onto us anymore. They're leaving. And that's it. We have double saber now. And we didn't have to fight a single thing to get it. And now we're right back basically where we started. We run straight. The exact same way we exited the first time. And we'll get on the ship and we'll go to Kashyyyk. And see if I can remember how to do Kashyyyk. Where's my live timer on this? Oh, there it is. Okay. 2 hours, 14 minutes. So maybe when we get done with Kashyyyk, take a quick break. All right. Split forward. So let's do the seed trick here, assuming I'm able to interact with it. I'm not, because I didn't grab a seed. So never mind. So there's a speed running trick you can do where, as long as you've grabbed a seed from somewhere, oh, never mind. So if I interact with this and leave it, it'll cut off the dialogue that happens. So every time you fly to a planet, Grease will talk or Seer will talk. Somebody will have a conversation, right? If you go to that thing, once you're like in the air and you're, going, and you interact with it and then immediately back out of it, it will stop that. It will cut that dialogue out. And then as soon as the next area is loaded in the game, you'll be able to just sit in the seat and go. So it saves a bit of time. Not like a dramatic amount of time, but it does save some time. Okay, so what I'm about to do here, guys, is going to look really fucking weird, and I apologize, but you cannot take damage here. So until I get to the top of the AT-AT, we are going to play the game at 10 times the normal speed. So again, I apologize. I know this is going to be really crazy. But for speed's sake, that's what we're gonna do. Okay. So, the strategy for this next room, if I remember correctly, is I immediately come up. There's going to be 3 guys. Middle guy, I'm going to force push him back to displace him and slow him down from being able to move with the guy on the right. I'm going to perfect parry the guy on the right, kill him, wait for the second guy, perfect parry him, kill him, and then we're going to walk forward on the commander, force slow him twice, and he's dead. That's what should happen. Let's see if I can do it. No hesitation. Let's just do it. And if it doesn't work out, that sucks. That sucks. Because now they're both going to come at me. There we go. All right. The reason that didn't work, like it worked, I just messed up the parry timing, which threw the strat off, but that's okay, we got through it. Why am I missing force? Hopefully I have enough. Let's find out. Yep, I'm good. I thought I had full force. What did I use force on? Okay, we're gonna speed through this section as well, guys. This section, you can't take damage, you can't fail it. In fact, you don't even really have to shoot anything other than that guy. So we're not even going to shoot this ST, we're just going to walk through it. And again, because you cannot skip cutscenes in this game, that is why we use this tool to speed up the game. To a max of 10 times, just so we can get through this stuff. Now you're still going to hear the audio, because we can't speed the audio up. They're 2 separate files. Let's go ahead and get the Gonk droid scan, because why not? I'm pretty sure it's near nothing, but... And we'll get that one too. Alright, so we don't want to step on the webs. That'll pull in a Wii Shock, which we do not want to fight. Go ahead and speed through that. And cut the power. So we'll force slow that, just because my OCD, man. I like this thing to be level. I think on New Game Plus you'd be able to skip the cutscenes since you... Yeah, I know, man. It's unfortunate that they didn't put that in. So what we're going to do here is we're going to run to the edge, mass push those guys. Sometimes you'll be able to get it off without losing any force, sometimes not. It really doesn't matter because you're going to be able to rest here in a second. Alright, let's go ahead and move up. We'll get a cutscene here, we're just going to speed through it. Again, this is why the dialogue is turned off, because if I had dialogue on, you would hear all of this dialogue play out at the normal rate. So we're going to jump down, we'll get this echo. And again, if it's not obvious, I don't think I've explicitly mentioned it or stated it. We're getting all these echoes so that we can increase the amount of XP we're getting, i.e. increase the amount of skills we can get. Speed through this. Okay, so let's go ahead and rest, and we're gonna pick up some skills. I'm gonna pick up 2. Actually 3. So we're gonna go ahead and get Dash Strike, not because I need it. There's only one place in the entire game that I use it. But we're gonna pick that up because I want Sprint Strike. Sprint Strike, if you told me I had to play the whole game and I could only have one ability, it would be Sprint Strike. Sprint Strike gives you so much option, utility, and it's just such a good combat ability for so many enemies and so many scenarios that it is a must-have unless you're doing the skills run, which if you want to see what that looks like, it's on the channel. But yeah, so we definitely want to pick this ability up. So if you've never played this game with Sprint Strike, get Sprint Strike. And then watch how I utilize it, and it will make sense. Aside from that, we'll go ahead and pick up Greater Force Attunement. Again, this will give me more force, which is not a bad thing. And that'll be that. So we already rested. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go Double Saber. And before I engage these enemies, we're going to go ahead and get this Echo. So what I'm going to do, let's let the Echo fade. There we go. So what we have is 5 enemies, right? 1 with a commander. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk to the edge and I'm going to deflect as many of these as I can. If for whatever reason I feel threatened, we're going to walk backwards to this tree. Very easy. All right. So now we're going to have 1, 2, 3 enemies, if I remember correctly. Sorry, droid. I need your scan. So we're going to wait until all 3 enemies are walking towards us. The guy in the back usually likes to point his finger at like some random thing. So you want to wait until he gets done doing that. And then we're going to move back and we're going to stand right here. I'm going to wait for all 3 of them to gather at the bottom of this area. No hands. I'm just waiting. So as soon as they all gather, we're going to walk behind this tree, and magically they're going to lose their eyesight. They're not going to be able to see Jedi anymore for some reason. And they're going to walk away. And guess what we're going to do? We're just going to drop down. Kill them. That's one of the funniest strats in the entire game. And the reason for that is because there are so many enemies that I will make drop out of combat throughout this run. Those are the only enemies that after you make them drop out, no longer give a shit. Like they don't look at you again or anything. So I don't know why, but those 3 enemies are the only ones I know of in the game that once they drop out of combat, they don't care about you anymore. Astromech was innocent. But I needed his scan. Alright, so we're going to go aggro this guy. If I can do it properly. There we go. So we have Sprint Strike now. So normally I would have to wait for this guy, the melee commander, to attack me first. To then open up the opportunity, right? I don't need to do that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to run in. I'm going to Sprint Strike him. If I remember correctly, he will then parry me, or he will go to hit me and I'll have to parry him. If not, then we'll Sprint Strike him, hit him 2 times, and then kill him. So let's see what happens. There we go. Easy. F's in chat for the fucking astromech. Oh. They were monsters. Or what does he say? They're animals, and I slaughtered them like animals. I had to, man. I had to. Alright, so let's get to our first Purge Trooper. This is the Electro Staff Purge Trooper, I believe. The first thing we're going to do is I'm going to roll away from him because he has a low % possibility of red attacking me. Then we're going to target him up and see what he does. So for this one, I'm going to let him spin. All right, we'll hit him not twice. Now we can hit him twice, or not. I didn't dodge that because I'm dumb. That's a hit, I'll mark it in a second. I don't know why in my head I was thinking I could hit him twice. I can't, I can only hit him once. I forgot that, that's a detail. Come on. Alright, so I don't want to kill him when he's on the side there, so I need to back up, force slow him, and kill him. So, if you kill this guy and he lands like right up against this wall, you can see I can't move any further into it, right? If you happen to kill him and he lands on either side, doesn't really matter, but he lands on the wall like this, you will not be able to scan him. For whatever reason, it will bug out and you will not be able to scan him. So. Good to know. And that's the only one that we're going to fight in the game that I will have the opportunity to scan. So you have to scan him. Because that is a huge chunk of XP. Alright, P2, thanks, man. Alright, so I'm not going to speed through this because there's a rare chance you can get shot coming out of this cutscene. So what we're going to do is I'm going to wait until they're all dead. Then we're going to kill that guy and we're going to come back here and just chill. I'm going to speed through this just to make it a little bit more bearable. Because sometimes you have to wait quite a while. Where did they go? Oh, they're there. Okay. We should be out of combat. Yep, we're out of combat. So I'm going to speed this up. You can see they're passing back. Okay. Now, once they're back in their defaults, we're going to push, push, and push. Having them, the flame troopers, impact a solid object sets their canisters to explode and kills them instantly. So, make sure that you do that. All right. I can't believe actually I can believe I took that hit. For whatever reason in my head, it was like I could hit them twice. And I was just standing still trying to process that I was not able to hit him twice. And then saw the red attack coming and just didn't dodge it at all. Just stood there and took it. Okay. That's okay though. Alright, so for this guy, what we're gonna do is I want him to look at me. And if he doesn't look at me, then I'm gonna, as he goes to fire, I'm just gonna hit him. And the reason why I'm standing this close to him is because you can hit that barrel will explode. Okay, perfect, that's best case scenario. That's what you want to happen. You want to kill the guy in front of you, and you want the guy across the way to look at you. It doesn't always happen, but the majority of the time it will. That way you can get the perfect deflect on him, he'll be dead, and then when you exit, you don't have to worry about him being in your face. So, we're going to skirt around this area, because if you hit that web, you're going to have to fight the albino reshot, which is the world boss. And for any percent, we don't want to do that. We don't need to take that risk. I know I did Ogdo Bogdo, but that was just for the meme. So if we weren't able to get that guy, we would have to step out, force slow him or whatever. You could force push him is another good option. But you'd have to deal with him here. And we're going to get this scan. And we're going to move forward. So the strategy that I'm going to do here is solely dependent on you having sprint strike. So this will be like our first like real big use of this, and the reason for that is if we do this strat properly, we will insta-kill the guy on the left. So you have this big gray patch of floor here. So when we hit this, we're going to be looking at this guy, and if it goes properly, which 95% of the time it does, very rarely does it not, the game should pull my attack and hit this guy. Very rarely, like I said, it will pull to this guy and hit him. If it does, so be it. Jesus Christ. Oh well, whatever. Just get all kinds of bad RNG. Doesn't the albino we shot give some decent XP, or is it not worth the risk? So in my opinion, it's not worth the risk. You can't insta-kill the albino we shot like you can the regular ones. So you have to completely fight it out. And just like all the other world bosses, the timing from the regular variant to the world boss variant is very different. Like, if I wanted to go fight him, could I? Yes. But I just think that the risk versus reward is not justifiable in that instance. So what we're going to do here is we need mass push for this strategy, but basically I'm going to walk forward. There's going to be a gold wire on the ground. So right there. As my foot touches that wire, I'm going to look towards these two guys, force push them off. And then we want to have double saber out. The reason I want double saber out is because as these other two melee filter to me, I'm going to perfect parry them. And perfect parrying with a double saber gives you different animation interactions than a single saber. And some of the single saber ones, similar to like when I was on Zepho and I thought I was going off the ledge, when I perfect parried that one trooper, that could happen here. And if it pulls me into line of sight of these two range troopers, I could get shot. So I'm going to sit right here where they can't see me, and I'm going to perfect parry those guys with double saber out. If for whatever reason anything goes wrong here, you basically turn around, jump back, go rest, reset the area, and then we'll do it again. Okay. So no animation there at all. No animation there at all, and that's why I use double saber for that instance. Okay. So I am going to show you guys a strategy that I came up with that is very, very hard to pull off and technically very risky unless you know what the hell you're doing, and I haven't done it in half a year. So we'll see if I get hit. But I think it's really cool, as this is a 100% me strategy that I created. Nobody else in the community wants to fucking do it. But I think it's pretty cool. So let's try it out and see how it goes. I'm not really going to explain it. All I'm going to tell you is I'm going to hide in a closet. I need to do some perfect dodges. And if I do everything right, this guy will lose sight of me and I'll kill him for free. That's what I'll say to that. If you really want to know the details of this strategy, I have a guide for this boss on the channel. That I go into depth, or I go in depth on explaining how to do all this. But since this is so damn technical and I haven't done it in so long, let's see if I can even pull it off. Alright. Just stop fucking moving, dude. Thank you! It's cheesy, I know. But it makes me feel good. That strategy is just too fucking funny. Very, very difficult to pull off. I mean, it's not. It's difficult to learn. Once you understand all the moving pieces to it, it's very simple. And the reason that I like that strategy, and the reason I advocate for that strategy, and I defend that strategy, is because I did 2 dodge rolls. Technically you could say 3, but that was just to get ahead of him so I could get to the closet earlier. But where I could have been attacked, I did 2 dodges. See how many dodges other people do when they do that fight. That's all I'll say about that. Alright, let's make sure we get this jump, because sometimes that can bug. Okay, and then we're going to go back here, and we're going to get the ability to hack the KX droids. I'm going to cut that for later, get this, and we'll be good to go. Now that KX droid that I just did that on is literally no different than any of the other KX droids in the game. Has the exact same abilities, everything. And I will actually fight KX droids, not many, but like towards the very end of the game, I'll have to fight some of them straight up. So you can do that, I can do that. It's just the ones I don't have to fight straight up, there's no reason to take the risk. No damage running, like, is literally just risk mitigation. How low can you push the risk of any given scenario or instance to make you least likely to take damage in it? That guy will stand up and automatically die because the game doesn't want his AI on that platform. I can't remember. Can I slow this guy before I jump across? Yes. So I went to like slow him again and it just didn't happen. I don't know why. It just did not work. So, whatever. Okay, so let's do this. Didn't work again. What is going on, dude? That's kind of weird, man. Did I not hit the right button? Number one is the button. I'm pretty sure I hit that. Okay, good. We'll have one scan up here right when we get up to this, which I think is near nothing. Grabbed one on Bogano. Grabbed one here, so I think I need this one. Trying to remember how many Force Essences I have. I think I have 2 of 3 right now. No, I have... Where did I get the third one? Where was the... Oh, it was in the tomb when I did the puzzle. That's right. Okay. Well, whatever. It doesn't matter. Alright, so for this area we're going to have a bunch of ranged troopers and a KX droid. I will not fight this KX droid straight up. There's no reason to. I'll show you why in a second. So let's aggro him in. And then he'll drop out right there. So what we're going to do is we're going to dash in, go out. He'll do one more attack. 1, 2, 3. We go in, out. He'll do one more attack. He's always going to do 2 attacks on that door. On the next attack we do, he should be hackable. There we go. Shit. Forgot. If you're not targeted to him, it will slide off of him. Let's speed through this. Okay, now all we gotta do is the hardest section on Kashyyyk. Well, the first visit to Kashyyyk anyway. And then we'll be good to leave. Go back to Zepho. I'm very pleased, very pleasantly pleased with how much of this I've remembered. For 6+ months of not touching this game. And that one hit being just me being stupid, trying to rationalize what the hell was happening. Okay. So I'm gonna be... maybe quiet, I don't know. I always say I'm gonna be quiet and then I start running my mouth. But this section is very difficult. Very, very difficult. So when we get up here, we're gonna have to deal with a KX droid and we're gonna have to deal with 2 flame troopers. And so my priority is the flame troopers, not the KX droid. However, from the time you touch this elevator, you have 2.5 minutes before an ATST comes in. So I have to get all of the enemies before that dead, which is usually not a problem. But this first section with these flame troopers are the hardest part because you want them to be synced, i.e. you want them to be shooting at the same time. If they get off cadence, then you're gonna have a really hard time dealing with them. So, you're gonna see me running around in a circle a lot. That's to try and keep them synced and also away from me. And then in between them firing at me, I'll do the damage that I can on the KX droid. And then when he's able to be hacked, we'll hack him and let him beat the shit out of the flame troopers. So that'll be for the first part. The second part, I'll try and talk to as I'm going through it. First thing we want to do here, though, is jump and force slow this guy, which was not good. Okay, so I'm going to try and sync them up right here. Boom, boom. They're both synced, shooting at the same time, which is good. Okay, now my objective is to sync them up. Boom, boom. They're synced. We're moving. That was really fucking close. Okay, they're ready to sync again. We're gonna sync them up. Boom, boom. Wait for the KX droid. Okay, we're gonna sync them up. BD's hacking the droid. And now the droid should go beat their face in. And all I'm gonna do is stay away from the fight. Now where I want to be is that door right there. But I'm going to wait over here because he's pushing them towards that direction and I don't want to get burnt from them attacking him. So now that he's going to be pushing that guy back, I can safely move over to this area. Okay, perfect. Now he is in my way, which kind of sucks. I want him to be further up the platform, but he's not. So my strategy here is going to be 4 enemies that drop. I'm going to wait for all of them to look at him. And then I'm gonna move. Get the kill on that guy and I'm gonna back up. They're all still on that droid except for this guy. So we'll perfect parry kill him. And then I need to move forward. What I need is for the droid to die. That would be ideal. Well, you can see there's a ATST coming in. I need that guy dead so that when this comes in, I almost killed it. Almost killed it before it went active. I saw the missile. You're not sneaky. I saw it. Okay. Well, there's the rooftop done no damage. I messed up on the jump. I was in the wrong position. So when I was jumping up to hit the legs as it was flying in, I wasn't able to get as many hits. If I would have gotten all the hits needed, I would have killed that thing before it ever went active to even attack. So, unfortunate, but that's okay. We got through it. All right, let's speed through this. I won't be able to speed through the dialogue that follows. You have to sit and wait. But we can speed through this cutscene. So this I can't speed through. And I think once we land on Zepho, I'm going to take a quick break just to use the restroom, grab another water, and then stretch my legs, and we'll come back and keep going. My goal is to get through the whole game today. I have 4 hours from right now, and I also need to eat, so. The link gets. You'd be surprised how many times you push grenades into those guys, and they just lift off, dude. And I'm gonna speed through this. Hopefully we don't glitch through the elevator. Make sure single saber is out, because we'll need that when we get to Zepho. And that's it. That's Kashyyyk done. No damage minus that stupid hit. Let's split forward. I'll let them just have their dialogue here. Not a bad run though so far. Not a bad run at all. Also, for those of you who are still hanging or lurking, thank you guys for being here. For those who are watching this after the fact, thank you for the gift of your time and attention. Right? I had one happen on Ilum that like went so high into the air. I clipped it on Twitch like forever ago. Man, that one's the funniest one that I've seen to date. Okay, I am going to leave it here. Let's go ahead and swap over to this. I'll leave you guys with this cool music. And I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm just gonna go hit the head, grab a drink, stretch my legs, and then we'll get right back into this. So I'll see you guys back in a second. All right, guys. Oh man, this music's so relaxing. I always forget. It's so nice. Okay. Let's go ahead. So Zepho, so let's go through about another hour of stuff. And then I'm gonna take like a break to get some lunch. It'll be like 10 minutes or something. Maybe I'll come back and we'll just hang out while I eat. But regardless, I'm gonna do lunch. And then we'll get, like I said, as far as we can with this run before I have to head out for the day, which will be in about 4 hours. Is she? Hi, Kyla. Hi, I love you. That's my daughter for anyone that's in or watching this after it's live. Or Pumpkin is my wife, and I guess my daughter is up there watching. Okay, so let's pop back over. And let's do it. Forgot about the sear slowdown. Also, let me back up a bit. I feel like I'm too close. Okay, single saber is out. I need to make sure single saber is out for when we get to the bottom of the slide here to the ice caves. So for the two enemies here, we're just going to run up and mass push both of these. Usually I get that with one push, but it doesn't matter because I didn't use any force. Also, let me make sure, okay. So I wanted to, just to show you guys what I was checking, I wanted to make sure that I didn't accidentally hit one of these buttons and turn like infinite force or health or anything on. So just, I want to make sure it's legit. Okay. Did I not get this scan? Okay. All right, so here we go. This ice slide is the second worst in the game for mouse and keyboard, but we got through it. Getaway, what's up, man? Welcome on in. Thank you for joining us. So we're gonna go ahead, push that rocket back, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna wait for this this trooper and this Skaz to duke it out. The trooper should win. If he doesn't, then whatever. So he should win right here on this hit. We're gonna go in, sprint strike him in the back, and he's dead. So now what we're gonna do, to keep my promise to you guys, I told you we're not fighting any more Philax. Past that first one, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to let this guy charge us in almost a reverse fashion of the first one we did when we came down the ice slide. We're going to let him charge. He's going to get on here. We're going to spank his ass off the side of the cliff using the force. So that's what we're going to do. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, the Arkham Asylum run was hell on earth to do. That game was so ridiculous. I made an announcement earlier in the stream. I got Arkham City done last night. Well, like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It's been uploaded. Let's check on it. We'll do that together. I'm curious to see if it's done yet. I did the voiceover stuff for it last night, for the commentary, and then I uploaded it last night at around 10, 11 o'clock my time. So let's see if it's ready. Because if it is, I'll release it out tonight. But just to show you guys. It is, God, you can't see it because of my camera. So let's do this. It's right here. So it's still processing. YouTube's still doing their algorithm and stuff. So as soon as it's done, I will have it out to you guys. But that one was really fun and way easier to get done because the combat system in City is so much better and like more polished than Asylum. Asylum was hell on earth because of the system. Yeah, the combat system is just really rough. You're doing Arkham Knight now? That's my favorite. Hands down my favorite. I think Arkham City has my favorite boss fights in the game. They're not too simple, but they're not overly complex. They're very they feel rewarding. Like if you really understand the mechanics, to no damage one of those fights feels really rewarding. Arkham Knight, had some boss fights, they were all right. But the combat in Arkham Knight, the combat is 10 out of 10, man. The combat in Arkham Knight is unparalleled to any of the other entries, which makes sense because it's the latest game, so to speak, right? So it should have the best combat. The combat in that game is so amazing. Yeah, dude. So I'm going to get on Origin soon. I know quite a few people have been asking me to do Stray, even though can't really take damage in Stray. You just get killed, I guess. But I know a lot of people have been asking me to do Stray, so I'm playing through Stray right now as a first playthrough, and I'll see how I feel about it. If I feel good about it, then I'll do it. If not, then I'm going to keep working on Origins. I've been working on Origins for about the last week and a half. So I've already done Knight, Serpent. Arkham Knight No Damage was the very first Arkham series game that I no damage, and I did that like over a year ago now, I think. Let's look. We'll check it together. Videos. Let's see here. Let me do this so you guys can see what I'm seeing. Arkham Knight. Where are you? Is it really that long ago? There it is, right there. 6 hours, 7 minutes, 24 seconds. July 10th, so a year ago. Like, a little bit over a year ago. About a month and some change over a year ago. They don't have commentary, though. I didn't start doing commentary until recently because I didn't even think about it. No people wanted to hear me talk about any of this. So everything before the God of War 2018 No Damage run has no commentary. So with that said, if anyone is looking at these runs, if you have questions, I know a couple of people are trying to do some of these runs. I know somebody right now on Twitch that's using my God of War 2018 run and trying to also do it. So if you guys have any questions about any of this stuff, just message me. I respond to every single person as long as, the comment is, not like a troll thing or like hate speech or something crazy like that. Okay, let's go ahead and jump back. All right, so anyways, we're gonna bring this guy in. I'm gonna slap his booty off the side of the cliff. That's the strat here. So we're gonna force slow him, 1 to aggro him, and 2 to give me enough time to go back. We're gonna wait for him to charge. I'm not gonna target him. I'm just gonna do this, and then we're gonna push him off. And that's the strat. Also, let me swap back over to this. So, thinking once this stream is over, I'm going to go back to finish watching the Spider-Man No Damage VOD. Nice, Link, dude. How are you liking that so far, man? So I was saying this earlier to people that not on the stream, but in the video update and announcements that I did like last week or whatever, that I'm going to pick up the games when they port over to PC. And I want to do a Miles Morales No Damage run. But I was trying to think of what could I do on PC for just like the regular Spider-Man. And so I was thinking maybe, because the Spider-Man No Damage run that I have now is a New Game Plus where I have all like the abilities and stuff. So maybe do like a raw No Damage where you don't have any of that. I mean, that would be considerably harder, but I'm all about doing what you guys want to see. So if you guys have suggestions, if you want to see a game no damaged, just let me know and I'll tackle it. And if I think it's actually doable, I'll do it. Awesome, Link. That's great, man. That game was a lot of fun. That's the first game too that I've ever done on console. For obvious reasons, I didn't have a choice, right? It doesn't exist on PC yet, but that game was. There were so many issues with me doing that game because it was on console. Like, practicing sections, God, really anything in that game was hell on earth because, on PC it's easy to just make a save state, you drag a file over, and there you go. You got the save, right? On console, it's so much harder to do that, and then Aiming on console is so much harder than aiming with a mouse, right? It's and there were some challenges. There were some very unique challenges to doing that run. Yeah, Link, I think so too. So Days Gone, I've had quite a few people ask for that. So one of the things I have, I'll just show you guys real quick. For anyone that's not in the Discord, and yes, I am promoting a little bit here, just a little bit. So in the Discord, I have an entire section on challenge running, right? So this is everything that we've done at the time that it happened, and then this is the list of every no damage run that I've done. And then this is my challenge queue. These are the things that people have asked for, you know, more than one person, right? But like, people have asked for that they want to see. So right now at the top of the list, Batman Arkham series, that's what I'm doing. These are not necessarily in like priority order. It's just a list of stuff, right? But this was what I decided I wanted to tackle next. So that's what we've been doing. But this is where you guys can put that stuff right here in challenge suggestions. Even when I asked about, you know, what suit should I do for the Spider-Man run, right? And obviously the dark suit won out, but we had that conversation right here in Discord. So the Discord is not necessarily like a me thing where like I'm on there talking all the time. I want it to be a you guys talking, and then I will, you know, come in and say what I say, you know, when I have time, you know, given how busy life can be sometimes. So, but yeah, there's a section right there, or you guys, you know, leave those things in the comment section of videos or whatever. But I like that type of feedback. I like to know what you guys want to see, because a lot of the time, you know, I'm trying to like, okay, well, what's the next thing I'm going to do? And usually I'm looking ahead, what's releasing, right? So Gotham Knights, God of War, Ragnarok, things like that. You know, games that I know are going to be big, that a lot of people are going to be playing and may want to see played at a very high level of skill. And so that's kind of been where the mind's been. But when I get into not issues, but when I get into moments like now where there's not really any big games releasing that people are looking for, it's like, okay, well, let me touch on the backlog, right? And so that's why I started going through the Arkham series. Star Wars Force Unleashed. I've had quite a few people ask for those too. I haven't played those since they released, and I don't really remember the combat or really the systems at all. So I'm not sure if they're doable for no damage, but if they are, I wouldn't be opposed to routing it out and figuring it out. Not at all. Because for challenge running, like, that's the thing I like the most about challenge running. Is you're trying to do something that probably wasn't intended. I don't know why I walked off that pipe. You don't want to do that. But you're trying to do something that in most cases was never intended by the developers. Like, they put systems into the games that would allow for it, but the difficulty of getting it done is not something that anybody ever thought somebody would do, right? So I really like creating the strategy, understanding how the cogs turn, you know, how the AI works in the game, and then what I can do to make it work for me instead of against me. That's where I get the most joy out of challenge running, so I'm not opposed to trying things that might be difficult or might not be necessarily doable, because that discovery process is where I get a lot of my kicks from. So for this, these two guys, I like to do this strat. Sometimes it works, where I go and I hit one of them and it pulls the other one in, and then I just start edging forward, and usually I can get both of them to shoot in a way that I can get both of them like that. But yeah, I might have to give Days Gone like a look, man. I've probably had Days Gone suggested to me more than anything else that's like super mainstream. And I've never played it. I don't own it. But I wouldn't be opposed to picking it up and playing it and giving it a go. I know the other, like in the same genre, other things people want me to do is The Last of Us, but I don't know if I want to do, after doing Spider-Man on console, I don't know if I want to do something else on console. That requires you to aim. Like if it was like a Metroidvania like type game or something, I wouldn't be opposed to it, but if you have to do like a heavy amount of aiming, I don't know that I want to do something like that on console. Nier Automata. The difficulty that makes you die in a single hit. I thought Devil May Cry had that. I thought that was a Devil May Cry thing where you would die in a single hit. I'd love to do no damage. Any tips? It really comes down to approach. Getaway, sorry. It really comes down to approach. So I've talked about this several times in like interviews and podcasts and stuff, but the way that I approach these things, I have 3 rules. It has, like, whatever my strategy is for any given area has to reduce risk as low as possible. It has to be very, very consistent, and it has to be very repeatable. And so consistent and repeatability sound very similar, but they're not the way that I define them. So consistent is I have to be able to consistently do them over and over and over again, and they're not super difficult to execute. Repeatability is on the game's part. The game has to repeat the same action, or enemies repeat the same path or whatever, right? But the game has to be very repeatable in what it does. And you could interchange those. You could say the game has to be very consistent, and I have to be able to be very repeatable in the strategy either way, but that's the point. So any strategy that I do, that's the foundational baseline for how I approach it. And then from there, it's what can you do? Because in every situation, you're not going to be able to get that. Like in Arkham City, I just finished that, right? The area that you do at the very end of the game, where you defeat all the enemies in Wonder Tower and then you go confront Hugo Strange. There is a lot of RNG in that area. In fact, I almost got shot for that RNG, or there was a bug, I'm not sure, but something didn't go right. That went right, the 10 runs that I did before that. You're not always going to be able to control every aspect, but you need to know about those things and have them in the back of your mind and make sure that your strategy is taking account for those things. So for example, the next enemies that we're about to fight is a very crazy ass strategy. It's going to look very weird and it can mess up. I've lost runs because of this strategy, but when the strategy works, it is the best way to do this fight coming up because it's the least risky way to approach it. So it's things like that I would suggest if you want to get into challenge running. Make sure that your process and your approach makes sense, and then make sure that your mental state is in the right place. Because challenge running is a hobby where you will fail 99% of the time. And you have to be okay failing 99% of the time. It only takes you one time to get it. But there's going to be a lot of failing up to that point. And some people, they can't handle failing like that. So that would be my second piece of advice. My third piece of advice would be start with a game that you really love and you're passionate about. Because if you're trying to do a game that you hate, it's miserable. If you're trying to do a game that you love, it doesn't matter. Because whether you pass or fail it, you're enjoying what you're doing. So those would be my 3 suggestions on if you want to get into doing challenge runs, specifically no damage. Take those 3 points of advice, start there, and then when it comes down to how do you go through it, the way that I approach it, and I explained this earlier in the stream, was I just go and I segment the entire thing. So for example, when I started with Jedi Fallen Order, I did Braca, which is the first split, and I'm referencing the stuff up there on the right side of the screen. Started with Braca and went through Zepho. If I could go from the start of the game to landing on Zepho over and over and over again without taking damage, good, check mark, move on. Now we're going to do from the start of the game all the way until I get on this split to Zepho 2, right? If I can do that over and over again without taking damage, good, let's move on. And I just keep adding until now you've got the whole game. And the reason I like doing that is because you drive, you pound, you nail in the strategies that come before it, right? Because you're doing them over and over and over again, every time, over and over and over again, all the way until you get to the bottom. So then it solidifies, it hammers home all of the muscle memory for everything that came before it, because you've done that more than you've been successful doing any of the later stuff. So that would be my advice. Last of Us No Damage would be really more on stealth and aiming most of the time. True, but there are parts where you're gonna have to aim. You know, when you those sections, and I played The Last of Us when it first came out, like a long time ago. But those sections, I remember sections where you would have humans just like shooting at you, right? Something goes wrong, or it's a scripted sequence or whatever, and you've got people just shooting at you. And so now you have to shoot them. Being able to quickly aim and boom, headshot, would be very beneficial, or I could see that being very beneficial. Whether that's the truth or not, I don't know. I'd have to replay the game again and really eye it for that to know for certain. Okay. So like I mentioned a second ago, the strategy I'm about to do here is very technical. It's very cheesy. But it is the best way to approach this when it works. And it works 85% of the time. When it doesn't work, you just have to fall back on your skills and knowledge of the game mechanics and be good. It won't be the first guy. I'm going to kill the first guy, but 2 KX droids, that's what I'm going to be doing. And I'll try and explain that as I go through it. Okay, so we want these guys to run after us. Really hope that guy doesn't chase me, and he's chasing me. Okay, so this is the strategy. We're going to kill one of them. I just need one of them to die. After that, we can fight the other one, no problem. I don't want to fight both. Okay, if I can help it. So what the strategy is every time I drop to this position, they're going to walk in. Every time I jump up to here, they're going to lose track of me. And so I'm going to incrementally walk them in until one is close enough for me to attack it. And so I messed up the jump there, as you saw, and if that happens and they're too close, you will take a hit. Now, if I'm lucky, this guy will stay put. If I'm unlucky, he walks back, and if I'm really unlucky, he's out of range. And I'm almost dead certain that this is out of range. Okay, so we got to do it again. The fact that they're both really, really close is very dangerous. This is very, very bad RNG, very dangerous. Perfect. That's what I want, right? So he's stuck. What I'm going to do is I'm going to back up. Just going to hit him once. Because I don't want to fall off this thing. And there's no way that I can control falling off of this thing. If it happens, it happens. And that's where the danger of this strategy comes in. But is this safer than fighting both of them? Yes, it is. If I fall off here, though, I probably take a hit. So, hold on to your butts. What I want is, as soon as he goes hackable, I cannot hack him. BD will not hack him from up here. So I have to finish him off. We're going to do that with overhead slashes. See, I almost fell off right there. Okay, that's one done. Now we don't care. Now it doesn't matter. We just fight it normal. There you go. Easy peasy, man. All right. That is another strategy similar. I guess all the strategies that the no damage community hates are the ones that I create around KX droids. as the KX droid strat on Kashyyyk that I showed you. Nobody wants to do that. They hate it. And then this strategy, no one wants to do it. They hate it. So, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. But maybe they don't like it because it's so cheesy. Which, it's very cheesy. Alright. So the bridge, very, very fun strat. It's very technical strat. There's a lot of moving pieces to it that you need to be like eyeing, but very, very fun strat. So as soon as we land, I am going to run and stay right here until the heavy gets done shooting. So you see that we've got a bunch of guys up here. So what I'm going to do is we're going to jump up on this ledge and I'm going to move back and forth. Now what this does is it re-engages the AI in the game. It says, hey, I'm right here. Come get me. And then they run as far as they can go and they say, I can't see above the horizon, or I can't see below the horizon, so I guess he's gone. So when that happens and they all gather, I drop down. They're going to drop out of combat. And then we're just going to mass push every one of these guys off the side. Just like that. That's the bridge. Very easy. So we're going to run into our first... what is this guy called? Electro baton Purge Trooper? So we're going to drop down. He'll engage. You know that he's engaged because my force bar came up at the bottom of the screen. And I'm going to let him run up. And at some point, about 60 to 75% down this way, he's going to drop out of combat. You'll see him put his sabers down. Okay? When he does that, we're going to dash strike in, and I'm going to roll out. You have to force slow him. That's okay. You got to force slow him. Okay, he puts his sabers down. Force slow, dash in, he's dead. So, another enemy we didn't even have to fight. No risk there. And this is what you're looking for if you're trying to do no damage. If you are trying to no damage a game, you are looking for ways to make the game's code work for you. I.e. that those enemies are coded at a certain point to literally stop every action and walk back to where they started. So that's what we're taking advantage of here. We're going to turn around and go back up here because this is a huge chunk of experience. Oh, I remember it being huge. That was alright. Like a medium size. Yeah, I know like a lot of people, and specifically the Jedi Fallen Order no damage community. They hate cheesy. They hate cheesy anything. And it's like, well, the objective is to no damage the game. Or at least as I define it. I don't give a fuck what it looks like. Okay. So now we're on to our second fight with the second sister. And again, I'm not going to talk a whole lot through this. I have a dedicated guide on the channel for this. For this whole run, actually. I did a breakdown in, I think it's like 30-something episodes of the 100% no damage run on the hardest difficulty of this game. So I'm not going to talk to this one a lot. But if you guys do have questions, let me know and I'll answer them. So we got to hit her, if I remember correctly, 2 more times. I actually struck her too early there because I forgot she did the jump up. So now she should jump around the room. You have to do 8 hits to her. So she'll do 1. We'll run in 2, 3. On this one, she'll charge at me. And I'm just going to dump all my force into her. So when this fight is over is if you look at the top of the screen, the word second, the N in second, when her health is over that, the fight is done. Yeah, let's see what she does. So that's how I like to do that, and that's the fight. Normally when she does the kick up, I run around and then sprint straight back into her. Blasty, what's up, man? Thank you, dude. I like the way I think too. It's beneficial sometimes. Other times it's like, because sometimes, like when I was doing the Assassin's Creed stuff, you know, I would look at what the speedrunners were doing. Because again, I don't like to reinvent the wheel if I don't need to. And I'd be like, damn, that's really smart. I would have never thought of that. So, there are a lot of those moments in the progression of starting, you know, a game challenge and then finishing it. Generally, every title, there's like a fucking Einstein moment there. Alright, Tomb of Mictral. I actually like this, and we're gonna get Grasping Pull here, and then the game really ramps, guys. Like, we look like fucking badasses once we get that ability. With no damage, you have to learn every attack pattern every enemy does, right? Ideally, yes. I don't want to say you can't be successful with not knowing, because that's not true. So, for example, the last Trilophyte, the advice that I give to people on Reddit when they're having issues with that, or if they're watching my guide and they're like, dude, this is too much for me, I don't understand. Is that, for example, that last Trilophyte, just pick one ability, one animation that she does for an ability, and just learn that one, right? So that whenever she starts to do that, you're like, oh, this is that ability, right? Every other ability she does, as soon as she starts it, roll backwards and it'll stop. So like things like that, and that's mostly true. When she calls droid or something, you can't do that. But for the vast majority of her attacks, you could just like roll backwards and she'll just stop doing it because you outrange her attack, and then her AI goes, oh, I can't hit him, let me move closer, and the game prioritizes that movement forward. So you could be successful, but really, if you're doing a challenge run, you really want to understand the game well enough to know all of it. So what I'm going to do here, guys, is I'm going to move forward, which is going to aggro, well, it's not going to aggro to me, but it's going to cause these guys to activate, right? Their AI turns on and now they're fighting each other. And what I want to do is I want to go over, and as soon as that happens, I want to be very quiet and I just want to listen. Okay, so all 5 orbs were shot. Did he kill the enemies? It looks like he did. Because he did, I'm going to immediately come out of here. What I want to do is force slow him, push this wall, and fucking haul ass. Okay? If you want a more detailed understanding of that, because there's several scenarios that can play out based on what you hear, check the guide. But that is... in my opinion, that's the best way to get through that area. Anything you do other than that is really, really risky. Because of the RNG that can happen and the placement of the stormtroopers versus how he attacks them. Okay. Alright, so for this, we're going to push this open. Should aggro some of these guys to shoot at me. And I'm going to back up here, that way only these 2 can shoot at me, and line of sight the other 2. Okay? Then we'll pop back out once those are dead. We'll kill this guy. Now, I know from experience, he's down here, which is not ideal. That's bad. Very, very bad. So what we're going to do, to be safe, is I'm going to back up and let those guys reset. Okay? Again, you'll always know if you're out of combat. You can check it 2 ways. Can you put your lightsaber away? Which I can. And has BD moved on your back? BD will never move on your back during combat. He's always static. So if you're out of combat, excuse me, you'll see that BD will move, and that's how you'll know as well. So now that we're out of combat, these guys should have shifted back, which they are. So I'm going to walk back in. We'll kill that guy, and then I'm just going to go ahead and drop. And what the strat is here is I just want these guys to gather together, be very, very close together. And I want to bring them very close to this edge, and then we're going to push them off. And we can use every bit of force there because there's a save point right up here, and we don't need any force before that. So that's how we'll do that. Forgot to hit the panel. Yeah, grasping pull, man. It's coming. Yeah, Link, exactly, dude. It, like, again, some people have this, like, ridiculous... Well, I think. Everybody's different, right? Let me say this. A challenge run is personal. You're never compete... It's not a speed run where you compete against other people's times, right? And then, oh, this dude had an amazing strat. I have to do that now. I have to do that because that's the best way to do it. And if I don't do that, I'm not fast enough. And I automatically set myself up for failure. Challenge running is very personal. You can approach it however the hell you want. You can just run through it and fight everything and be crazy. And if you enjoy that, fucking go for it, dude. You're not competing against other people. You're only competing against yourself and the game. So, you know, everyone's got their own rules. Everyone's got their own way of approaching these type of things. My big ones are no damage has to be done consistently. It can't be segmented. So I can't like, oh, I took damage. Let me reload from the last checkpoint and then keep going. No, if I take damage, it goes all the way to the beginning. Obviously not this run, right? This is a fun run, but for any like real run that I do, if I take damage anywhere, restart, unless it's developer damage that you can't get around. You can't lower difficulties to make something easier or to make the enemies easier. You can't, like I said earlier, reload or restart from checkpoints unless it's for something that doesn't have any bearing on the combat situation. So for example, in God of War, I do an XP grind where I reload to gain XP, right? I'm not skirting out of the potential for damage there. Because we're going to do the fight. We're going to do the fight. I'm just using a system that exists in the game to get me a bunch of XP early so that it makes the rest of the game on a more level playing field instead of you being always behind the curve up until about halfway through. So, you know, things like that, I allow. Developer intended damage, if I'm doing some type of grind for experience or money like I did in Assassin's Creed Unity, things like that I allow. But outside of that, that's it. I don't care what the strategy looks like. I don't care if it exploits enemy AI, you know, in the way that I'm doing it here. We're like, oh, they dropped out of combat or whatever, because I walked to a certain place. I don't care about that. In my opinion, that's you being a smart challenge runner, making it easier for yourself. Other people don't share that view, but that's okay because, again, challenge running is a very personal thing and you're not competing with other people. You're competing only against yourself. Yeah, Blasty, yeah. The, oh shit, I almost ran right into that guy. Yeah, that goes back to what I was saying earlier. Every single moment of the game where I could potentially take damage, one of my main concerns is the strategy that I use has to push that risk as low as possible, i.e. make it easier for myself. Which again, I credit my process to my success. Full stop. And my stomach is gurgling because it's hungry, so. When we get done with Mixtral, I'll probably take a break and grab some food. Yeah, exactly, man. when I did Assassin's Creed Unity, it became very apparent to me very, very quickly that the difficulty for that run was going to be based on your gear. Not necessarily your skill, but the gear that you have. Which, personally, I hate when games do that. But that's the world that we were living in for that. So, oh, he actually got hit from that. That's kind of cool. Usually if you hit, like, if the damage floats onto the other one, they die. They don't just take half damage. Okay, I've got to do a hard push on that one. Sometimes the like regular push versus mass push reacts differently on distance. So. And if he should move. We'll get him over here. He'll probably go back into combat with me. We'll get him right here. He was just slightly too far out. Okay. We gotta push this back, and then we gotta go back up. But yeah, anyways, on Unity, it just became apparent really early that I needed to do an XP grind. So I did my research to figure out how that was possible, figured out the best way to do that and least risky way, and then put a caveat on it for the no damage run, which was if I messed it up and got drawn into combat, I had to play it out. I couldn't just reload. I would have to play it out. Which is the same limitation that I put on the God of War one. If I fuck it up somehow, I have to play it out. That's it. Which, if that happened in God of War, I would have just restarted the whole run. Because in God of War, that wasn't an option. I needed the experience. Same thing with Unity. If it happened, I would just restart the entire game. Alright, so for this guy, we need to back all the way up. He'll drop down, slightly move out. We'll 1, 2 push. He should go over the side. Oh man, what the hell am I gonna have for lunch, dude? I made some like turkey chili last night, some like healthy turkey chili. I might have that. That sounds really fucking good right now. Okay, so similar to if you weren't here when I was on Zepho, this is another example of understanding that force used outside of combat doesn't count. So we're going to force slow this guy out of combat. We'll then enter combat and we'll be able to kill him for free. So, just like that. Now the camera spin is kind of a pain in the ass. I didn't properly control the camera spin, so that's fine. But we got through it without taking damage, so. E2, welcome back, bud. Alright, so let's go ahead. We're going to open this, and then as soon as it gets up here, we're going to close and run forward and grab the wall. You don't actually have to slow the wall here. On mouse and keyboard. On controller, for whatever reason, I couldn't make it work. But on mouse and keyboard, it works every time. Yeah, Cass, yeah, I'm gonna eat that, I think. Because that sounds so good, and my stomach is rumbling, man. I don't mind the RPG aspects of a run, since it allows for unique builds, but a game centered around a lot of grinding really sucks. Well, that's the problem. That was my problem with Assassin's Creed Unity, and that's why I did the money grind to get all the money, was to buy the gear that I would need, and then to also offset the money. Because if you just play, anybody that like has played Unity a lot will understand, if you just play the main story, never do a side quest, you never do anything, which for an any % no damage run, that's ideal. You don't want to do extra stuff, because then that's extra risk, right? When you run through that game, if you just play the main story, you will never have enough money for anything you need. You'll always be behind. So you have to augment somewhere to make sure you have enough money to buy gadget refills or whatever, right? So it became apparent very, very quickly when I was prepping to do the Unity run that I was gonna have to grind somewhere. And I chose to do that at the earliest point that I could do it, which was, I think, like an hour and a half into the game. And then the grind took like an hour. Alright, so this Philak's gonna be just like the other ones, guys. We're gonna just shove his ass right off the side. Funny how there's a reoccurring strategy here, right? I forgot to hit the panel. That's another thing that I'll say that I try to do differently than a lot of other people do. Is if you have areas where you have to return through them, I like to do them as close to the same strategy as possible. Because then your muscle memory, like if you just go on autopilot and you're just going, your muscle memory will take over and it's like, okay, I'm doing the same thing, doing the same thing, doing the same thing that I was doing before, doing the same thing, right? It's harder to mess up. If you have a different strategy for every single time you go through that section when it's not necessarily required or warranted, then that's just extra that you have to remember. And that can make it much harder. It's not always controllable because, you know, you come back through an area a second time and the game developers like put a different enemy composition there or different number of enemies there or whatever. So if you notice at the bottom of the screen, straight in the middle, my force bar is up, that means I'm in combat. Can't put my saber away, right? Because I'm in combat. That's because I rested and the Philak is looking for me. So we want to slowly go through this because those rocks do have physics-based interactions. And until that disappears, you can actually get stuck on it, which can cause you to fall off. So we're going to wait until all of those rocks clear so there's no physics interaction issues. And then what I'm going to do is I'm basically going to walk up and let this guy come to me. And then we're going to sprint strike, dodge roll back. This is just to break his guard. Once his guard is broke, we're going to do an overhead. We're going to do an overhead, slow, and an overhead to kill him flat out. Then what I'm going to do is we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 scaz holes. I'm going to walk, not run, because if I sprint, I'm going to do a sprint strike, which will auto-kill the scaz. We don't want that. I'm going to walk to each of them, hit them 3 times, and kill them to regain force. And if done properly, as I walk away from this, I should have full force or damn near close to full force. It looks like we're going to have full. Yep, good. Okay, so that force is required in case something goes wrong down here. This strategy can be a little iffy sometimes. And when I say iffy, I mean on the RNG of the enemies, not on the strategy itself, like placement. I do have to be perfect and hit this guy, which I don't remember the timing of, but we got it. We're going to drop down right here. That should stop the melee, but keep the ranged guys. If I'm super lucky, I can get one of these guys. Boom! There we go. 900 IQ, right? This last guy, we could fight him. We absolutely could fight him, right? We've done it so many times in the run, but do I need to? Nope. So why take the risk? Just gonna run right by him. Okay, so that's that. So the most embarrassing loss of a run in this game happened right here on this pillar. I thought that I was on this third pillar, which has a platform under it, and I was like, okay, I'm on the third one, and I let go. I chose to let go of the wall, fell straight down and took damage. And I was on a 100% no damage attempt. And I was like, wow, I can't believe I just fucking did that, because I thought I was right here. So if anything crazy happens to you and you're trying to do a run, happens to the best of us. You sabotage yourself, it happens to the best of us. Okay. So the sarcophagus, man. I need to get a sip of water before we do this. This is gonna be a lot of explaining. Yeah, I mean, Blasty, like the cutscene skip things are not the worst thing in the world because we have the trainer to speed through them. Obviously, speeding through is slower than just skipping. It's not like that bad if you've got the skip, like the speed increase. Okay. So we've rested. I need double saver. Saver, Jesus. I was reading Survivor on your comment. I said Savior. I hope Survivor comes with it too, man. I've talked to the devs for both Fallen Order and Survivor. I know quite a few of them. I follow them on Twitter. You know, we DM, we chit chat. I had an hour-and-a-half conversation with one of them a month ago. And they are very well aware of the challenge run community and our thoughts on this game. Whether they implement cutscene skip or not, I don't know, but I know that they are aware. In fact, I would not be surprised if there are various things you can do in this game that you can't do in the second one, because me and the lead combat designer have teased each other back and forth. So, if he makes shit hard, super hard, I take full responsibility. Well, I take partial responsibility. The other half goes to Thundi. Alright, so the strategy here, I'm going to shove this guy right off the sarcophagus. We're going to back up. We're going to perfect parry these two guys, or deflect. And then I need to move all the way up here, and I need to wait. Now this will be a very good example. I want you guys to be very, very attentive to this. Watch for when BD moves on my back. That is when I can put my saber away and I'm not in combat. When that happens, I'm going to shove this guy over the side. So right there, I'm out of combat. Boom. That guy goes right over the side, and I'm going to run all the way back. What that's going to do is it's going to pull the enemies. It should pull both. It's only pulling one now. That's fine. All the way back, and then I'm going to run in. Hey, I'm still out of combat. I'm going to force shove that guy over. I'm going to do the same thing again. Run back. Hopefully he runs to the left. I kind of messed it up because I hesitated. We should still be able to get this guy, though. Perfect. He's going. So now we're going to come back here and we're going to wait. As I'm out of combat, I have to wait until he puts the staff on his back. I can't push him until that happens. So there it goes. As soon as it's done, boom, he goes off. And that's the sarcophagus without ever having to go up there to fight anybody. No, can I speed? No, you can't speed through the slow motion part. Link, thanks, dude. That would be cool as shit. I don't think they would ever do that. But that would be so cool. That would be so cool, man. Yeah, so if you guys play this game on PC, you can download this. I believe it's in the description of the video. If it's not, I'll put it in there once the stream is done. But this mod is out there for anybody that wants to download it. And so we got the Hayate logo, which I called the community Phalanx Squad. That was the first like top 1% MMO like team that I ever put together. So I used that name, but and I think it's on the mod online. But we've got that logo, or the logo on both sides, and then this and Orobesh is a condensed version of like the motto here, right? Which is nothing given, nothing taken, everything earned. I had to cut some of it out to make it fit. I think this one says nothing given, everything earned. But yeah, dude, if they put something like that in the game, for me, dude, I would backflip out of my chair easily. Probably wouldn't land the flip, but I would do it. Because holy shit, that would be so cool. Cal, I need you to work with me and go up, bud. So you don't actually have to jump this. If he just works. Go up, please. Go up, please. Don't make me jump this. I want to prove a point, and you're embarrassing me right now. There you go. Thank you. You don't have to jump up any of these areas. All you got to do is hit the right spot and hold up. Driving right now, trying to find a spot to relax, study, AC2, no damage. Sounds good, man. Yeah, it's gonna take a lot of study, dude. All right. So we have some things we need to pick up now. We should have 4 skill points, which we do. Bottom of the screen, dead center. So here's what we're going to pick up. We are absolutely picking up Howling Push. I need this ability for the arena and for several other areas in the game. Have to pick this up. Done. Okay. Then we're going to pick up Grasping Pull. I've been touting that ability this whole day, so done. We're picking it up. After that, we would be picking up this ability, but I can't do that yet, okay, because I need 2 skill points. So once I get 2 skill points, I will pick that ability up, and I have to have that one before we go to the arena. So before we go into the arena, I need to get that. Otherwise, we're on track with all the skill acquisition. Yeah, wait till you see this, Link. Wait till you see this. Maybe that's what I'll do. I'll go get captured and then take a break and eat. And then we'll do the arena. So this strategy that I'm about to explain to you guys after we kill this droid is very, very technical. It's very hard to pull off consistently. And even knowing all of the details for it, it's still not a guarantee I'll be able to pull it off. And this is a strategy that I created, so I know it very, very well. But there is an element of RNG to it. So, I haven't scanned one of these guys? Really? Okay, we'll scan the next one. Okay, so first thing we need to do is we need to stop the walls and then hope these guys are standing in the right spots, which they are not. The back 2 are exactly where they should be. The front 2 are not. This guy should be standing right here, similar to that guy. He's too far over to the right. Therefore, I know ahead of time going into this, the strategy's probably not going to work. I have 2 options. I can go back, rest, reset the enemies, and try it again. Or I can just go forward. I'm going to go forward because I have a backup strat to deal with this if it doesn't work. So what this strat is Cal's left boot. The left boot, from the middle of his foot to the toe, needs to be on this second square on the left. Okay? And the way you get that is just kind of edge it forward. Okay, I don't like that placement. Let's come back. Now, this isn't an exact science. This is just kind of my method, but you can see, okay, close enough, right? We're good. Then I need to look directly forward, and we are going to Howling Push. If done properly and you've got good RNG, every single one of these guys will fall into the hole and die. There you go. So that is that strat. I'm glad that it worked so I could show it to you guys. I'm so good at this game, brother. Started working on this run, was going exceptionally well. Nice, good to hear. And I started other runs, Origami, Resident Evil 2 Remake, etc. Have a Nice Death now. Assassin's Creed 2. Yeah, dude. Assassin's Creed 2, well, Have a Nice Death is probably the most frustrating one that you'll have done out of all of that, to include Assassin's Creed 2. Assassin's Creed 2 is going to be the one that tests your stamina. It's such a long run, man. All right, so we're going to jump over to this one, and then we're going to hold guard, and I need to get the right timing for this. So I'm just going to wait. Okay, I think I've got it. Boom. Okay, I'm going to wait, just test his timing. One more time, just to test. I want him to be still. Okay, I've got it. Boom. And then we're going to jump back over. And hopefully I'll get the scan on this, because I don't know why I didn't scan this before. Nope. Can I get it down here? Nope. Okay. Alright, so for this Tomb Guardian, you have to remember, you have to know that you have to force pull this one. You can't force push this. So we have to force pull. So I'll always make an out loud reminder to myself about that. Good. 1, 2, and he's dead. And every time you kill a Guardian in that way, you get full force back on it, so it's not a big deal to dump all your force. Alright, so let's go ahead and swing across. We're going to open this gate, and then I'm going to aggro these guys and run back. Well, I'm going to aggro these guys, kill one of the droids, and then run back. Okay, so here we go. Now, if I'm lucky, this droid will not kill all of these guys. I do not want that to happen. And I'm thinking he might kill a bunch of them. Yep. As long as there's one, it doesn't matter. So we're going to go all the way back. And we're going to wait. What's going to happen is that the droid's going to come forward and stop. The guy's going to go to the left, or he's going to come to the center and stop. When I go to engage this droid, that guy's going to go to the... So you can see he's moving to the left. And now what I'm going to do, whether I have one or I had all of them, it doesn't matter, they would all be over there. I just opened up myself a lane to run straight through without any risk. Now you want them to be alive, because if you kill all of the enemies, then new enemies spawn in basically right where I'm running through, and we don't want that to happen. Hopefully the game doesn't bug here. I can't tell you how many runs I've lost right there on that rope. Due to bug. And we're going to get that echo. Now, because I have agile deflection, which allows me to run and automatically block blaster bolts, I don't have to stop and fight anybody here. We're just going to keep running straight through. Once we get to the top, we'll go down into this meditation point. Enemy aggro drops. We'll rest, and then we'll move on. And go around. Alright, so new enemies. What are we going to do here? Absolutely nothing. Hands off the keyboard and mouse. I'm just going to wait. I'm going to speed up the game because I don't want to wait forever, but you would just wait here. And what we were looking for is all of the enemies to be dead except for 2. And that's going to be the Guardian, which is right here. And this guy, which should be dead, but he's not, so that sucks. Do I want to deal with this? I can't remember if these guys are going to aggro. The Philax should have killed them, and he did not. That's probably a byproduct of me speeding up the game. So what do I want to do here? I'm going to play it safe. We're going to go and reset. I'm going to play it safe, and we're just going to reset. If I knew right off the top of my head right now that the guy over there would not shoot at me while I fight the Guardian, I would just go. But because I don't know that for certain, I don't want to get down there, have to deal with him shooting at me and that at the same time. So we just reset the enemies, let them fight it out again. I'm going to speed this up in a different way, and we'll hopefully not get the Philax killed. Okay, Philax is not dead. Good. Let's make sure everyone here is dead. They are. So now, we're going to drop down and fight this guy. Okay, you should do a power attack. Good. 1, 2, 3, he's dead. We get full force back, and we'll move on. I consider the stormtroopers to let the Jedi they're shooting at meditate. Yeah, so funny game design choice there. When you click the interaction button on the meditation point, you cannot take damage. You're invincible when you do that. So I'm gonna turn this off and see if I can do the cool kid way, and if not, then whatever. So we're gonna come up here and see if this guy aggroes to me. In fact, I want him to aggro. Screw it. Let's make him aggro to me. Because I haven't done this in so long, I would rather him aggro to me. Come on. There we go. He's dead. So, the cool kid way of doing this is to throw and slow. There we go. And then pull it back and hope it doesn't hit the water. If you do that, you don't need the mag lift, the magnetic beam, whatever you want to call it. No, I forgot to pull it. That's a bummer. I forgot the setup. I mean, I guess technically you can throw it at the right like angle to get that. Whatever. Okay, let's do this again. Throw and slow. And then bring it back. Time on this game has to be perfect. I know it's the same mechanics on AC2 with the hidden blade and deflex time. Oh, if you time too early, you'll get... So the one thing that I've seen you doing, brother, that I think is insane, like you're making it way harder for yourself. I mean, you are, but you're not. Like if you've got the skill, then it doesn't matter. Is that you are fighting everybody with your hidden blade. My rule was I fight everybody with a sword because it's much more generous on the parry timing to get the insta-kill. And then for any of the heavies, you always go barehanded. You take their weapon and kill them with it. That was my go-to rules for fighting enemies in that game. And so you've been fighting the fuck out of everybody with that hidden blade. I was like, man, the parry timing on that is so tight versus the sword. You could do the same thing with the sword. But again, like I said earlier, challenge running is a personal thing, man. There's no one right way to do it. It's you versus the game and you versus yourself. Never versus any other person. So we're going to go until we get captured, guys, and then I'm going to take a break to go get food. I'll probably bring it back here. I don't like eating on stream, but if you guys don't have a problem with it, I'll probably just eat here. And then we can get back into it. Otherwise, I can eat away from the stream and then be back 15 minutes or something. That'll be the plan. Oh, man. It's very challenging. Very challenging. Let me put the split forward. I mean, other than that hit that I like literally stood there and took because I was trying to process what the hell was happening. This has been a really good run. Very, very good run. And I'm pleasantly surprised by how much I've remembered. Alright, so we already have 2 skill points, so like I said earlier, I need this before the arena, so I'm just going to go ahead and get it now. And then we only have a couple of enemies ahead of us, and then a bounty hunter, which we're going to make the bounty hunter look like a clown, dude. A literal clown. As long as I can remember the strat. And so as soon as we let go, we execute. I'm gonna go ahead and pick this up. The only reason I'm picking this up is for Ilum. Otherwise, I do not need this ability. And even then, you don't need it for Ilum necessarily. It's just the better strategy. If it doesn't work, we can just go with the backup one. Alright, so we're going to disable this field. I'll go ahead and pull Double Saber out, because I will need it. Game, what was that? Like, I jumped and just nothing happened. He didn't grab or anything. So if I do this right here properly, I should be able to kill both of these guys or one. So let's go ahead and pull Single Saber out. Didn't get shit. That sucks. So if you get the right angle there, when you do the push, it'll shove them into that, those like 3 triangular cylinders, or containers, and either both of them will die or one of them dies, and if one of them doesn't die, he'll be laying on the ground. You just run up and sprint strike him. Hidden blade only run for no damage. Good luck, man. This is doable. But good luck. Because so many of my strategies, man, are like throwing knife, like smoke bomb. Like you can't use any of that if that's the case. Alright, so what I need to do is I'm going to run forward. If I go too much further, these guys are going to activate, and I don't want that. What I want is I want BD to open that, and then I want him to open the other one if possible. I'm going to have to activate them for that. So I'm going to have him activate that. I'm going to grab this, and then we should be able to run straight out. But whatever, we're already engaged. I might as well kill them. Link, I'm not going to kill this guy, alright? I'm not going to kill him. I'm going to leave him alone just for you. Even though he's extra XP, man. Also, Link, if you're not paying attention, here is where I'm going to show the power of Grasping Pull. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to marry the concept that I told you guys earlier with out of combat force use and Grasping Pull to utterly decimate every single enemy in front of me except for one. So here we go. So I have to deflect that back. Everyone else will die with Grasping Pull without being in combat and using 0 force. To include these guys. Now, fun fact, you don't need Grasping Pull to pull these scavs or bog rats. Okay. Easy peasy, man. Did I get... I don't think I got the echo up here. Or did I? I did. See, I was on autopilot. That's good. Muscle memory, man. The first time we came through here. The way Cal runs. Yeah. What was somebody else? There was another game I was doing a challenge run in. Where I was like, dude, that dude runs so fucking weird. Oh, it was Ghost Recon Breakpoint. Ghost Recon Breakpoint. So we have a bounty hunter up here, guys. So what I'm going to do... I'll talk through this once I land. So what I'm going to do... is this is a regular... There are 3 types of bounty hunters in this game. A regular bounty hunter, a bounty hunter droid, and a bounty hunter commander. This is the regular one. The way that this section works is you have to get captured by one of them as the game is designed. You can glitch it out so that you skip it, but I don't like to glitch or use exploits in my game, so in my run. So what we're going to do is we're going to take advantage of the fact that he has a jetpack on, similar to the flamethrower guys. And if I shove his ass into a wall, that jetpack is going to go bye-bye and explode. So I'm going to take that off his back. That is the way I'm going to open this fight. And that is to reduce his mobility, which then by part reduces the mechanics he can use against me, which makes the variable risk on this fight lower. Okay? So we're going to knock that off, and then basically I'm going to stand still and deflect him until he's on the ground. When he's on the ground, I'm going to run up, hit him a couple of times, not grasping pull, but force pull him, hit him some more times, force pull him, hit him some more times, and then by that point he should be done, and then we'll get captured. So I now have a better love for grasping pull, even though I already love that ability. Wait till we get to Dathomir. Wait till we get to Dathomir, man. All right, so what I want to do is I want to target him up, and I'm going to rotate The reason I'm rotating is because look like right here, if I was to push him, draw a straight line, boom, he goes in here, right? However, if I rotate over to here and I push him, where does he go? Boom, into the wall. So that is why I'm rotating. And then I need to step in and push. Okay. So now we're going to run in. 1, 2, 3. He'll roll. I'm just going to pull him back. 1, 2. He'll roll again. And I missed the pull. That's okay. We'll just reset. Do the same thing again. No different. No different. I think he's done. Yeah, he's done. He's going to capture me now. That's it. Split done. Well, I guess technically we need to do the next spot and then split done. Speed through this. And like I said, we'll get to the arena and then I'm gonna get some lunch, man. And we can hang out and chit chat if you guys want. See if the Batman Arkham City video is done. If it is, maybe we'll turn it on and we'll watch it together. As like a pre-release thing or something. I still have to rewatch it though. I still have to verify it. I didn't do that one time and I felt so fucking embarrassed, man. I did a run of an indie title, great indie title, cannot recommend it enough, called Grime. If you like Hollow Knight, you like Dark Souls, you like Jedi Fallen Order, things like that, play that game. It's so fucking good, man. But I did a no damage run in that like shortly after it released, similar to Have a Nice Death. And I got the run done and I posted it. I added the devs on Twitter and they were like, dude, you're fucking amazing. And they like retweeted it and were like just so super supportive. And I had a viewer go, Hayate at blank blank, you took damage, didn't you? And I was like, what? And I went and looked at it. Sure as shit, I took damage and didn't realize it. And so I had to invalidate the video, put out a message on Twitter saying, dude, I'm so sorry, I'm fucking stupid. And then redo the run. And so ever since that happened, every time I get a run, before I officially make it live to the public on YouTube, I watch the whole fucking thing to make sure I did not take damage. So I still have to do that for City. I haven't done that yet. But we can watch it together while I eat, if it's done. Anyways, we're done with the split now. Once we make that jump over the wall run, that's the last place you could possibly take damage here, would be to fall from there. So now that I'm past that, the split is complete and green because I cannot take damage. So I already got that force ability I told you guys I needed. That would be the next like checkpoint, right? I would need to make sure I have 2 skill points and I pick that ability up. We've already done that. So no need to do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down. We're going to save here. Save right here. And then I am going to jump to here. And I'm going to go make food real quick. I'll be right back. We'll hang out right here. I'll eat. I'll make sure that I mute my mic when I'm chewing or something. I don't want you guys to have to hear that. And then when I'm done, we'll keep going. Again, I've got about 3 hours from now. We'll go as far as we can, and then I'll be back. Just did the hardest achievement on City. Which one's that, dude? I didn't even look at any of the achievements on City. I only got the ones you get, like, just playing the game. Quick question. How many days did you take to no damage run AC2? Trying to break down the splits, because there's so many. Okay. Okay, so... Here, let me go back real quick. Let's go to here. So, if you want all of this at the tip of your fingers, man, Follow me on Twitter or follow me on Reddit, or I can send you the link. But you go down to the post that I made on all of the no damage runs. I have links to every single post I did for each individual game. And they get better over time, so they're not all identical in their content. But I don't have one here for AC2. AC2 was the first run I did. I did AC2 and then went back and did AC1, and then had the epiphany that I should write some things about this, and then did Brotherhood, Revelations, whatever. In most of them, so let's pull up Brotherhood. In most of them, so after 43 hours, blah, 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 right? So this was first playthrough being first attempt, first play through the game trying to do no damage, to the completion of getting the run, took me 43 hours. If I had to guess on AC2, being that it was a 9-hour run, because Brotherhood was a lot less than that, if I remember correctly. If I had to guess, I'd say somewhere, let's say 80 hours, 85 hours, something like that. But yeah, I think in most of, like in the later ones, I think I took that out because it seemed like I was getting trolled for putting time in there. So some of them don't have it. But for example, Revelations was a really fast no damage run. I think it took me like 3 attempts or 4 attempts or something like that. But yeah, 3 attempts. 3 attempts to complete. So that's the best answer I have for you, man. I'm not 100% sure, but if you want to go look through these things, and like I said, they get a lot more detailed. So for example, Unity, when I did Unity, I had all of this stuff. I had the rules in there. I explained the money farm, how to do it. I showed pictures on how to do it. This is what you want, or this is what you want, this is what you don't want. Explained, broke down exactly what gear I was using. And then I was putting things in there like this. What was good about the game? What was bad about the game specific for the challenge run? My observations on the game and some cool things to know if you were going to play this game. And then for Unity, this was somebody had already done no damage, but they lied about it. I called their ass out on their video and they never responded to me. But their video was basically, it said no reloading, no checkpoints, like none of that. And that's exactly what they did. And I know that they did that because I intricately understood this game. And they were doing the same thing over and over again until they got it. And then they were splicing the footage together. And the reason that I knew that was because of the Assassin's Creed points up at the top. He went from like 100 to like 9,000 or something, which is impossible. There's only 3 guys in front of you. How did you kill 3 guys and get that much? That's not possible. So he lied about it, and I just wanted to fucking say, hey, look, I'm not trying to call the dude out. All I'm saying is I actually did no damage without reloading. This guy did do no damage, but he's reloading. So, and that's the only time I've ever called somebody out on the internet for a challenge run, but I don't know. I don't like when people lie, dude. It's like just fucking do it, bro. But anyways, I'm gonna go grab the food. I'll be right back. You guys enjoy the music. Take a break yourself, and I'll see you guys back in a few minutes. All right, guys. It's gonna be a little weird. I've never eaten on stream before, so. But I was telling my wife I really want to get this run done. I don't even know if I'm gonna have enough time because we're at the halfway point now. I forgot how much streaming, like, you know, you get sidetracked, you talk about stuff or whatever, you want to show something. I forgot how much of that happens. Because, for example, any percent no damage without skills, I did in under 5 hours. And we're 4 hours and 22 minutes right now. Or at least that might be, so. Alright, so let's see, what can we do? First of all. So I go to chatting. Let's see. Let me see if the city run is good yet. There we go. Still processing. Let's see where it's at. We'll do this live, where you guys can see it. Okay, let's see where it's at. If it's in 1080p, maybe we'll look at it. Maybe. Maybe there's like no details in here at all. You checked it out? Nice, dude. All right, let's see. Watch, it's still 360. Yeah. YouTube is so weird, man. Like, it says it's done with the standard processing, which, in my opinion, standard processing is anything basically 720p, 30 frames or less. HD would be... Or wait, is 720... No, 720 and 60 is still considered standard, I believe. Anyways, there's like not even 480. Like, there's just nothing. So I guess we're not going to do that. Let's... Got all the way to the penguin lair. Got hit, but lost run, never came back. Well, I'm excited for you guys to see it, man. Walter White! How you doing, buddy? So, where's my Assassin's Creed 2 run? Thanks, P2. I appreciate it, man. Oh, here's the one that I was telling you guys about that got invalidated. Or that I had to invalidate. And then it took me 2 days to get the next one. So I did this on the 7th, or maybe it was the 6th. And then on the 9th of September 2021, I got it again. I was looking for Assassin's Creed 2. Like if you got the reference. I've never watched Breaking Bad, but I got the reference. Got the reference. Did I pass it? I had to have passed it. Because there's like... Here, let's just go to playlists. Make this shit easy for myself. Just go to Assassin's Creed. Only want to do a no damage in what? In Batman? Yeah, this was an 8.5 hour. And so PT, you could reduce this, man. I chose to do codex pages last. So like if you follow the speedrunners routing, they pick all of these up, like all the codex pages up as they go to them. And I didn't. I decided not to do that because I wanted to just focus on getting to the end of the game. And then if I earned my way there, then running back around and getting the codex pages was more of like I can just kind of like breathe and relax for a minute because it was like not super dangerous. So that's why I put it in there. It was kind of like I get to that point and then I have a little bit of time to mentally prep for the end. But if you wanted to make this run faster, you could probably shave off like whatever this time is, 7:20 to 7:56, right? So about 30 minutes. You could shave about 35 minutes off by picking those things up. I'm the one who knocks. So P2, what's been your hardest thing for trying to do this run, man? All right, let's talk about it. Or if you guys have anything else you want to talk about. If you want to talk about a different challenge I've done, or whatever. While I'm eating, let's have the discussion. Been practicing hours to get better. That's what it takes, man. That's what it takes. I was gonna go. There was a video. It was like the first video I ever did. I think it's on the channel. That's interesting. When I'm live, it doesn't show the little thing with my daughter. Why do I not see it? I thought it was on like the page. There it is. This was the first video I ever made 7 years ago. Let's watch it.
I'm sorry, but I don't want to be an emperor. That's not my business. I don't want to rule or conquer anyone. I should like to help everyone if possible. Jew, Gentile, black man, white. We all want to help one another. Human beings are like that. We want to live by each other's happiness, not by each other's misery. We don't want to hate and despise one another. In this world, there's room for everyone, and the good earth is rich and can provide for everyone. The way of life can be free and beautiful, but we have lost the way. Greed has poisoned men's souls, has barricaded the world with hate, has goose-stepped us into misery and bloodshed.
In case you guys have no clue what this audio is, it is The Greatest Speech by Charlie Chaplin.
That gives abundance,
one of his movies in like
in
the 30s, I think.
Our knowledge has made us cynical, our cleverness hard and unkind. We think too much and feel too little. More than machinery, we need humanity. More than cleverness, we need kindness and gentleness. Without these qualities, life will be violent, and all will be lost. The aeroplane and the radio have brought us closer together. The very nature of these inventions cries out for the goodness in men, cries out for universal brotherhood, for the unity of us all. Even now, my voice is reaching millions throughout the world. Millions of despairing men, women, and little children.
It does have some Inception in the background.
Torture, and imprison innocent people. To those who can hear me, I say, do not despair. The misery that is now upon us is but the passing of greed, the bitterness of men who fear the way of human progress. The hate of men will pass, and dictators die, and the power they took from the people will return to the people. And so long as men die, liberty will never perish. Soldiers, don't give yourselves to brutes. Men who despise you, enslave you, who regiment your lives, tell you what to do, what to think, and what to feel, who drill you, diet you, treat you like cattle, use you as cannon fodder. Don't give yourselves to these unnatural men, machine men with machine minds and machine hearts. You are not machines.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I've caught some of them, man.
You are men.
Like, not while you were alive. I had them like in the background while we were working on stuff.
Only the unloved hate, the unloved and the unnatural. Soldiers, don't fight
Crying
for
to the
slavery,
music.
fight for liberty. In the 17th chapter of St. Luke it is written, the kingdom of God is within man, not one man nor a group of men, but in all men, in you. You, the people, have the power to create machines, the power to create happiness. You, the people, have the power to make this life free and beautiful, to make this life a wonderful adventure. Then in the name of democracy, let us use that power. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world. A decent world that will give men a
Thanks,
chance
man.
to work,
Appreciate
that
that.
will give youth a future and old age a security. By the promise of these things, brutes have risen to power, but they lie. They do not fulfill that promise. They never will. Dictators free themselves, but they enslave the people. Now let us fight to fulfill that promise. Let us fight to free the world, to do away with national barriers, to do away with greed, with hate and intolerance. Let us fight for a world of reason, a world where science and progress will lead to all men's happiness. Soldiers, in the name of democracy, let us all unite!
The first Hayate video ever on YouTube. I remember putting that together in like Windows Media Maker or whatever the fuck it was called. But yeah, the story behind that, when I was in Iraq for the US military doing combat operation type stuff, I used to listen to that speech like every day, just as like a mental reminder of what the hell I was there for. whether that's the big picture or not, whatever, it kept me going. So but yeah, I had one for Jedi Fallen Order. I did for like Memorial Day like a couple years back. All right, so I know you said something, P2, with the sequences. So sequence, you said quite a bit. Sequence 12, 14, sequence 12, 14. Oh, sequence 12, sequence 14. Going through 30 enemies. I don't remember that. Are you talking about when you're at the Vatican? On the bridge? Like going through all the enemies on the bridge? Crying over. I don't remember a whole bunch of enemies on 12. Unless you're talking about the fight right before you go to save the kids. And if that's the case, you just go up to the castle top and just be very, very slow and patient. I don't remember too much here being ridiculous. The last memory at the very end. I mean, this is technically this is the last memory, right? You're gonna go through all this stuff, and then the Borgia douchebag is like at the end, and you fist fight him.
A nave contro
Ricardo. Right. I mean, this is the spot right before the end. We can watch it. I remember these guys being a pain in the ass. Just because, like, randomly they would just see you for no fucking reason. And then you had this guy up here that would shoot down on you if they saw you. Okay, P2, yeah, we'll go through it. We'll go through it. And see what's crazy is like all those little handholds, all those drops, that's all planned. So I walk in on that guy because he's a heavy, right? So you walk in. The time to detection is slower than your time to get to him. And then I just pull the remaining ones back here because then they're out of vision from the archers. I believe they're archers up on the wall. I can't remember, it's been so long, but I remember pulling them back here for a reason. And then it's just straight sword, because the sword counter timing is much easier than basically anything else. The juice coming out of the people? With a name like Walter White, I don't know if I believe you, bro. So yeah, the guy on the right is killable. Now they're both killable because they have three health segments, whatever you want to call it. For those armored ones, they have to have 3 health segments or less for you to be able to finish them like that. Then if I remember correctly, I just wait for this guy to pace back the other way and then we go. Hidden Blades is very risky. Very, very risky. Because I remember when I got the Assassin's Creed 1, they were like, people on Reddit were like, dude, you should have used the Hidden Blades, man. It's so much easier. And I'm like, no, it's not. The parry timing on it's ridiculous. So to do what I'm doing here, when you ride down this, you cannot interact with any of these guys. Because that stands still. So like these 2 guys right here, you can't interact with them. Now what's supposed to happen there is the horse is supposed to jump. For whatever reason, it didn't do it. And I knew that these guys were on my ass. So I didn't have time to turn around and make another pass at it. So at that point, this right here is improv. This is not what it's supposed to be. This is improv. If you go look at the speed run for this, he makes the jump. And for whatever reason, the system just failed on me here. And I didn't make the jump. So I had to fight these guys.
Attack your position like you were told. Try to get on his blind side. Cut him off. Get from behind. Get in front of him. Bring him down. Again, Sarakashi.
I mean, as you can see, this is not complex, right? It's literally just timing and being patient. One of the things I saw you do, P2, just heads up, man, that'll bite you in the ass later if you've got bad RNG. You never want to grab someone to slit their throat unless they're the only person left. Because when you go to grab somebody, you can actually take damage while you're doing that. And because you're in an animation that's locked, you can't cancel it to stop it. So you'll take damage without being able to do anything about it. So another one of the rules I made was you never ever grab anybody to slit their throat unless they're the last guy. which is why I did that. So now that they're all dead, we're going to try it again. I still don't know, like I said, I don't know why the system broke there, but it did. And then these guys you cannot touch.
Stop the intruder!
When they hold their swords like that, you cannot touch them. If you do, you'll take damage and get knocked off, if I remember correctly. So I'm basically going over the obstacles, and then when we get over here, I'm prioritizing the big guy, because we're going to have a heavy. I think it's a spear. We're going to have a heavy here. So I go ahead and grab Smoke Bomb, and I'm just waiting for everybody to get over here. Once he's in range, I'm going to Smoke Bomb and then just fucking kill his ass. But he is the priority. Getting that big guy dead is the priority. Everyone else doesn't matter, because it would be the exact same fight like last time. Where you just sit there and you be patient. No problem, dude. These guys, I remember them being fairly scripted. I think one of them saw me at one point, but I ended up just jumping on him anyways and killed him. No, I'm thinking of the next spot, never mind. So this one you want to be very patient. You want to make sure that these guys that are pathing around don't see you kill anyone. So what you're going to see is I wait for the guy on the left to come back to the haystack for me to pull him in. Because if you aggro anyone here, it's going to pull the heavy, and you don't want to pull the heavy because the heavy is the most risky thing here. So again, I'm going to wait because if I kill him now, they're going to see it. And if I remember correctly, you can be damaged while you're in the animation of coming out of a haystack. So once that's done, now I'm just waiting for the opportunity to double assassinate these guys. Again, it's slow, it's not a speed run though, right? So no damage is about precision and perfection. And then when shit doesn't go right, then it's about your skill. How skilled are you with the game and its mechanics? Those were the two that saw me. So this is the hardest section in the entire thing. Not the entire game, but this area. Because you've got multiple heavies. And so what the strat is that I came up with is to go to the high ground because they cannot climb. I assume because their armor is too big or something, but they can't get up here. They can throw objects at you though, which means you have to play in a very small specific area, which is where I'm at. And again, this is no more dangerous than anything else you've seen, right? These are a couple of armored guys and just regular foot troopers, and we're just doing perfect parries, counters, whatever you want to call it, until they die. So this is no different than what you would have been doing for the last 8 hours of this game. Just being very patient. Notice I don't attack anybody. I never start beating people. Because when you do that, you make the system of the game prioritize your attack, so then if something comes in at the same time you're attacking that you need to counter, you're going to get hit because you're not going to be able to counter. The game can't do two things at once. It's only going to prioritize one. So once they're all dead, basically just throwing knives at the ones that I can reach. For anybody I can't reach, it's imperative you have smoke bombs. You'll smoke bomb, you'll assassinate them, and that's it. And I think, if I remember correctly, one of these guys goes to throw something at me. Yeah, right there. He was reaching down to grab it. And because these last two guys are so close to the wall, I can't hit them with throwing knives. So the only option I have is to drop smoke bomb and assassinate. Literally the only option. And then everything else here is just sneaking, right? This is all just sneaking. This is very scripted. Just knowing when to go and when not to go. Right, so. And then this is the last fight. So. Why did the sword go through him? Because you stabbed his gut, dude. Okay. Let's jump back over. And let's keep going. All right. We'll see how far I can get in the next 2 hours and 15 minutes. All right, so let's rest just in case, because I can't remember if I did or not. All right, the arena, man. So many moving parts here. So the first thing I want to do is basically make sure I'm standing where the mud and the dirt kind of meet. You have a long week? Yeah, I feel you there, man. I'm in charge of like 8 different projects, multiple teams, and probably about 300 people every day. You'll get it, man. So what we're doing right now, guys, I'm just waiting. There would be dialogue playing, but because I have dialogue turned off, you're not hearing it. But Cal at some point will turn around, grab his lightsaber. It gets thrown to him. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to force push these flame beetles, all of them into the room, and then I'm going to go into the room. Making sure I don't get exploded on by the flame beetle. And then I'm going to chill. We're going to stand here and not move. What that's going to do is this flame beetle, this lone flame beetle, is going to walk in, and he's going to insta-die, because the game says you're not supposed to be in there, and instantly kills him. However, it doesn't do that with everything else in the game, or everything else in the arena. So, we're going to bring this Ogdo in, and we're going to fight him right here in this small, tiny-ass room. Ready? Let's do it. Rude. One, two, three. We'll do an extra one because he always ends on an odd number. Because my thing there is to do a 1-2 and perfect parry 1-2, perfect parry 1-2. You guys saw that. If you do it that way, you'll always end where he's got 1 hit left. So when you get that low on his health, just make sure that you hit him 3 times and then you won't have to parry him again. So once he's dead, these 2 guys are going to filter in here and do the same thing the other ones did. They're just going to insta-die. And as soon as that insta-dies, we now have a big-ass spider behind us through the gate. So what we're going to do now is we're going to wait till the pillboxes come up. These pillboxes are going to have multiple enemies in them. However, as you see, they're not moving. None of them are moving. So what we're going to do is we're going to edge forward towards these 2 enemies. And one of 2 things is going to happen. Either the bog rat on the left is going to burrow under the ground, or he's not. If he burrows under the ground, I have to force push the spider. If he doesn't burrow under the ground, I don't have to do anything. So the ideal situation here is that he burrows under the ground, at least in my opinion. I created the strategy, so I guess my opinion is the one that matters. But that would be ideal for this because it separates them so much. I don't have to worry about potentially having to fight both of them at the same time. Once we kill those two, we'll walk forward again to that same trigger, and it will trigger the ones in the back. And then those, it doesn't matter what they do. It won't matter. But regardless, we will be doing grasping pull on both of the spiders. So let's see how this turns out. This is the most dangerous section of the arena. Frogs do not have 3 eyes. I mean, I don't know. I've never seen one. Favorite movie? I don't even know, dude. Favorite movie? Let's see, what are you gonna do? Okay, we're just gonna back up. Grasp and pull. Kill. I'm gonna roll to the right because I don't want that to hit me. And then we're just gonna deal with this guy. Very easy. Very simple. Now we're gonna go forward, and again, it doesn't matter what happens here, whether he burrows or not. It doesn't matter. We'll be fine either way. So we'll walk forward, get that to aggro. So because he didn't burrow, the spider will always be first. It will always make it here first. Same strat, nothing different. Wolf of Wall Street? I've never seen that. I know what it is, but I've never seen it. Alright, so for this one, I'm going to look at the splocks that's on the left. I'm going to walk forward and force push. And we're just going to keep doing that until I interact with his AI, okay? And if you do it right, you should use no force. I didn't do it right, so we used force there, which is unfortunate, but it's okay. The reason I do that is because if you hit this guy, he will not move. So normally, if you didn't do this, you'd have both of these guys running at you at the same time. And they move relatively the same speed, so you'd have both of them coming to you at the same time and have to fight both of them at the same time. However, I found out one day, by accident, that if you force push this dude, he doesn't move. So then, because the distance from this rat and the one in the back are so great, you're only going to fight one thing at one time. So now we can just walk forward. We'll aggro his AI. We'll do a sprint strike on that guy. Sprint strike on that guy. We're going to walk forward, sprint strike this guy, and immediately turn back because I got to be here for the spider. And now I need the spider to do the big bite. Boom, there it is. That's an insta-kill if you perfect parry it. And it gives you full force back, which is what we need. Now we got this big Jotaz. We're just going to hang out and wait for him to come in. Now to do what I do here, you have to have Howling Push. If you do not have Howling Push, you will not be able to execute. Okay, so we're going to Howling Push. 1, 2, 3. Howling Push. Howling Push. And he's done. Super easy. Get that scan, run away. So now we gotta fight the original bounty hunter that caught us. And this is a theme. If you let whichever bounty hunter catches you, that's the one that you have to fight. So we're gonna open it the same way as last time. We're gonna push him into the wall. Make him lose his pack so he can't fly over me. Now I'm not gonna have enough force to do the pull. Oh, maybe I'll have it again. Oh, I did have it again. Nice. Okay, well, that worked out nicely. And he's dead. Tip your hat. Very, very simple using my strategy for the arena. It makes the arena trivial. Like literally trivial. As long as you know the rules and what to look for, it makes it trivial. His arm fell off. Yes, it did. Dude, Superbad's such a good fucking movie, man. When I was still in the military, I used to have one of the old school iPods a little like circle track thing, like a video iPod. And when I would drive to see my my wife, she was at another base 6 hours away. So when I would drive up there to visit her, I would just put movies on. I didn't watch them because I'm driving, but I would listen to them. So I had like Man of Steel, I had Superbad, I had other shit I can't remember right now. But I remember like there was so much that like I knew, like there's so much that happens in that movie that you miss when you're watching it versus if you're just listening to the audio. And I didn't realize that until the first time I like listened to it while I was driving up there. All right, back to Kashyyyk. Any day now, game. I probably should have used the skip here to cut the dialogue. Come on. There we go. Oh no, I think I bugged it. I came in too fast. Fuck. If you come in too fast to Kashyyyk 2 with the script, it flips the ship around. Oh, good. Thank God, dude. So yeah, if you come in too fast, the door will actually be opening over here, and then you can't get out of this area normally. You'd have to use the super jump on the script to like super jump over the ship. God, that didn't happen. So I'm gonna route to the left over here, and that's just to prevent the slowdown from these characters that are standing here. I caught it just a little bit there at the end. This is right. Yeah, this is right. This takes us back to the rooftop. For a second, I was like, am I supposed to go this way? You're trolling. Who doesn't let people watch superhero movies? Yeah, I guess you could quit out too, Pretzel. That's fair. It just seems kind of like just hit the super jump on the script you already have open and jump over it. Seems to be a faster way of doing it. Alright, P2, take it easy, man, and good luck with the run. If you have any issues, dude, just hit me up. Alright, so do I want to... Yeah, let's go get this. I'm thinking I'm not going to have enough for Ninth Sister for lightsaber mastery, but we could try it. Oh, hell no, I don't think I'm going to have enough at all. Alright, buddy. Take it easy, man. Alright. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do the stupid thing I should not do, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Except this time we're gonna go back. We're gonna get a bigger swing. There we go. It rots your brain? It doesn't rot your brain. There's so many other things that like rot your brain. Oh, come on. That's bullshit. Ante, you know better than to do that. Why would you do that? You know not to do that. You know not to do that. You know not to do that, and you did it anyways, and now you're gonna have to reset and fight enemies you don't want to fight. Oh well. Oh well. So when you rest here, chat, you spawn enemies in kind of like in that direction where I'm. So you can actually see one of them right there in the middle of the screen. He's really tiny. And I didn't want to do that, but the first pull didn't pull the grate down, or the bridge. It pulled the damn mickle, or whatever they're called. So we're gonna get double saber out here and just wait for the ranged commander. Easy. Go ahead and get this guy. Easy. So we're full force, which is nice. We're gonna. How are you not scanned? I swear to God, I've scanned one of you guys. So we're gonna go single saber here. We're gonna go ahead and use the trick for around the corner. Pull that guy, kill him. Double saber back out. Let's see if I can do this still. I want to pull the aggro of that guy to do that. You either need to be at a certain spot down there on the edge, or you have to drop off this thing and turn your camera really quick. Grab the ledge. Superbad is so much worse than Marvel. I know you're trolling me, dude. I know it, but I'm just saying. It's so much worse. Alright. We're gonna call the elevator for the return, just to save a little bit of time there. For this guy, we're gonna move right into this nook. Wait for him to come. Nope. And if you do it right, you kill him without using force. Alright, so these enemies here we wouldn't fight if I didn't rest. So we're gonna move forward until they aggro. And then we're gonna back up. Now we should be safe here. In all my time with the game, I've only ever been shot at one time. Sitting right here. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Alright. So, I think he's stable. He's a little bit further back than he should be, man. We're gonna move over to here so the rocket trooper can't shoot me. And we're gonna push the rocket. There we go. Easy peasy. If the slug was here, we would have gotten that scan. But I took too long. So everything in the game that you kill will despawn in 30 seconds. So now what we need to do is we need to sit here and wait for 8 shots. I'm not going to wait, so we're going to speed this up. 7, next one should be 8. It's dead, we're going to go across. And all of them are dead, and we get our scan anyways. And we're moving on. Moving on. So this next section, I hate. I hate this section. I hate anything that includes these stupid jaw traps. I don't even think jaw trap or jaw plan or whatever is the actual name for it, but they suck. Yeah, Cass. Well, I asked everybody what their favorite lightsaber color was, and that was the one that won out. So I promised I would use it in the run, whatever won. So that's why we're using it. But yeah, it feels weird not having my green and black one. Alright, so we're going to grab that. Then we're going to come up here, and if we do this right, it should blow up the other guy. It did not. So we're going to try and jiggle peek the corner to get him without force. I didn't get it. That's okay. And then we'll move forward and get the last 2. That takes care of that. Like I'm not centered in my screen and it's weird. There we go. All right. So let's run to the side there. We're going to just keep running and veer off to the left here, and we're going to let these guys kill each other. And then we're going to just chill and wait. So unlike most enemies, when you drop out of combat, you just have like forever to deal with them. You don't here. So So these enemies, you have to deal with them very, very quick. Otherwise, they will re-engage you, which obviously is not ideal. So we're gonna get that scan. Gonna move forward past the jaw traps, get this echo. And the reason I'm doing this, and obviously I haven't done this run in a long time, so I'm not even sure if I'm gonna, make the mark, but we want to try and get 5 skill points before we get to the boss fight. Because if so, then I can increase lightsaber damage. And it'll make all of this so much easier. Well, it'll make the boss fight easier. So for this guy, I'm just gonna shove, or not, shove his ass over. I have to use all the force there. I was hoping he was gonna go over with the first one, but he didn't. And so now we're gonna go down, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna force push all of the plants, and then I'm gonna do an animation cancel. So I'm gonna swing my saber and then block. Swing my saber and block. Because if I just swing my saber continuously, he's gonna do this. And I don't want that. I want to be able to still move at that rate. So I'm going to do that because anytime you swing your saber at the jaw traps and they're close enough, they retreat back. So we're going to do that to keep them away from me. And hopefully if I execute properly, we won't take damage. Oh, here we go. Okay, so there's that. Perfect. And then we're going to try to do the animation cancel jump just to get up this as quickly as possible. We're going to immediately start moving to the left, and once we get up the incline, those enemies can no longer follow us. They cannot go up the hill for whatever reason. What is trolling? You know. You know. Alright, let's go single saber here. So we need to get up to Tarful so he can give us the water breather. I mean, I guess he doesn't give it to you, but so we can get it anyway. So what we want to do here is I want to keep both spiders here on my left side. As long as they're on my left side, I don't have to worry about doing anything. We don't even have to dodge roll. I don't have to do anything. All I have to do is run. Hit this plant right. And we're out of there. Watch you play this game so many times. I don't remember any of this. Well, I'm glad I remember it. This section would suck. Like, if you didn't know what you were doing, this section would suck. So as soon as we talk to her, the game is going to save, and I'm just going to go ahead and exit out. And the reason I'm doing that is to skip all the dialogue. Because you can't speed up the dialogue with the trainer. So this will allow me just to go back in and not have to worry about it. And we'll have the breather. So we'll be on the ground at the save point with the breather. And we can go ahead and continue. Scary spider. I think they have a mod for people that have like arachnophobia for this game. For like PC, if you play it on PC. Okay, let's go ahead and pick that up. I forgot how to go underwater for a second. And I just did it to get over here. Alright, so this next section we're going to do is, well, when we get to the slide, where you go down the slide, it is like my most hated spot on this entire planet. I hate it. It is so scary, dude. Damn jaw trap. So this is going to be a 1, 2, 3, 4, and hold. The jaw traps, like while you're on this wall, just suck. They always feel like they're like literally a pixel away from hitting me. So normally I would wait for this guy to die. We're just going to go ahead and go because he's not going to be able to move away from them. So this right here, This is my most hated spot on Kashyyyk. I hate it! I hate it! Just that spot. This next one's fine. I don't mind this one. I never feel like I'm in danger on this one. It's just that one. That one sucks. He has a rebreather that he got from the interaction that we just had with the Wookiee and the lady. Alright, so for this strat, we're going to come up and immediately jump onto this rock. And for whatever reason, unbeknownst to me, nobody wants to fucking attack you when you're on this rock. So what we're going to do strategy-wise, I'm going to horseshoe around these guys and go into the water. We're going to go over, kill the firebug. We're going to pull this rocket trooper off. Which actually, I think I'm not going to do that. Let's do my no skill, no upgrade strat, because honestly, that is the min-max strat here. So we're going to do that instead. Let's go ahead and do that. Hate is a strong word. It is absolutely appropriately used in this instance. Let's go ahead and back up. So what I want to do is I want to bring the troopers into me and then use this guy to like blow their face up. The only thing is you have to be very, very careful because if you're right up against the wall here, the explosion will hit you. So you have to back up each time that happens. Once they're all dead, you can just push his ass into the water. Creeping plants are creepy with that slow I know, they're so creepy, Cass. That's why I hate them. Oh, God. I've lost so many runs to those things. Like in the past. Like on that wall specifically, and then in the pit where I was doing the lightsaber attacking. To keep them away. Okay, so we have another section where I'm going to do the 100% strategy here to try and get the scan on the electric hammer. I think he's called an electric hammer. Purge Trooper. Just to try and get myself to 5. I don't think we're going to make it, but it's okay. A lot of green. That's Kashyyyk. That's Kashyyyk. Really, Cass? That's crazy. You watched me play so much of this. Alright, so when we get to the top here, I'm just going to hold and not move until the trooper that's all the way in the back is off the bridge. Because I need him to be off of that so I can move. So we're going to force pull this guy or grasp and pull him, kill him. And then I'm going to run around this area just like this. And then we're going to go straight up here. We're going to get to the top of this area right here. And I'm going to hold and not move. Because what's going to happen is we're going to drop out of combat. Just like we are right now. So what I want to do is I want to pull this guy. Good. Takes care of him. Now, you might be wondering, can't you just grasp and pull this guy? No, you can't. The game will not let you. So what I have to do is I'm going to have to run up and, well, actually, we don't have to kill him at all. Fuck it. Let's just go. For 100% I would, because I have to go back and get the chest. But we don't have to do that for any percent, so let's just go forward. No reason to take the risk. Pew pew. Remember the beginning where I helped you play blind? Oh yeah, and Pazuzu at the end. That was so crazy, Cass. That was like, it was a good idea, but that was like so like exhausting. I'm sure it was exhausting for you. It was exhausting as hell for me. So once we get over to the middle, the ship will shoot and it'll make the jaw traps kind of screw off for a little bit. So that never feels risky either with those enemies. So there is a way that this can bug on you. If you jump off too early, you can actually fall onto an invisible section that has no physics. And you'll just fall through the map. Run fast. I mean, that's every Jedi, right? You get into trouble, just run. Alright, so that section's done at least. Try and get a little bit of distance there off the jump. Wait until about right here-ish, if I remember correctly, to go underwater. Nope. I should have waited a little bit longer. It's okay. Alright, so when we come out of here, we're going to rest. And then immediately after that, we're going to have 3 wee shocks we need to deal with, the big spiders. And those 3 spiders, assuming I didn't get the scan in the arena, will give me quite a bit of experience. So we're just barely into 4. I don't think we're going to get 5. I'd have to grind to get 5, which technically I could do, but I really don't want to. So what we're going to do is we're going to wait until the spider's like dead center above my head. I'm going to grasping pull him off, and I'm going to run over to these plants right here. What he'll do is he'll float over to me, and then he'll stop. Once he stops, we're going to target him up, and we're going to kill him. Now, one thing that does is it gives me full force back. It gives me the force that I used for the pull back. So we'll do it again on the second one. And then the third one's hit or miss. Sometimes you can get it on the third one, sometimes you can't. It really just depends. So let's try it. Let's see what happens. We got it. Good. If you don't get it, the spider will get stuck on the ledge. And it'll just kind of like wiggle around for a while, and then eventually it'll just auto die. I think the game like will assume that it's broke and will just auto kill it. So we did get the scan, which means there is no way in hell that I'm going to be able to get 5. There is no way we're getting 5 before the 9th sister. Which is fine, we don't need it. It's an army move. Alright, so I'm going to pull these guys in. Did I get the other? Okay, I did. So we're going to aggro these guys in, we're going to go back down, and there's going to be a line to which their AI drops out because they can't cross it. So basically, I'm just waiting until that happens so that I can get the knock on some of these guys. And we'll go back in, and I don't care about the one on the left, I care about that one right there. I'm moving back too fast. Need to be just slightly slower there. Okay, we got him. So this guy's gonna attack me, but that's fine. You just run right by him. And we do not want to jump on that wall run because it can get us too high and we can glitch off the second one. I remember that vividly. That happened in a run. Alright, so we're almost there. Almost there. So you cannot take damage in this. This is the beginning of a flashback section. So like if I was to fall here, you wouldn't take damage. It would just start you over on the first bulb. However, coming out of this, if you're not holding forward, you'll just fall straight down. And then you would take damage. And so this is where we'll get Jedi Flip, or what most people just call double jump. So this is the jump right here. You want to be holding forward to make it onto this platform. And then we're going to rest. Okay, so at this point, if we had 5 skill points, we would use them, but we don't. So I'm just going to do that. And that's where we'll live for right now. I need 1 more to get that, but I'm not going to have it in time for the boss fight. If you do get that for the boss fight, it makes that fight so much faster. Because you won't have to exist for as long with the boss. Which, if you put math to it, is a variable risk reduction. Okay, these will be the last 3 enemies we have before the boss fight, so basically I just want the bird to come in and then leave. Once it leaves, we're going to run forward. I'm going to try and get all 3 with 1 push. It's very rare that I get that, but we're going to try it. Doesn't really matter, we can just use all of our force there. I'm going to go ahead and pick this up. Again, I don't... Yeah, there's no way that we're going to get it. We'll probably get like halfway through the bar. There's just not enough experience left to get to 3. The biggest one is right over my head right now. You can see it glowing. After that, there's like everything else is just like really, really minimal. We'll get them anyways though, just to pad the XP for Saber Throw maybe on Ilum. A nice big chunk. See if I could get like 2 more of those, man, that'd be great. Alas, that does not exist. I know the monkey up here, or I seem to remember the monkey giving you experience. I don't know how much. It might not be worth it, but it's only like platforming, so it's not even a big deal. Just gonna go up to the top of this, turn around, jump down, and we'll scan them and see what it gets. But yeah, just to set expectations, 100% we will not have enough to get 3. Decent chunk. Okay, so those were the last scans I'm gonna get before the boss fight. There's a couple of other ones you could get, but they're like really minimal. They give you almost nothing, so it's not even worth it. And we're gonna jump off of that just to make sure we don't get hung up on it. Hope and pray that this next wall run section doesn't bug, because I've had that happen quite a few times. Good. Very good. I'm gonna scare the shit out of you guys, I promise. I was not gonna fall there. I remember when I used to stream this run when I was actively pursuing it on Twitch. Well, not this one, but the 100% one. I used to have like new people in the stream, and I would do that, and they'd be like, "Oh my god, dude, that was fucking scary." Like, sorry, bro. Maya, what's up? Okay, we're gonna go ahead and speed through all this. That'll be the end of this split. We'll be on the 9th Sister as soon as we land. And we'll see if I can remember the strategy for that. The TLDR of the 9th Sister strategy is that if I mess it up in the beginning of phase 2, I could potentially take damage through RNG. So we don't want that. Oh, did you cast? That's great. Got another one. Got another one. I need to remember this for the next time I do the any percent run for this. I need to find some things to pick up to pad the XP to get that little extra bit. Because ideally you want lightsaber mastery going into this fight. Any tips for my no death run? Watch my no damage guides on the channel. Because if you can do it no damage, you can do it no death. Oh, that's awesome. I wish I had that. Whenever we go to Disney, like eventually, I'm gonna pick one up. 100%. Very nice. Alright, let's do this and see how it goes. Oh, why am I on Dathomir? Ninth sister, there we go. Alright. Here we go. Let's go ahead and speed through this. There we go. Alright, so if I remember my strat, I want to be aggressive here in the start. Just for phase 1, we're going to be aggressive. I'm not going to be aggressive for the rest of it. Not in the same way anyways. Also notice we're not using any force because I want to use that all for phase 2. And if we had lightsaber mastery, this would already be pushed. We'd already be going into phase 2. They are so expensive, Maya. Absolutely. I'm gonna let this play out because I need to focus on this. So as soon as she goes into phase 2, she's gonna charge at me. I need to run away and then force slow, chain, like just chain force slow her. And if done right, that will prevent the RNG. She should jump back now. Okay, or that works too. There it is. That's what I was trying to force. My muscle memory is on the lightsaber mastery where I have more damage, so she would be pushable right there into the second quick time event, and without it, she's not. Now you have to stay close to her because if you stay too far away, she will force choke you, which is damage. We're gonna stay locked onto her, like target locked. That way, anytime I dodge roll, I'm always the required distance away to follow up with a hit. We need to hit her one more time and then we're done. So she's gonna counter charge again. Coming out of that, fight's done. Easy 9th sister, no damage. As soon as this goes into the cutscene, it's gonna save again. We're gonna exit out, load back in. That'll put us back on the ground. We can skip all that, so no need to fast forward it. We can just let the game, the way the game is developed, do it for me. That was good. $5,000 to $6,000. Yep, pretty expensive. That is expensive. All right, so let's go ahead and rest. Also, let me go ahead and pick up lightsaber mastery because I have made that mistake before. There's a strategy on Dathomir where if I don't have it, I can get hit. And I've made that mistake before and lost a run because I forgot to grab that ability right there. So, all that ability does, chat, is it gives me increased damage. So now we're gonna move on. If I can not get hung up on whatever that was. Cheap Disney trip. There is no such thing as a cheap Disney trip. Like, going to Disney, period, is just ridiculous. It's ridiculously expensive. Okay, so we want to make sure that we skirt this around the left, because if we step on those webs, we're going to get a wee shot. Don't want that. And we're going to wait for these guys to reset. They were shooting the slug from earlier. It looks like they're good. We're going to come in, we're going to sprint strike this rocket trooper, and then I'm just going to push this guy over, and we'll deflect this one. Very simple. All right, so a while back I told you guys there was only one place really that I would use dash strike. What is it called? Dash, whatever. The dash strike. I'm gonna call it dash strike. Okay, that's gonna bug me. What the hell is it called? Dash strike. Okay, there's only one place I was gonna use it. It's right here. I'm gonna use it on this guy, so I'm gonna force slow him. I fucked it up. That's okay. That's okay. It's gonna cost me a little bit on the back end up here, but that's okay. I messed up the distance. I need to be a little bit closer to him. But that's the only place that I use it. And I don't even think I got the scan. The whole point of me doing that is to get the scan, and I don't think I got it. Doesn't matter. It does not matter. Okay, so we're gonna pull this guy for free. Kill him. We're gonna walk out. This guy will shoot at me. And then we're gonna throw this guy over the ledge. Just like that. Now we need to wait until I drop out of combat. Once I drop out of combat, BD will jump up on this panel to my right. And then we're gonna stop this bridge. Right about there. And now I have to do the dangerous thing because I don't have any force of doing that. Well, we made it work. We made it work. Yep. Yep. Like that was like the convenience of that was nice, but I would not ever want to live in Florida again. Ever. And we're gonna rest here so that I can get my force back. I'm gonna need it just in case something goes wrong on these two bounty hunters. So we're gonna have two bounty hunter commanders, if I remember correctly, in this little room. Not gonna fight them at all. Not at all. I'm gonna slap him in the face and make him come and find me. I know this looks super dangerous. We are completely safe. Completely safe, I promise you guys. I wouldn't lie to you. I'm gonna let him walk back just a little bit. Pull him. Off he goes. If I'm fast enough. Come on. There we go. Join your buddy. That's it. Very easy. Very, very easy bounty hunter commanders. Fighting one of those guys is not a problem. Very, very easy to no damage. Very easy to no damage. Fighting two of them at the same time, you can take damage purely based off of RNG, which is why we do not go in. And why would you? When you can do a strategy like that, there's no point. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, Cass, the whole point of us like going there and it being so expensive is staying at that Star Wars hotel, right? Galaxy Edge, whatever it was called. Or the Starliner, or what? I can't remember what it was called. All right. So we used to do this thing on Twitch where, look at Grease, he's like. So we used to do a salt raid, where you'd put the salt emoji and you just spam the salt emoji in chat. I don't think YouTube has that, but that should be a thing again. the salt raid should be a thing again. Because he's just like, he's still going, dude. He put so much of whatever is in that shaker on his food. Alright, to everybody's favorite planet. Bogomir. And I'm not saying that because there are spiders. I'm saying it because it's a buggy ass level. Well, you know what I meant, Cass. I'm sorry. You know what I meant. You like sleep in there, right? So it's kind of like a hotel. You like stay there. It's like a cruise ship on land, I guess. That role plays as a star freighter or star cruiser. All right. So right now, if we were basically going to fight Malicos, I would have enough time to finish the whole game. But I do not. So we're gonna go as far as we can. And then, and then I guess leave it there? That feels kind of broken, but I didn't want to do that. Alright, so I'm gonna do the... Whoa, I forgot about that. That was fucking scary. So I think I'm gonna do the 100% no damage strat here. So I'm gonna let this guy aggro onto that. I'm not gonna go to the right. Normally we would go to the right and we'd do all that. I'm gonna do it backwards. Actually, I think it's fine. It'll be fine. It doesn't matter. I'll make it work. I'm not worried about the money, Cass. Dathomir? No, you're about to get the quick guide live in front of you. If I can pull this fucking spider. What am I doing? Just pull him and cut his ass. There we go. Ante, what's wrong with you? Use the tools, man. Use the tools. I'm gonna come back out, get another one of these guys to see me. Good. The reason I didn't roll forward there is because I didn't want to pass over the boundary and activate this guy's AI. I don't need to. That one I should have rolled forward. That way we could be going and I'm not standing here waiting for the acid to go away. Also, let's go ahead and cut this for later. We'll need that for later. And then, I don't remember if I can pull this guy. Can I pull him from over here? Oh, yes! Okay. That was why I wanted to go this way. We don't need anything over here, chat. I'm going over here literally for this echo, and I don't even remember if this echo is worth it. It's not worth it at all. Let's kill her. Oh well. Well, if you want to go over there, now you know how to do it without taking damage. Sure, we can get that. Oh yeah, Maya, this is like, we're planning that trip for like years down the road. When my daughter is old enough to enjoy it. Okay. Night Brothers. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to back up and then I'm going to do a horseshoe around to the left clockwise around the pillar. And That'll make it so I don't have to fight any of these guys. Just like that. Alright, and then we're going to cheat forward just until the archer comes out. Then we're going to back up. Well, once he sees me, then we're going to back. What I need is these guys to get close enough that I can do this. Okay, so I missed the first one. Let's go ahead and get the scan so I don't lose it. And we're going to cheat back forward. If you're really, really fast, you can actually get that archer before he goes all the way up and runs up the stairs. But it's okay, we'll get him right here. As soon as he turns around. Good. Go ahead and get his scan. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk forward holding my saber, because that guy can shoot at you sometimes. And then what we're going to do is we're going to grasping pull and whip the camera around. Now we'll yank him off the top of that ledge. That's it. First 3 Knight Brothers dead. Well, of the ones we're going to fight anyway. Alright, we're going to do a very similar thing here. Again, I told you guys, grasping pull on Dathomir, that is the strat. Alright. That's what I wanted to do. So as soon as I pass this boundary, walking into this area, we're going to get one that rolls out. You have to grasping pull him before he stands up, or you'll use force. So. Takes care of him. We're going to have one shooting at us. Now, when they do charge shots, my go-to strat is to short step it. It takes a little bit of practice to get down, but it's a very good way of dodging their shots. So we're going to have 2 of these guys on this next section, and what I like to do is I like to start from out here, and then we're just going to edge in. And if I'm lucky, they'll both shoot together. Just like that, so that we get one of them dead. And then I'm just going to move down. He might charge shot me. If he doesn't, that's ideal. So perfect. Because we have Jedi flip, we don't even have to go the intended route. We can just jump right over. Now for these enemies, as soon as I turn the corner, I want to howling push. Okay, and I want to do that because if I do it properly, what you just saw there, I threw both of them into a wall, and because he's being affected by an ability and he's in a dodge animation, he hasn't had a chance to stand up and then engage in combat. The combat system for him is prioritizing the dodge. So because of that, I'm able to force him or grasping pull him outside of combat without using any force. So we're going to go ahead and open this up, just to make sure that we have an easy route coming back, because we'll need it. And we're going to go talk to Malicos. Now there's a slide that's behind the 3 enemies we're going to fight here in a second. That slide is notorious for bugging. And what bugging looks like on that is you go 2 to 3 times faster than you are intended to slide down it. If that happens, we're going to go with it. I know how to handle it. It's a little tough, but I should be able to get through it. If you don't want to have to worry about that, what you do is you go back down to the save point, do not rest, but go save in it, and then exit out of the game onto the main menu and then load back in, and you will not have that bug happen. And then also, just for your situational awareness, this is where you can grab the double saber if you don't have it. At this point, you would have it no matter what, but at the very beginning of the game, if you wanted it, that's where you would grab it. Alright, so we're going to have 3 Knight Brothers here. We're going to walk to the edge. That will bring them all in, and I'm going to hide behind this little rock. This will bring them all in to the left, and then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to step out. If they charge shot, we're going to hide behind it. Otherwise, I'm just going to jiggle peek back and forth until these guys are all dead. There you go. I was about to say, don't do that to me. Don't bug out on me. Alright, 2 double shots. Okay. Or not 2 double shots, 2 charge shots. Double charge shot. Okay, so that's those enemies. Let's try our luck, see if we get the glitch or the bug. So let me explain how you guys watching this will know if I get the bug. So when we go down this slide, when I make this first jump, okay, if that first jump sends me like way the fuck out onto that second section, we have the bug. I should not make it anywhere near the branch that's between those two orange bulbs. If I'm basically hitting that with my face, we have the bug. And we're going way faster than we should be. So as soon as he throws this rock and I gain control of Cal, I'm just going to turn left, both the camera and his position. And we have no bug. Good. If you do get the bug there, all you have to do is you have to make this next jump way earlier than you think you should. And then you'll be fine. All right. So for this next section, this should be fairly simple because we're doing any percent. Basically, if you're doing anything other than no skills, no damage here is a pain in the ass. So because I have Howling Push, this will be very, very simple. We're going to go ahead and speed through this. So as soon as I regain control of Cal, the first thing we're going to do is Howling Push all three of these. If everything works properly, they'll all die instantaneously. If not, I'll have to give them another push. Well, that's not intended, but okay. And look. Whatever, game. Whatever. You're trying to embarrass me in front of my friends. It's cool. Oh, okay, Cass. All right. My wife says it's raining and hailing here, so if the power goes out, which generally it doesn't, if it does, I apologize, chat. All right, so for this section, we have two enemies here, right? So what I like to do is I like to tuck all the way to the right until you can't go anymore. So I'm holding D, can't go anymore. Then we're going to go up, and we're going to do this like little like horseshoe thing around like that. So here's what it looks like. And that will always avoid those enemies every single time. I'm going to go forward here and grab this Echo. And that should give them enough time to drop out of combat with me. And then we're going to go back and kill these two enemies because I need these guys dead. So I'm going to walk down to this second to last banded section. And we're just going to Howling Push, which will kill both. Then we're going to have two. I don't even know if I can show you guys this. Oh, I can. So there's one enemy here, one enemy here. We're going to Howling Push these guys through the wall. If done properly, you'll be able to kill both of them without entering in the and using any force, which is ideal. I'm going to do the same thing on this guy. That'll give me a little bit of force back. And I want that for this next section. Just in case. So we're going to go and pull this open. Okay. So what I'm going to do now... What do I do here? I'm pretty sure I Grasping Pull, but I'm also thinking that Grasping Pull can bug out here? I don't remember. Let's Grasping Pull. Fuck it. There we go. Alright, we're good. So we've got 4 enemies. We've got a spider and we've got 3 Night Sisters up here. All I'm gonna do is Howling Push these. And I'm gonna wait until we drop out of combat before I do it again. Because I want force up at the top. If you don't have force, there is a backup strat. Which is why I killed the spiders down there, but then you'd have to kill those spiders again. Which has its own level of risk behind it. And we don't want to do that, so. Takes care of that. We'll double jump over the gap. It's interesting that they put the wall run there. When like you have to have Jedi flip to get here. If you don't have Jedi flip and you're on Dathomir, then you're doing something buggy with the game. Like you're flying or something. Well, you have to have Jedi flip to fly too, so never mind. You should have Jedi flip no matter what when you go through there. So there's no need for the wall run. Okay, so we're gonna have 3 Knight Brothers in front of me. If I remember correctly, it's this step up, so this bottom to this step up on this rock. Just before I get to this, I should be able to force push the one on the left and the one on the right off the cliff. Sometimes it bugs where the 2 on the right go and then the one sitting on the left doesn't go. We'll see what happens. Perfect. So for this guy, we're going to walk forward, let him aggro into us, and we're just going to walk back. We're going to guide him all the way back here. When we get to about here, he will drop out of combat. And we'll just grasp and pull and kill him. We'll go ahead and get whatever BD was trying to scan over here. All right, for this next section, we've got 3 zombies to our left, and we're going to have 2 archers that come out right in front of me when I exit this area. Okay? You'll see they're running in now. What you want to do is you want to stand on the edge and then slowly back up at a diagonal so that you can engage that guy. If you do it, like if you try and walk out straight instead of like at a diagonal back, you'll grab the attention of both of them, and you don't want that because if one of them charge shots you, you only want to have to deal with 1 charge shot, not 2. So for the last guy, it doesn't matter what he does. There's the dodge I was talking about for the charge shot. I just want this guy to shoot at me. So whatever I have to do to get him to shoot. And that'll be that. I'm taking notes. All of this stuff is in the guide. All of this stuff is in the guide. For anyone that doesn't know, I'm going to self-promote again. For anyone that doesn't know, let me show you. Go to YouTube, to Hayete's channel, and go to playlists. Actually, you don't even need to do that, and they're right here. Teach me how. It's all right here. So if you click on that and just find Dathomir. Dathomir 1 is what I'm doing right now. It is a 29-minute video because this is a long-ass part of the game. So basically from landing on Dathomir until you fight Gorgara, there it is right there. There is the guide. The only caveat with that is that those guides are built against the 100% pathing. So you might have like a little bit less force or something like that, which is not a problem for any strategy in any part other than Gorgara. If you don't have certain abilities, you will not be able to use my Gorgara strat. Anyways, so those 2 are dead. So now that they're dead, we can move forward. And all we're going to do is we've got 2 zombies on the left, 1 on the right. I like to go for the one on the right first, and then the one on the left. I didn't hit any of them. I'm not close enough. Try it again. There we go. I got those 2. We'll just push her. I used force on that. We didn't have to use force. We could have backed off. There's a dropout over there where their AI just stops. And we could have used that or exploited that, but no need. It's fine. So we're going to edge forward here. We're going to get 2 spiders and an archer. I'm just waiting for the archer to shoot. Hopefully the archer shoots 2 shots. Very good. So once the archer does that, we're going to run back. I'm going to try and guide one of these spiders back. And we're going to let them drop out. So right there, you see he dropped out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kill this guy. I'm going to turn 180 so I don't have to worry about his acid. And then we're going to move back. We're going to do the same thing again. That takes care of both spiders. That you don't struggle with? If you use my strategy with Gorgara, you can kill her in 15 hits. Every single time in the exact same way. It is like one of the most scripted fights in the game, if you do it the way that I do it. Alright, so we're going to have 2 archers here. We're going to have 1 here, we're going to have 1 over there. What you want to do is you want to try and get one of them to shoot you first. You don't want both. Unfortunately, this guy is not aggroing into me right now. So we're going to have to come over here and edge forward. And we got both of them shooting, which is fine. As long as they're shooting off stagger and not at the same time in sync, then we're good. That guy right there is trying to find me. Did I help you? Can you see me now? I know if I walk down, he'll see me. Because they're at 45-degree angle from each other, I don't want one to shoot at me while the other one's charge shotting me, because that would be bad. Oh, they're being really difficult today, dude. There we go. Much better. Okay. Now we're good and it doesn't matter. What game? 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 Why is he immortal? Stop. Please stop. Thank you. Did you guys see the two shots go like right through his body? Like, just like he didn't care. I called it Bogomir for a reason, guys. I called it that for a reason. Alright, rest. As soon as we come out of this, we're gonna have a guy running in front of us. Not a big deal. Unless he charge shots, we can just get the 2 deflects. And now we have to go deal with the Night Act. So it seems like a lot of people on Reddit don't know that the Night Axe can be perfect parried 3 consecutive times and then you can insta-kill them. While that is great, and while I do have the skill to do that, we're not going to do that strat. We're going to kill him for free. Let me show you what that looks like. We're going to drop down. We're going to wait for him to charge and jump at us. We're going to dodge that. We're going to run forward. We're going to pull this box. Then we're going to get on top of it. You can see his aggro is gone now. He still sees me, but he's not trying to attack me because he can't reach me. So this strategy depends on the physics of the game working. However, sometimes the physics will break right here. The way that I will know if this is broken is I'm going to target him and I'm going to dodge roll backwards. If I fall off the box, physics is broken. If I don't fall off the box, physics is good. Physics is fine. Okay, so because physics is fine, we're gonna move around the box, and if he reacts the way that he should keep moving forward. He'll edge forward. It'll take a little bit to get him in. Come on, buddy. I need you to move. You're embarrassing me. There you go. Come on, keep coming. This is a really cool strat. I want to show everybody. You're embarrassing me, bro. Come on. Usually does not take this long. Usually like 2 or 3 rolls and dude's right on top of the box. Come here, please. Come here, please. Almost. You almost got it. Be a big boy. Come on. You can do it. Come on. Oh, you're annoying me. You're being annoying. Almost, buddy. Come on. Get your ass up here. You're embarrassing me. You're embarrassing me. See, now I want to get on the ground and perfect parry you and kick your ass because you're not doing what I want you to do. One more time. Come on. Come on. There you go. Just get up to the box, bud. Get up to the box. There you go. Keep coming. One more. Just slide one more time. There you go. Thank you. You can only do this, guys, if the box physics is not broken. If it's broken, you cannot do this because you'll fall right off the box. That's the strat. Sorry the setup took so damn long. So damn long. That was obnoxious. Okay, so we got all that stuff. I wonder, does fly still work? Fly still works! That's how you fly, by the way, chat. I'm really bad at it. because I never use it, but that's how you fly. I'm pretty sure you can only do that on PC and one of the consoles. I think it's patched on another one, or you have to do it in a different way. I can't remember. I know you can do it on PC though, because I just did it. Alright, so we gotta do the run bridge. Which sucks, because the run bridge is all RNG. However, the strategy that I implement here is very consistent, and it's mostly skill. Well, it's mostly understanding the game's mechanics and then a little bit of skill layered on that. But essentially, what we're going to do is we're going to do a serpentine. So we're going to do this like S-shape type thing, where basically, as we're going down it, I'm going to be doing this. Okay. And what that does is that keeps the projectiles going where I used to be in the past, not where I am right now. Because they are slower moving projectiles. So here we go. Let's see how it goes. Should be 7 shots. That was it. Hopefully I don't get shot in the back. Good. Very good. We're gonna rest here just to make sure I have full force. And let's go pick up this echo. I remember this echo being, yeah, I mean, it's not great. It's not bad either. So I aggroed that guy, which doesn't matter. Where am I at? 4. Okay, I don't have enough. So if you're able to get 5 skill points by this point, you can go into your lightsaber, like you can do lightsaber throw and then the upgraded lightsaber throw. You can stand right here on this route and throw lightsaber at this Nidak and you can kill him for free. Fortunately, we can't do that because I don't have the ability to. So I slightly messed up the timing on this. We're just going to go. Hopefully it holds up. If you want the explanation of how to move through that area precisely, check out my guide. Obviously, I can't stop and talk to it because because you have to go through it so quick. Also, I forgot the setup here. We could have killed, I think, one of these guys before crossing over. It's okay. All right, we have one more section of enemies, and then we're done. We're on to Gorgar. Okay, so the way this is supposed to work is when we climb to the top, there's going to be a cutscene, and that cutscene removes all control we have on Cal. However, if you guys can see this black spot right here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to slowly edge my way up to it, and if I do it properly, once we get to it, I'm going to jump straight up, and that's going to put me on the ledge, so that as soon as the cutscene is over, I can begin moving before the enemies are able to do anything. If you do that section the way that you're intended to do it, basically what's going to happen is you're going to have to pull yourself over the ledge and you'll probably get shot while you're trying to do that. A note on those Night Sister zombies. When you're running past them, put them on your left shoulder, okay? So that as you run past them, they swipe off your left shoulder. If you do that, you never have to dodge off them. You can just always sprint right by them. That's something I meant to tell Irish the other day when he was doing a no skill, no death thing. Alright, so right there, we are on Gorgara now. I went ahead and rested. So, I'm going to explain this Gorgara fight, mostly for me to remember, but also to educate. So what we're going to do is we're going to go down. As soon as the fight happens, we're going to dodge one wing, hit twice, dodge the other wing, hit twice. Then we'll dodge it again, hit twice. He'll go stunned. We'll pull him down, do 2 overhead attacks to him, and then I'm going to run into his body and hit him 3 times. After those 3 times, I'm going to run back around, let him do his pacing thing. And then I'm going to let him get close to me to bite. When he goes to bite, I'm going to back up just enough so that he misses. And I turn around, I slap him on the head twice. Then he's going to go up in the air. He's going to do a sonic attack. When he comes down, we run up, we hit him once, twice, fight done. So that's how it's going to go. Again, I know that didn't make a whole lot of sense for you guys. I'm trying to remember the strategy out loud for me, but that is how it goes. And you'll see that in a second. To do this strategy, you have to have lightsaber mastery and you have to have 2 of the 3 force upgrades. And by 2 of the 3 force upgrades, I mean in the skill tree. So you have to have 1, 2, 3. These are the 3. You have to have 2 of these. So at a minimum, you have to have this one. And I believe you have to have 1 force upgrade from essences. So you have to pick up at least 3 force essences. If I remember correctly. It's in my guide though, for Gorgara. So let's go do this and see how it goes. Jump back on the rock. Well, he shouldn't be jumping back on any rock. Because that's cheesing. That's skipping enemies. For his rule set, right? Which he likes to give me a lot of shit for. In a friendly way, I hope, and I'm pretty sure it is. Wow, the dodge roll just didn't happen. Did you guys see that? He short dodged and just did nothing. I hit it twice. I'll mark it. That one was not my fault, but I'll mark it. Good old Dathomir, man. Not this one. Good old Dathomir. Buggy as always. Takes care of the archers and then fights the guys with the sticks. Again, I don't know, man. Because he used to give me shit for going out of bounds where enemies can't touch you. That technically is out of bounds where enemies can't touch you. So maybe he changed his rule set to cater to that. I don't know. He used to give me like massive amounts of shit for my strats. Which doesn't matter. But as I said earlier, challenge running is a personal thing. Hey, it worked this time. Thanks, game. Everybody does it differently. Alright, here we go. 1 overhead, 2 overheads. We're gonna run in and slap him in the leg. And then I'm gonna move out the way. Let him run by. I'm gonna keep moving in that horseshoe. He'll run by again, so right here I'm safe. I don't need to move anymore. He'll turn around, he'll rear his head back for the bite. We'll just get outside of his range. 1, 2. And then we're going to move back. He's going to fly up in that direction where I'm looking. Now we're going to run to the right. Then back to the left. And then we're going to wait for the rocks. Hit him once. Hit him twice. Fight done. That's what should have happened. If the game didn't bug on me. If the game didn't bug on me with the dodge roll. I haven't seen a dodge roll like issue like that in a long time. A long time. It could have also not been the game. It could have been my mouse, like maybe because I use I don't know if you guys can see it, but there are 2 buttons like right above my finger. One here, one here. So I use this back one for dodge roll. So maybe it got stuck or something. It didn't fully come out to recognize my second button press. But, I mean, it seems pretty responsive right now. So, I don't know. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Saw the bat and all I hear is Pazuzu. Oh man, I can't wait until they drop that new season of Futurama. You go out of bounds, Maya? There's no reason not to, man. Pazuzu is this, like, bird or whatever from the Futurama show, if you've ever seen that show. Like this, like, devil-looking bat bird thing from, like, the year 3000 or something. Oh, we can split 4. Well, I guess technically we can't, because we could die here on the wall. Which is not gonna happen, unless my keyboard just stops working. I, like, literally don't even need my mouse for this section. Okay, we're definitely gonna rest here, because if you don't, you have a 50% chance of a bunch of Night Sisters being where you land after you kill Vergara. I know that because when I did my no skill, no upgrade, no resting run, I had to deal with that shit all the time. It was a pain in the ass. So for this, the wall is really easy. Very, very easy. Basically, you're going to go straight up until you can't go straight up anymore. Then, if I remember correctly, you're going to go 3 steps to the left. So let's try it. 1, 2, 3. Okay, 4 steps. And this one is 3. 1, 2, 3. There you go. And you can't take damage here. I'm going to speed through this. We'll do the landing. But if I was to fall and miss the, miss Gorgara, you don't take damage here, so not a big deal. Squid Game. Might have accidentally hit number 1 on the, okay, I didn't. When I went to hit 4 on the numpad, I thought I accidentally hit 1, which would have turned on infinite health. I didn't want to do that. Alright, let's see if we got any Night Sisters. We shouldn't. We do not. So there would be 2 Night Sisters right now on both sides of you, if it did that. Which obviously I have a strat for because I did it in that no skill, no resting run, but it's not fun, that's for sure. Alright, so this strat's pretty fun. So, I'm gonna open this up, and I'm just gonna keep force slowing this. What I'm waiting for, chat, is I'm waiting for them to kill this Nidak. We'll just keep this thing open so I can see. A lot of Disney, Stranger Things, and Squid Games. That is some varied shit. Very graphic on quite a few of those, too. Alright, so they killed the Nidak. Right now they're walking back to their default positions. I'm just waiting for them to do that. So that should be good. They should be in a good spot now. They are. So I'm going to close this, open it up, and slow it again, just to reset the time on it. I'm going to walk in, I'm going to stop. I'm going to let this thing close behind me. Then what we're going to do is I'm going to turn around. I'm going to walk forward until I'm in combat, and then I'm going to move. Okay. And we're going to hold this thing open. Or it can close, I guess. That's fine, too. So these guys are going to move up. And then right about there, we're going to slam it into their face. Pull it open, and that archer is going to be shooting it. Okay? Doesn't matter if I kill him. I just have to hit the archer 1 time to disengage his AI. Then we're going to open this back up and grasping pull all 3 of these guys. You have to jump to be able to get them targeted. That's why I'm jumping. Just FYI. We're going to open this up and we're going to go back into this area. And we should only have 1 archer on the right that's going to shoot at me. Good. So So now they're both disengaged. To re-engage their AI, because I can't go that way or they'll start shooting at me, I need to get closer. Okay, and the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to jump. That'll re-engage him. We'll go back forward. Good. Now it's one down. Technically, you can get by this guy, but sometimes he'll path over to the over to his left, and then he'll be able to hit you. I need you to move just a little bit further out, bud. That works. Okay. That's that. And now we have the 3 infamous buggy jumps to do. So that was the first one. Alright, we're going to do something that looks a little dangerous. Hopefully I don't fuck it up. Fucked it up. Jesus. Oh my god. It worked every other time. There we go. I got it. So this is buggy jump 1. Or I guess 2. By the way, I would never do that on a real run. I just think it's cool. Let's go grab this. I want to try and get to 7 points by the time we get Ilum. Or get 2 Ilum, so we're going to grab that. And then I think this is just the chest, right? Yeah. So let's go ahead and go through here. No, if it was a real run, absolutely, Maya. I would never, ever do that. So this is the 3rd jump. This is the 3rd one that can just bug you straight off of the wood root or whatever this thing is. Yeah, I tried to show off and it didn't work. It did not work. Okay, so let's go ahead and rest. Okay, so now what we're going to do, there's a very specific way I like to move through this area. This is one of the buggiest areas in the game. But an area that bugs for you instead of against you. So I'm going to use that knowledge to bug this area out on purpose to have an easier time of doing these enemies. So the first step is you cannot jump off of this ledge. You have to just walk off it and execute this guy. Okay, so execute. If you do it that exact way, these guys will not aggro. As you can see, they don't even see me. They don't even care. So we're going to come up here and we're going to kill these guys. Okay. So that takes care of them. Now, technically, this guy down here doesn't care either. He is bugged out. He won't see me. But I'm going to kill him anyways, just for safety. All right. Then what we're going to do is we're going to walk up here, and I'm going to let this guy shoot at me. And these are very, very, very difficult to see. Because of the hue and the color of the area, those, like, blaster bolts or whatever are very, very light against the background, so it's very hard to see them. So once that dude is out, again, what I like to do, we're going to wait here. There's a guy that's pathing right here. So when he walks back through here, we're just going to get a field goal. Right through. Okay. We're just waiting for him to come back. And I will pull him specifically when he turns. As he turns to go back the other way, we pull. So 3, 2, 1, right there. So that takes care of him. Now what I'm going to attempt to do, I'm going to drop out of combat here, so let's range ourselves back here. Let's speed the game up so we drop out of combat. What I'm going to attempt to do is pull this guy. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Didn't work that time. So what he's going to do is he's going to just start shooting at me, which is fine. That's absolutely okay. Because he's the only guy shooting, I can deal with that. All right? Okay. That takes care of him. For this guy, nothing to do here but pull him, stab him. Easy. For the spider, what I forgot to do is we're just going to howling push him into the wall. And so now we're out of combat. But Hayate, how are you out of combat? There's an enemy left. This guy's blind and deaf and everything else. Okay? This guy could care less about me. So. That is the Dathomir village. Done without damage. By intentionally bugging it out. Okay, so there's gonna be a guy under me. Okay, or not. Why did that happen? It's weird. Let me see if this guy will drop combat. I'm gonna run all the way back, see if he drops combat. Because I would really rather have force for the next spot. Just checking that I'm out of combat. Now if we run back in and my force bar pops up, then he's permanently stuck in combat with us. Doesn't look like that's the case. But he might be too low for me to pull. I should be able to get him. That's what should have happened. It's chest. Alright, so there's going to be a guy right here on the corner. And do the exact same thing. Pull and stab. Correct saying is that guy couldn't care less. Said he could care less. I mean, maybe he does care, Maya. I don't know. I don't know. Let's see if this guy shoots me. He does. Come on. I wanted to be a cool kid, and you're ruining it. Right. Whatever. What about now? Nope, still. Still you're being a jerk. There we go. Come on. Come on. Thank you. Okay. Again, I'm just trying to get 7 skill points here, so that's why we're picking up some of these echoes. Because if I remember correctly, there's only 3 abilities left that I want. 2 of the, well, 1 of those that I need. And we're gonna speed this up just to get up the damn rope. And speed this section up. Telling you guys, the speed up is so nice, man. Oh, also, we're on this split. Let's give ourselves some credit, man. So we got 2 enemies behind us. Those are the ones we skipped earlier. We're just gonna run right by them. No big deal. Okay, so I went ahead and rested here. We're gonna have to fight the same 3 enemies again. We're gonna do it the exact same way. I'm not gonna get this archer. Oh, I did. Nice. I used force on it though, but that's... where you at, bud? Go. Alright. So, 3 guys here to fight. Same ones. We're not going to do anything different. That's so rare that they all 3 shoot at the same time. Or even have the ability to shoot at the same time. See how the guy in the back, he wasn't able to shoot because his buddy was in the way. Okay, very good. Alright, so now since we have the climbing claws, we have the ability to go up here. Alright, we gotta do Order 66. I kind of forgot about that. I'm not even gonna lie. I was like, oh, we're about to leave Dathomir. Like, nope, we gotta do Order 66. And we're gonna speed through most of this. There's dialogue going on right now, so it's gonna take a second. There we go. Good thing about Order 66 though is you can't take damage, so you don't have to worry about that. I already messed that up. I was trying to do the multi-block with the single saber and that did not work at all. At all. Sometimes you can get it to work and sometimes you can't. It's okay though. I didn't do the high five. Oh, with the clone trooper? Yeah. Oh no, that motherfucker tried to kill me, man. Not high-fiving him. I love that they got D. Bradley Baker to voice the clone troopers here. For anyone that doesn't know who that is, he's the same guy who voices them in the Clone Wars animated show. I remember there was a thing where it was like, it was on Twitter, and it was like, name like the greatest voice actors or something like that. And I put two. I put D. Bradley Baker and Chris Hader. Chris Hader is the guy who does the voice of Solid Snake and quite a few other things, but most well known for Solid Snake in the Metal Gear Solid series. And same with D. Bradley Baker, he's done a lot of animated stuff. Alright. There's really nothing to talk to here, guys. I'm sorry I'm being a little quiet, but you can't take damage here, so it's just kind of just going through the paces. But I'm speeding up what I can. Whole point of that double jump was not to stagger when I landed, but you know, whatever. Boom, 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 boom. Oh god, boom, boom, boom. There we go. It's so hard to control your character when you're at like 10 times speed. This is very difficult. Alright, to Paul. I just wanted to see if it would work. It did not work. Okay, now we get to do zombie run. I'm gonna go ahead and rest just to make sure. Again, guys, the audio, all that noise going on, that's left over from what I sped through, because I cannot speed through the audio. They're two separate files. So we're gonna speed through some more, and that's why dialogue is turned off again if you're just joining. It's to kind of reduce all this audio clutter left over from speeding through this stuff. This has to be like the longest cutscene in the game. Well, the second longest. I think the longest one's on Ilum, right before you fix your saber. As soon as she gives us the eyes, right there, man. I want to slow down and make sure we're ready. So what we're going to do, the game wants you to just run from these. We're not going to do that. What we're going to do is we're going to turn around and run back. I know this looks very scary. Like they're gonna hit me. They have never hit me. Ever. So once we get to about right here, they're gonna drop out of combat. Now the weird thing about the Night Sisters is that you have to hit them twice to insta-kill them. I don't know why that is. So we're gonna run back forward, we'll re-engage their AIs. And then right about there we should be dropped. I saw BD move on my back, which is again the indicator that we're out of combat. I move back. BD moved, we're good, boom, they're dead. That's all the Night Sisters. Now I don't have to worry about them chasing me on. Because I want to do this next section in a very specific way. And that requires me to be able to just not have to worry about that. So I'm going to stop right here. What we're going to do is we're going to kill the first one. Okay. Can't kill the second one because it's too far away. So what we're going to do is we're going to jump over. And we're going to run this time over my right shoulder. Doesn't really matter. But... boom. Dead. Okay. And we have one in front of us. We'll let that one aggro in. And then I'll kill it right there. Okay. And then... we're going to have one guy left. Now I need to hug this wall on the left. So I don't get pulled into combat with him. And if I do everything properly, we're going to shake the camera and he's going to go off the side. So that will kill him. And then we just have this Nidak to deal with. Now, I could run right by this Nidak. I could do that. Or, we could drop down. We'll aggro the Nidak. And pull him back. Okay. Once he's mostly to the stairs, I'm going to move back up top and we're going to sit here and wait. Now again, we want to wait till we're out of combat. We're out of combat now. And then we throw him off the side. Okay, so go up to the top. We're going to get this echo. Can't do the animation cancel because I can't skip out of it. Then what we're going to do is we're going to attempt to kill both of those, which we got them. That's perfect. This last one, we're just going to run by. Off my left shoulder, watch. Not a big deal. We're going to immediately veer to the left. We're going to drop down. And if my timing was right, we're going to have a Nidak right off my right side. Not a big deal. I'm going to keep moving this way. And we're going to stop short right here, and we're just going to walk the force push in and kill that one. If for whatever reason you aggro and you don't have enough force, all you have to do is wait for it to jump over, and when it jumps over, you jump over. Just trade places. And that is the escape. So we're going to have enough time probably to do Ilum. And then that's probably it. Which sucks. Because like right after you do Ilum and you go back to Dathomir, it's about an hour to get through the rest of the game. That's not what I want to do. I want to take this stupid poncho off. So we'll see what happens. I'm gonna go ahead and speed this up just to get through the storm. So we're not having to walk it. And we'll stop it right there so I don't run off the ledge. I guess technically I could skip some more of this. I could use the super jump to jump up there, but I really don't like using anything in this run other than the speed through for the cutscenes. Alright, so a bit of a puzzle here. Not really, I guess. This is only one option. So if you guys have ever watched the Clone Wars, I can't remember what season it is. It's fairly early on. This is the temple they come to, which I think is really cool. Okay, so we're gonna pull that switch over. We're gonna grab this. We're gonna socket this in. And then I'm gonna grab the crystal and drag it into the light to melt that side. Okay. So once you kind of hear the bubbling, you're good to go. We're gonna go ahead and force push that. That'll knock the socket out, and then I'm gonna take this over. And we're gonna socket this in. And then send this back. So that will prep us for the final door. Okay, so we'll pull that. Again, as soon as we gain control of Cal back, we can just drop it. I'm gonna save here just in case. Get away, welcome back, bud. We're approaching the end of the stream, man. I was really hoping I was gonna have enough time to go through this whole run, but between eating and talking and explaining strategies, I ate into a lot of the time. Okay, so that's one of the reasons why I'm using the script to kind of speed through as much as I can. Alright. Now most of this is all platform. There's only 3 enemies for this first part on Ilum, and they're just probe droids. So, really not a whole lot to talk to here, honestly. Just kind of going through the paces, so to speak. I am gonna save here, just in case the ice bugs out when we get to it. What we're gonna do, we're gonna get a probe droid coming in. All we're gonna do is howling push this thing twice. And if you do it fast enough, it will use no force. In this section, we're going to have 2 of those. We're going to do the exact same thing. Timing is just a little bit tighter on it. Usually I wouldn't run by like that, but whatever. Usually I go backwards. I'm not going to knock that crystal or that slab over because we don't need it. I'm not coming back. Can I make it? Nope. I want to say I've made that before. Like I've done the jump from the high ground into the water without touching the solid surface. I'm going to use this just to get up. We'll use it again through here. As soon as we get the cutscene, we'll stop. And then I have to mash the dive button. So if you don't do this, what happens is the game pulls you back up, and there's like a little space right like above this ice that just froze over, and then you'll be stuck. You'll literally have to exit out of the game and restart at your last like checkpoint. So make sure that when you fall down through that ice, you're like mashing that dive button, whatever that is, on whatever input device you're using, but you need to mash it. Alright, so this I believe is the longest cutscene in the game. We're definitely speeding through all this. Alright, so let's fix our saber. So we need to go a couple over to get the prompt. I need to get purple. Can't remember which one is exactly purple. Let's go with this one and hope I'm right. Find out in a second. Is that purple? I think that's indigo. Doesn't matter. I'm going to turn off Sears Hilt anyways because I'm OCD like that. So we'll have a chance. There we go. And then turn that off. That thing looks... I don't like it. You can put that on, whatever. Purple! There we go. Oops. There we go. Gotta keep that promise to you guys, man. You wanted the purple, so we got the purple. Okay, so we're gonna pick up a few skills here. So the only skill we need for the rest of the run is precision evasion. So 100% gonna grab that. And then we're gonna grab lightsaber throw. And that'll be literally just for the enemies that are right in front of me. Beyond that, we won't use lightsaber throw for anything. And honestly, lightsaber throw is not needed for these enemies. It just makes it faster and safer. Sebzina, hopefully I said that right. Thank you for your subscription. Okay. So, we're going to force pull that guy to instigate the fight. And we're going to force pull quite a few more. Not how that was supposed to go, but whatever. Alright, so I want these guys to come out. Good. Keep coming. And what we're going to do is I'm going to drag them all the way back down the tunnel. Now, as we come down the tunnel, they will eventually drop out of combat. The way to get them to move further is to get them to attack you. You can force them to attack you, they will move further down. And that goes for all of them, not the one attacking you. Every one of them. Okay? So once we get them somewhat bunched up, and they're at the, as far as they can go, we're just going to run back out. We're going to wait for them to drop combat, so right there, I saw BD1 move. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to run back, and hopefully we don't get engaged, which we did. It's fine. I'm just going to kill the one guy. Alright, let's let him engage. Come here. I'm having to do the backup strat because he was still engaged on me. Since he's the only guy, we'll just stand there and kill him. Okay, so that guy's probably going to be stuck down there at the end of the way. We'll pull all these guys in. I don't know why they've been doing this lately. They used to be much more consistent with all of them dropping out of combat. So, I don't know. Maybe I moved back too quickly. Let's let them drop out. The reason I picked up lightsaber throw is because if they're all out of combat, then what you can do, and I think they're all out of combat, so I should be able to demonstrate, is basically just pick the guy in the middle and just kill them. So what I was doing going in and hitting them in between their attacks, you don't have to do that. You can do that when it works. I don't think this guy's going to see us. I'm going to sprint strike him anyways. Alright, so we have a room full of KX droids now. This room right here is why the lead combat designer, if he changes a bunch of things, it's my fault. No, Maya, I'm only streaming on YouTube. Only on YouTube. So what we're going to do is we're going to walk in. We're going to get two of these guys at aggro. Now, I have to be standing in a very specific spot. Otherwise, they will not, they won't engage. Okay? So what we're going to do is I'm going to drop off. I'm going to pull this guy down. We're going to go split saber. And then I'm just going to finish them off. Okay? We're going to do the exact same thing again. And we're going to wait for him to drop combat. Right there. And now we can pull. And split saber. Now, if this is done properly, we should not get any more that aggro in. And just for everyone's knowledge, so you see these tiles on the ground. Basically, the second one, if you cross the second line, that's where their aggro is either on you or off. So you basically need on this second tile right here. They would see me, I go here, they do not see me. So we're going to move around to the right, hack this, and because we did it that way, we do not have to fight any of those guys, which is very, very nice. That's what you do too, Maya? That's great. It's a good strat. Very, very good strat. Alright, so for these enemies, I'm basically going to jump down, wait for them to reposition, and then push them all in the water. There we go. And we're going to run around the right side here because we don't want the rocket trooper to see us. Once I gain control of the camera back, we're going to move forward, move back, move forward, move back until they see me. It should be eventually. If they don't see me, then... Why are you guys not seeing... There you go. That's how you play the game. I angle my camera there, guys, just so I can better see the depth of those shots coming in. You kill all of them just to get the XP. The original speedrunning strat for farming XP was that, as I understand it. Okay, so we're going to let him shoot his rocket, then we're going to drop down here, we're going to keep running. And this will be the first time where I could potentially get hit just because of timing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to climb up. We're going to focus on the guy in the middle, do just a standard push on him. He should go in the hole. Take this guy, kill. This guy, kill. And now I'm out of force. So what I need to do is get one of these guys to attack me in a specific way. There it is. I want the baseball swing. And then for this guy, I'm going to do precision evade and hope I remember the timing. And so you can see I'm building force back every time that I do that. So now I have full force. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to run across. I'm going to immediately force push everybody that's over here. And then I'm going to dodge the rocket and force push again if I need to. So... Okay. Because I did the force regen, I have enough force to push this rocket back at him. And we're good to go. Yeah. That was a weird camera angle. Alright. I go ahead and rest here because I need to regen force. So I'm going to wait for these enemies to come in, and then I'm just going to back off. I was hoping that was going to hit that guy, but that's fine. So as we back into here, I should drop out of combat. Okay. I saw BD move on my back. We're just going to pull this guy in. I'm going to target him up. And we're going to split saber him. And we're going to move back out. And we're going to pull whatever we can get to us. So we drop out of combat. Should be right there. BD move, so I'm good. Now I'm going to move this way and hopefully he will blow his buddy up. Perfect. There we go. Actually, let's go ahead and get double saber out. We're going to need double saber for the AT-ATs or STs. So we're going to get enemies that bust through the wall here on the left. We're just going to run right by these guys. There's no reason to fight them. Once we get far enough out in the open, they'll just drop off and go back. So for the two AT-ATs or AT-STs, basically where I like to stand is where the shadow meets the light. So right here. And if you do this, they will never move. Ever. So he will never move on to me, and the second one that's already spawned in the area will never move on to me. And as long as you don't pass this point, so the reason why I'm missing these rockets, guys, it's intentional. The only way to get that rocket to for sure go to the ATST is for me to target him, but if I target him, it would cant the camera angle up, which makes seeing these shots from this far away a lot harder, because you lose that depth. Yeah. We're still not going to move. We're going to wait for the pilot to come out, let him shoot at us, and then we'll kill him. Okay. So now we're going to run on the far right, on the outside of the area. And what will happen is the second ATST will be stuck. He has no clue that I'm here. So what we're going to do is we're going to move to these pile of rocks right in front of me, and we're going to force push to aggro him to me, and then I'm going to run all the way back. Now I'm running all the way back here because he can't get to here. So it makes it safe. Like, he can't go through this arch, so. Very good. Now what I would like him to do is come up and shoot bombs. That would be great. There we go. Just gonna wait till most of them are on the ground, and then same thing we did with the very first ATST. Nothing different. Should shoot a rocket. Yep, good. That's it. This bit changes, I'm blaming you. How did you miss him, Cal? What was that, dude? What the hell is that? Oh, man. That's too crazy. Anyways, that's Ilum. Done without taking damage. And so we'd want to skirt to the left to get the dialogue to end so that we can interact. Then we'd want to go back to Dathomir. That's not what I wanted you to do. Alright, so here's the deal, chat. My favorite boss in this entire game is Malicos. So I think I'm going to go do Malicos, and then after that we will call it. Because I do not have enough time to do the entire thing. I got to get out of here and go do the family thing and cook dinner and play with the 3-year-old and all that kind of cool stuff. And then later tonight I need to work on Arkham Origins No Damage. Okay. So we're going to go up this way. Since we have the climbing claws, we don't need to go the other way. And there's going to be a bunch of Night Sisters up here, right? The ones that, you know, we originally ran from. So what we're going to do is I'm going to just slowly move up here and try and howling push them. If I connect with them, they'll insta-die. Just like that. And you'll see that I'm angling the camera because I'm trying to hit them before they see me. And you want as much force as you can get, or you can keep, because there's going to be a shit ton of spiders we have to deal with in a second. Why are you walking away, dude? And you die already. Thank you. Alright. So as soon as I get to these stairs, there's going to be 5 spiders that spawn. I'm going to tuck basically right here, shove them all into the wall. Ant the camera just to see where they are. Hey, that's rude, but alright, dude. think I'm good to step back here now. Usually they all die. It's kind of a bummer they're not. I'm gonna do the same thing here. We're out of combat. He lost track of me somehow. So that should be it. There should be 5. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're good to go. We're gonna keep going forward. There's going to be 2 zombies in my face as soon as I land. All I'm going to do is I'm going to go straight into the meditation point, which, as you'll see, stops them from being able to do any damage to me. So, you gain complete immunity when you go into the meditation. Coming out of the meditation point, we're going to howling push these guys, and hopefully they die in 1 hit. Good. Then we're going to pop up here. There's going to be 1 standing right there, so I'm just going to do the corner strat. There we go. We're going to run up to the door, and I'm going to prep a push so that as the door opens, I land it. And then we're done with the zombies, but we have 2 bounty hunters in front of me. We have a regular bounty hunter, and we have a bounty hunter droid that we are going to kill without even fighting. So instead of going straight through, we're going to jump up this way. And I'm going to run onto this route and make sure that I keep enough distance to be safe, but close enough to them that they come forward. Okay. Once they're both on the route, I'm going to target this shorter one, the regular bounty hunter. We're going to grasp and pull and throw his ass off the side. That takes care of him. That only works if you're out of combat. If you're in combat, he will see you and he will hit you as you grasp and pull. So for the droid, you have to grasping pull him 100%. If you regular pull, he will bug out. So we're going to swap over. And now we're just going to split saber 2 times and he's dead. Fairly simple, right? Very, very easy. And now the only thing standing between us and Malicos are 3 enemies. I'm gonna save there and rest, get all my force back. We'll do this with T'Pol. Now, all the game wants you to do is it just wants you to split saber. That's all it's looking for. All you have to do is split saber. You don't have to fight him at all. And it doesn't matter which way you do it. You can do it double, you can do it single, it doesn't matter. You just have to split saber. Once you do that split saber, the game will checkmark and it will pull you through. Okay, so for these enemies, we're gonna run forward. Run back. Actually, let me rest because we're missing force because we used 1 split saber against T'Pol. So let's run back in. We're going to aggro these guys and then pull them to me. Now, one of these or both will usually trip. There it goes. I don't know why that happens, but it's hilarious. So we want to get super far back until they drop, and then whichever one drops first, that's the one you want to pull first. Now we're going to go in, we're going to have 1 archer to deal with, which won't be an issue. Same archers we've been dealing with this whole time. Okay, so that takes care of that. And now, we're on to Malicos. I'm going to skip through all this dialogue. And I'm just going to let you guys watch me do Malicos. I'm not going to do a whole lot of talking about him. If you want to know how to do this no damage in detail, check out the guide on the channel. This is my favorite fight because it is all parries, all perfect parries. I only dodge roll 1 thing, 1 ability, really, as long as nothing goes wrong. All right, I'm gonna skip through all this and get this fight going. Then Dathomir will be your grave, and then. All right, so let's rotate, target, and rotate. Try it again, boy. I felt like Kratos there. Alright. See what you got. He should throw. Yep, good. And we'll just hold. Come at me, bro. Ooh, do a real move. There we go. Okay, should throw a rock. Easy. We're gonna hit him one time. That should be phase 2. Malicos was so hard for me when I played this on Grandmaster. It took me 3 whole days because you didn't know Hayate's guide. Yeah, I explained how to no damage this whole fight in I think like less than 8 minutes. I show every ability. I explain how to parry every ability, like when to hit the button. And then I tell you exactly what's gonna happen. So similar to what I just did there in my head, right? I had to break his guard 3 times. On the 4th one, he throws Saber. On the 5th one, he throws a rock. And then on the 6th one, I hit him 1 time to push him into phase 2. So I go through all of that in the guide. Why did I do that? Wow, I actually forgot that, dude. I'm gonna die. That sucks. I forgot I need to parry that attack after he flips in. Just right out of my head. Right out of my head. That's a bummer. Let's do it again. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. Just those little things, man. You don't touch the game for fucking 6+ months. That'll happen. Come up here, buddy. It's okay though. I got it this time. I just forgot about that. I just forgot about it. Same as every other hit, well, except for the Gorgar one. That was the game's fault. Alright. Dude, Arkham City's gonna be good, man. I had so much fun doing that run. Like, it was night and day from Asylum. Like, Asylum was miserable. Arkham City was so much fun. Like, going back through that game for no damage also made me, like, really want a, like a Catwoman game. Like, I love playing Catwoman in that game. Like, her agility and everything just feels so goddamn good. Yeah, Cass. No, I appreciate it. No, I think I've done really good, being that I haven't touched this thing for half a year minimum. I mean, that's what a D-Rust run is, right? For you to remember the, you know, just put the things back in your head you might have forgotten. I just forgot I need to block that. Honestly, I forgot he was going to do that attack. I was waiting for him to do his wide attack. And then when he didn't do that, I was like, what? And then the what is when I got hit. So, it's okay. I got it this time. I'm a little worried about the split save, like single into double saber. Because that's a muscle memory thing. And obviously I haven't practiced that, so. Should throw a rock here. Yep. But I think I remember how to do it. Ah, that's right. He's not going to go into, So the fight's slightly different. Aha! I remembered! See, right there, normally he would be throwing rocks at me. And he's not doing that. Because I died, so the fight is a little different. You'll throw rocks now, though. Flick of the wrist. Boop. Fuck you. It was just the one thing, Malikos. You're not good, bro. You're not good. He's not good. No damage on the second try. Alright. Well, I hope you guys had fun today, man. For those of you who are checking this out, you know, post-stream or whatever, you made it this far, or what, 7 hours and some change? Thank you for watching that long. I hope you guys learned something. Again, I really wanted to give you guys an opportunity to chat with me live, ask me questions about challenge running, to hear my thought process, how I approach these things. Because it's this type of stuff is not easy, and I know that's like kind of a given, right? But honestly, I believe anybody can do this stuff. It's just you know, whether you want to do it. And if you do want to try a no damage run, I highly suggest this one. Because it is the only one that I have guides on that are very, very, very detailed, and I have so many examples on the channel. So this one would be a very easy one to get into. But it's not easy to do, so it would give you a challenge. But yeah. Thank you guys for your time and attention today. This was fun. It was a nice break from work stuff. I know I say thank you for your time and attention a lot, but I really mean that. You know, time is the one thing you can't buy anymore and you can't get back. So, you know, for you guys to be here with me today, that's awesome, and I really appreciate it. So I will let you guys know when the Batman Arkham City run is good to go. I'll make it live, and I'll put that out on Twitter. If you're not following me on Twitter, please follow me there if you want to know when these things are immediately going out, or when they're planned to go out, or what I'm doing next, or whatever, because that is the main way that I communicate. That and Discord. All of that should be in the description now. If it's not, I'll do it post-stream. But yeah, thank you guys so much. I don't know. I keep saying thank you because that's how I feel. So you guys have a great night, great day, great morning, wherever you're hailing from at whatever time you're watching this. And I'll chat with you guys soon. So thank you again, and have a good one.